Volume 3, Chapter 4 of John Marchmont's Legacy. This recording is in the public domain. John Marchmont's Legacy, by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 4. Miss Lawford speaks her mind. Major Lawford and his blue-eyed daughters were not amongst those guests who accepted Paul Marchmont's princely hospitalities. Belinda Lawford had never heard the story of Edward's lost bride as he himself could have told it, but she had heard an imperfect version of the sorrowful history from Letitia, and that young lady had informed her friend of Edward's animus against the new master of the Towers. "The poor dear foolish boy will insist upon thinking that Mr. Marchmont was at the bottom of it all," she had said in a confidential chat with Belinda, "somehow or other; but whether he was or whether he wasn't, I'm sure I can't say. But if one attempts to take Mr. Marchmont's part with Edward, he does get so violent and go on so, that one's obliged to say all sorts of dreadful things about Mary's cousin for the sake of peace. But really, when I saw him one day in Kemberling, with a black velvet shooting coat, and his beautiful smooth white hair and auburn moustache, I thought him most interesting. And so would you, Belinda, if you weren't so wrapped up in that doleful brother of mine." Whereupon, of course, Miss Lawford had been compelled to declare that she was not "wrapped up" in Edward, whatever state of feeling that obscure phrase might signify, and to express, by the vehemence of her denial, that if anything she rather detested Miss Arundel's brother. By the by, did you ever know a young lady who could understand the admiration aroused in the breast of other young ladies for that most uninteresting object, a brother? Or a gentleman who could enter with any warmth of sympathy into his friend's feelings respecting the auburn tresses or the Grecian nose of a sister? Belinda Lawford, I say, knew something of the story of Mary Arundel's death, and she implored her father to reject all hospitalities offered by Paul Marchmont. "You won't go to the Towers, papa dear," she said, with her hands clasped upon her father's arm, her cheeks kindling, and her eyes filling with tears as she spoke to him. "You won't go and sit at Paul Marchmont's table, and drink his wine, and shake hands with him. I know that he had something to do with Mary Arundel's death. He had indeed, papa. I don't mean anything that the world calls crime. I don't mean any act of open violence. But he was cruel to her, papa. He was cruel to her. He tortured her and tormented her until she—" The girl paused for a moment, and her voice faltered a little. "Oh, how I wish that I had known her, papa," she cried presently, "that I might have stood by her and comforted her all through that sad time." The Major looked down at his daughter with a tender smile, a smile that was a little significant perhaps, but full of love and admiration. "You would have stood by Arundel's poor little wife, my dear," he said. "You would stand by her now, if she were alive and needed your friendship." "I would indeed, papa," Miss Lawford answered resolutely. "I believe it, my dear. I believe it with all my heart. You are a good girl, my Linda. You are a noble girl. You are as good as a son to me, my dear." Major Lawford was silent for a few moments, holding his daughter in his arms, and pressing his lips upon her broad forehead. "You are fit to be a soldier's daughter, my darling," he said, or a soldier's wife." He kissed her once more, and then left her, sighing thoughtfully as he went away. This is how it was that neither Major Lawford nor any of his family were present at those splendid entertainments which Paul Marchmont gave to his new friends. Mr. Marchmont knew almost as well as the Lawfords themselves why they did not come, and the absence of them at his glittering board made his bread bitter to him and his wine tasteless. He wanted these people as much as the others, more than the others perhaps, for they had been Edward Arundel's friends, and he wanted them to turn their backs upon the young man and join in the general outcry against his violence and brutality. The absence of Major Lawford at the lighted banquet table tormented this modern rich man, as the presence of Mordecai at the gate tormented Haman. It was not enough that all the others should come if these stayed away, and by their absence tacitly testified to their contempt for the master of the Towers. He met Belinda sometimes on horseback, with the old grey-headed groom behind her, a fearless young Amazon, breasting the January winds, with her blue eyes sparkling, and her auburn hair blowing away from her candid face. He met her, and looked out at her from the luxurious barouche in which it was his pleasure to loll by his mother's side, half buried amongst the soft furry rugs and sleek leopard skins, making the chilly atmosphere through which he rode odorous with the scent of perfumed hair, and smiling over cruelly delicious criticisms in newly cut reviews. He looked out at this fearless girl whose friends so obstinately stood by Edward Arundel, and the cold contempt upon Miss Lawford's face cut him more keenly than the sharpest wind of that bitter January. Then he took his counsel with his womankind, not telling them his thoughts, fears, doubts, or wishes, it was not his habit to do that, but taking their ideas, and only telling them so much as it was necessary for them to know, in order that they might be useful to him. Paul Marchmont's life was regulated by a few rules, so simple that a child might have learned them. Indeed, I regret to say that some children are very apt pupils in that school of philosophy to which the master of Marchmont Towers belonged, and cause astonishment to their elders by the precocity of their intelligence. Mr. Marchmont might have inscribed upon a very small scrap of parchment the moral maxims by which he regulated his dealings with mankind. "Always conciliate," said this philosopher. "Never tell an unnecessary lie. Be agreeable and generous to those who serve you. Note, no good carpenter would allow his tools to get rusty. Make yourself master of the opinions of others, but hold your own tongue. Seek to obtain the maximum of enjoyment with the minimum of risk." Such golden saws as these did Mr. Marchmont make for his own especial guidance, and he hoped to pass smoothly onwards upon the railway of life, riding in a first-class carriage, on the greased wheels of a very easy conscience. As for any unfortunate fellow-travellers pitched out of the carriage window in the course of the journey, or left lonely and helpless at desolate stations on the way, Providence, and not Mr. Marchmont, was responsible for their welfare. Paul had a high appreciation of Providence, and was fond of talking, very piously as some people said, very impiously as others secretly thought, about the inestimable wisdom which governed all the affairs of this lower world. Nowhere, according to the artist, had the hand of Providence been more clearly visible than in this matter about Paul's poor little cousin Mary. If Providence had intended John Marchmont's daughter to be a happy bride, a happy wife, the prosperous mistress of that stately habitation, why all that sad business of old Mr. Arundel's sudden illness, Edward's hurried journey, the railway accident, and all the complications that had thereupon arisen? Nothing would have been easier than for Providence to have prevented all this, and then he, Paul, would have been still in Charlotte Street, Fitzroy Square, patiently waiting for a friendly lift upon the high road of life. Nobody could say that he had ever been otherwise than patient. Nobody could say that he had ever intruded himself upon his rich cousins at the Towers, or had been heard to speculate upon his possible inheritance of the estate, or that he had, in short, done anything but that which the best, truest, most conscientious and disinterested of mankind should do. In the course of that bleak, frosty January, Mr. Marchmont sent his mother and his sister Lavinia to make a call at the Grange. The Grange people had never called upon Mrs. Marchmont, but Paul did not allow any flimsy ceremonial law to stand in his way when he had a purpose to achieve. So the ladies went to the Grange, and were politely received, for Miss Lawford and her mother were a great deal too innocent and noble-minded to imagine that these pale-faced, delicate-looking women could have had any part, either directly or indirectly, in that cruel treatment which had driven Edward's young wife from her home. Mrs. Marchmont and Mrs. Weston were kindly received, therefore; and in a little conversation with Belinda about birds and dahlias and worsted work, and the most innocent subjects imaginable, the wily Lavinia contrived to lead up to Miss Letitia Arundel, and thence, by the easiest conversational short cut, to Edward and his lost wife. Mrs. Weston was obliged to bring her cambric handkerchief out of her muff when she talked about her cousin Mary. But she was a clever woman, and she had taken to heart Paul's pet maxim about the folly of unnecessary lies; and she was so candid as to entirely disarm Miss Lawford, who had a schoolgirlish notion that every kind of hypocrisy and falsehood was outwardly visible in a servile and slavish manner. She was not upon her guard against those practised adepts in the art of deception, who have learned to make that subtle admixture of truth and falsehood which defies detection, like some fabrics in whose woof silk and cotton are so cunningly blended that only a practised eye can discover the inferior material. So when Lavinia dried her eyes and put her handkerchief back in her muff, and said, betwixt laughing and crying, "Now, you know, my dear Miss Lawford, you mustn't think that I would for a moment pretend to be sorry that my brother has come into this fortune. Of course any such pretence as that would be ridiculous, and quite useless into the bargain, as it isn't likely anybody would believe me. Paul is a dear kind creature, the best of brothers, the most affectionate of sons, and deserves any good fortune that could fall to his lot. But I am truly sorry for that poor little girl. I am truly sorry, believe me, Miss Lawford, and I only regret that Mr. Weston and I did not come to Kemberling sooner, so that I might have been a friend to the poor little thing. For then, you know, I might have prevented that foolish runaway match, out of which almost all the poor child's troubles arose. Yes, Miss Lawford, I wish I had been able to befriend that unhappy child, although by my so doing Paul would have been kept out of the fortune he now enjoys, for some time at any rate. I say for some time, because I do not believe that Mary Marchmont would have lived to be old, under the happiest circumstances. Her mother died very young, and her father and her father's father were consumptive." Then Mrs. Weston took occasion, incidentally of course, to allude to her brother's goodness; but even then she was on her guard, and took care not to say too much. The worst actors are those who overact their parts. That was another of Paul Marchmont's golden maxims. "I don't know what my brother may be to the rest of the world," Lavinia said, "but I know how good he is to those who belong to him. I should be ashamed to tell you all he has done for Mr. Weston and me. He gave me this cashmere shawl at the beginning of the winter, and a set of sables fit for a duchess, though I told him they were not at all the thing for a village surgeon's wife, who keeps only one servant and dusts her own best parlour." And Mrs. Marchmont talked of her son, with no loud enthusiasm, but with a tone of quiet conviction that was worth any money to Paul. To have an innocent person, some one not in the secret, to play a small part in the comedy of his life, was a desideratum with the artist. His mother had always been this person, this unconscious performer, instinctively falling into the action of the play, and shedding real tears, and smiling actual smiles, the most useful assistant to a great schemer. But during the whole of the visit nothing was said as to Paul's conduct towards his unhappy cousin. Nothing was said either to praise or to exculpate; and when Mrs. Marchmont and her daughter drove away in one of the new equipages which Paul had selected for his mother, they left only a vague impression in Belinda's breast. She didn't quite know what to think. These people were so frank and candid, they had spoken of Paul with such real affection, that it was almost impossible to doubt them. Paul Marchmont might be a bad man, but his mother and sister loved him, and surely they were ignorant of his wickedness. Mrs. Marchmont troubled herself very little about this unexpected morning call. She was an excellent, warm-hearted domestic creature, and thought a great deal more about the grand question as to whether she should have new damask curtains for the drawing-room, or send the old ones to be dyed, or whether she should withdraw her custom from the Kemberling grocer, whose best black at 4 6 was really now so very inferior, or whether Belinda's summer silk dress could be cut down into a frock for Isabella to wear in the winter evenings, then about the rights or wrongs of that story of the horsewhipping which had been administered to Mr. Marchmont. "I'm sure those Marchmont Towers people seem very nice, my dear," the lady said to Belinda, "and I really wish your papa would go and dine there. You know I like him to dine out a good deal in the winter, Linda. Not that I want to save the housekeeping money, only it is so difficult to vary the side dishes for a man who has been accustomed to mess dinners, and a French cook." But Belinda stuck fast to her colours. She was a soldier's daughter, as her father said, and she was almost as good as a son. The Major meant this latter remark for very high praise, for the great grief of his life had been the want of a boy's brave face at his fireside. She was as good as a son; that is to say, she was braver and more outspoken than most women, although she was feminine and gentle withal, and by no means strong-minded. She would have fainted perhaps at the first sight of blood upon a battlefield, but she would have bled to death with the calm heroism of a martyr, rather than have been false to a noble cause. "I think papa is quite right not to go to Marchmont Towers, mamma," she said. The artful minx omitted to state that it was by reason of her entreaties her father had stayed away. "I think he is quite right. Mrs. Marchmont and Mrs. Weston may be very nice, and of course it isn't likely they would be cruel to poor young Mrs. Arundel; but I know that Mr. Marchmont must have been unkind to that poor girl, or Mr. Arundel would never have done what he did." It is in the nature of good and brave men to lay down their masculine rights when they leave their hats in the hall, and to submit themselves meekly to feminine government. It is only the whipper-snapper, the sneak, the coward out of doors who is a tyrant at home. See how meekly the conqueror of Italy went home to his charming Creole wife. See how pleasantly the liberator of Italy lolls in the carriage of his golden-haired empress, when the young trees in that fair wood beyond the triumphal arch are green in the bright spring weather, and all the hired vehicles in Paris are making towards the cascade. Major Lawford's wife was too gentle, and too busy with her storeroom and her domestic cares, to tyrannize over her lord and master; but the Major was duly henpecked by his blue-eyed daughters, and went here and there as they dictated. So he stayed away from Marchmont Towers to please Belinda, and only said, "Ah, yes, 'pon my honour now, bless my soul," when his friends told him of the magnificence of Paul's dinners. But although the Major and his eldest daughter did not encounter Mr. Marchmont in his own house, they met him sometimes on the neutral ground of other people's dining-rooms, and upon one especial evening at a pleasant little dinner-party given by the rector of the parish in which the Grange was situated. Paul made himself particularly agreeable upon this occasion; but in the brief interval before dinner he was absorbed in a conversation with Mr. Davenant, the rector, upon the subject of ecclesiastical architecture. He knew everything and could talk about everything, this dear Paul, and made no attempt to approach Miss Lawford. He only looked at her now and then, with a furtive, oblique glance out of his almond-shaped pale grey eyes, and a glance that was wisely hidden by the light auburn lashes, for it had an unpleasant resemblance to the leer of an evil-natured sprite. Mr. Marchmont contented himself with keeping this furtive watch upon Belinda, while she talked gaily with the rector's two daughters in a pleasant corner near the piano; and as the artist took Mrs. Davenant down to the dining room, and sat next to her at dinner, he had no opportunity of fraternising with Belinda during that meal; for the young lady was divided from him by the whole length of the table, and, moreover, very much occupied by the exclusive attentions of two callow-looking officers from the nearest garrison town, who were afflicted with extreme youth, and were painfully conscious of their degraded state, but tried, notwithstanding, to carry it off with a high hand, and affected the opinions of used-up 50. Mr. Marchmont had none of his womankind with him at this dinner, for his mother and invalid sister had neither of them felt strong enough to come, and Mr. and Mrs. Weston had not been invited. The artist's special object in coming to this dinner was the conquest of Miss Belinda Lawford. She sided with Edward Arundel against him. She must be made to believe Edward wrong, and himself right, or she might go about spreading her opinions, and doing him mischief. Beyond that, he had another idea about Belinda, and he looked to this dinner as likely to afford him an opportunity of laying the foundation of a very diplomatic scheme, in which Miss Lawford should unconsciously become his tool. He was vexed at being placed apart from her at the dinner table, but he concealed his vexation, and he was aggravated by the rector's old-fashioned hospitality, which detained the gentlemen over their wine for some time after the ladies left the dining-room. But the opportunity that he wanted came nevertheless, and in a manner that he had not anticipated. The two callow defenders of their country had sneaked out of the dining-room and rejoined the ladies in the cosy countrified drawing-rooms. They had stolen away, these two young men, for they were oppressed by the weight of a fearful secret. They couldn't drink claret. No, they had tried to like it. They had smacked their lips and winked their eyes, both at once, for even winking with one eye is an accomplishment scarcely compatible with extreme youth, over vintages that had seemed to them like a happy admixture of red ink and green gooseberry juice. They had perjured their boyish souls with hideous falsehoods as to their appreciation of pale tawny port, light dry wines, 42 ports, 45 ports, Kopke Rores, Thompson and Crofts, and Sandemans, when in the secret recesses of their minds they affected sweet and slab compounds, sold by publicans, and facetiously called our prime old port at 4 and 6pence. They were very young, these beardless soldiers. They liked strawberry ices, and were on the verge of insolvency from a predilection for clammy bath buns, jam tarts, and cherry brandy. They liked gorgeous waistcoats, and varnished boots in a state of virgin brilliancy, and little bouquets in their buttonholes, and a deluge of mille fleurs upon their flimsy handkerchiefs. They were very young. The men they met at dinner parties to-day had tipped them at Eton or Woolwich only yesterday, as it seemed, and remembered it and despised them. It was only a few months since they had been snubbed for calling the Douro a mountain in Switzerland, and the Himalayas a cluster of islands in the Pacific, at horrible examinations, in which the cold perspiration had bedewed their pallid young cheeks. They were delighted to get away from these elderly creatures in the rector's dining-room to the snug little back drawing-room, where Belinda Lawford and the two Misses Davenant were murmuring softly in the firelight, like young turtles in a sheltered dovecote, while the matrons in the larger apartment sipped their coffee, and conversed in low awful voices about the iniquities of housemaids, and the insubordination of gardeners and grooms. Belinda and her two companions were very polite to the helpless young wanderers from the dining-room, and they talked pleasantly enough of all manner of things, until somehow or other the conversation came round to the Marchmont Towers scandal, and Edward's treatment of his lost wife's kinsman. One of the young men had been present at the hunting breakfast on that bright October morning, and he was not a little proud of his superior acquaintance with the whole business. "I was there, Miss Lawford," he said. "I was on the terrace after breakfast, and a very excellent breakfast it was, I assure you. The still Moselle was really admirable, and Marchmont has some Madeira that immeasurably surpasses anything I can induce my wine merchant to send me. I was on the terrace, and I saw Arundel coming up the steps, awful pale, and grasping his whip. And I was a witness of all the rest that occurred, and if I had been Marchmont I should have shot Arundel before he left the park, if I'd had to swing for it, Miss Lawford; for I should have felt, by Jove, that my own sense of honour demanded the sacrifice. However, Marchmont seems a very good fellow, so I suppose it's all right as far as he goes; but it was a brutal business altogether, and that fellow Arundel must be a scoundrel." Belinda could not bear this. She had borne a great deal already. She had been obliged to sit by very often, and hear Edward Arundel's conduct discussed by Thomas, Richard, and Henry, or anybody else who chose to talk about it; and she had been patient, and had held her peace, with her heart bumping indignantly in her breast, and passionate crimson blushes burning her cheeks. But she could not submit to hear a beardless, pale-faced and rather weak-eyed young ensign, who had never done any greater service for his queen and country than to cry "Shudrup" to a detachment of raw recruits in a barrack-yard, in the early bleakness of a winter's morning, take upon himself to blame Edward Arundel, the brave soldier, the noble Indian hero, the devoted lover and husband, the valiant avenger of his dead wife's wrongs. "I don't think you know anything of the real story, Mr. Palliser," Belinda said boldly to the half-fledged ensign. "If you did, I'm sure you would admire Mr. Arundel's conduct instead of blaming it. Mr. Marchmont fully deserved the disgrace which Mr. Arundel inflicted upon him." The words were still upon her lips when Paul Marchmont himself came softly through the flickering firelight to the low chair upon which Belinda sat. He came behind her, and laying his hand lightly upon the scroll work at the back of her chair, bent over her and said, in a low confidential voice, "You are a noble girl, Miss Lawford. I am sorry that you should think ill of me, but I like you for having spoken so frankly. You are a most noble girl. You are worthy to be your father's daughter." This was said with a tone of suppressed emotion, but it was quite a random shot. Paul didn't know anything about the Major, except that he had a comfortable income, drove a neat dog-cart, and was often seen riding on the flat Lincolnshire roads with his eldest daughter. For all Paul knew to the contrary, Major Lawford might have been the veriest bully and coward who ever made those about him miserable; but Mr. Marchmont's tone as good as expressed that he was intimately acquainted with the old soldier's career, and had long admired and loved him. It was one of Paul's happy inspirations, this allusion to Belinda's father; one of those bright touches of colour laid on with skilful recklessness, and giving sudden brightness to the whole picture; a little spot of vermilion dabbed upon the canvas with the point of the palette-knife, and lighting up all the landscape with sunshine. "You know my father?" said Belinda, surprised. "Who does not know him?" cried the artist. "Do you think, Miss Lawford, that it is necessary to sit at a man's dinner-table before you know what he is? I know your father to be a good man and a brave soldier, as well as I know that the Duke of Wellington is a great general, though I never dined at Apsley House. I respect your father, Miss Lawford, and I have been very much distressed by his evident avoidance of me and mine." This was coming to the point at once. Mr. Marchmont's manner was candour itself. Belinda looked at him with widely opened, wondering eyes. She was looking for the evidence of his wickedness in his face. I think she half expected that Mr. Marchmont would have corked eyebrows, and a slouched hat, like a stage ruffian. She was so innocent, this simple young Belinda, that she imagined wicked people must necessarily look wicked. Paul Marchmont saw the wavering of her mind in that half-puzzled expression, and he went on boldly. "I like your father, Miss Lawford," he said. "I like him and I respect him, and I want to know him. Other people may misunderstand me if they please. I can't help their opinions. The truth is generally strongest in the end, and I can afford to wait. But I cannot afford to forfeit the friendship of a man I esteem. I cannot afford to be misunderstood by your father, Miss Lawford. And I have been very much pained, yes, very much pained, by the manner in which the Major has repelled my little attempts at friendliness." Belinda's heart smote her. She knew that it was her influence that had kept her father away from Marchmont Towers. This young lady was very conscientious. She was a Christian too, and a certain sentence touching wrongful judgments rose up against her while Mr. Marchmont was speaking. If she had wronged this man, if Edward Arundel had been misled by his passionate grief for Mary, if she had been deluded by Edward's error, how very badly Mr. Marchmont had been treated between them. She didn't say anything, but sat looking thoughtfully at the fire, and Paul saw that she was more and more perplexed. This was just what the artist wanted. To talk his antagonist into a state of intellectual fog was almost always his manner of commencing an argument. Belinda was silent, and Paul seated himself in a chair close to hers. The callow ensigns had gone into the lamp-lit front drawing-room, and were busy turning over the leaves, and never turning them over at the right moment, of a thundering duet which the Misses Davenant were performing for the edification of their papa's visitors. Miss Lawford and Mr. Marchmont were alone, therefore, in that cosy inner chamber, and a very pretty picture they made. The rosy-cheeked girl and the pale, sentimental-looking artist sitting side by side in the glow of the low fire, with a background of crimson curtains and gleaming picture-frames, winter flowers piled in grim Indian jars, the fitful light flickering now and then upon one sharp angle of the high carved mantelpiece, with all its litter of antique china, and the rest of the room in sombre shadow. Paul had the field all to himself, and felt that victory would be easy. He began to talk about Edward Arundel. If he had said one word against the young soldier, I think this impetuous girl, who had not yet learned to count the cost of what she did, would have been passionately eloquent in defence of her friend's brother, for no other reason than that he was the brother of her friend, of course. What other reason should she have for defending Mr. Arundel? But Paul Marchmont did not give her any occasion for indignation. On the contrary, he spoke in praise of the hot-headed young soldier who had assaulted him, making all manner of excuses for the young man's violence, and using that tone of calm superiority with which a man of the world might naturally talk about a foolish boy. "He has been very unreasonable, Miss Lawford," Paul said by and by. "He has been very unreasonable, and has most grossly insulted me. But, in spite of all, I believe him to be a very noble young fellow, and I cannot find it in my heart to be really angry with him. What his particular grievance against me may be, I really do not know." The furtive glance from the long narrow grey eyes kept close watch upon Belinda's face as Paul said this. Mr. Marchmont wanted to ascertain exactly how much Belinda knew of that grievance of Edward's, but he could see only perplexity in her face. She knew nothing definite, therefore. She had only heard Edward talk vaguely of his wrongs. Paul Marchmont was convinced of this, and he went on boldly now, for he felt that the ground was all clear before him. "This foolish young soldier chooses to be angry with me because of a calamity which I was as powerless to avert as to prevent that accident upon the South Western Railway by which Mr. Arundel so nearly lost his life. I cannot tell you how sincerely I regret the misconception that has arisen in his mind. Because I have profited by the death of John Marchmont's daughter, this impetuous young husband imagines what? I cannot answer that question. Nor can he himself, it seems, since he has made no definite statement of his wrongs to any living being." The artist looked more sharply than ever at Belinda's listening face. There was no change in its expression. The same wondering look, the same perplexity, that was all. "When I say that I regret the young man's folly, Miss Lawford," Paul continued, "believe me, it is chiefly on his account rather than my own. Any insult which he can inflict upon me can only rebound upon himself, since everybody in Lincolnshire knows that I am in the right, and he in the wrong." Mr. Marchmont was going on very smoothly; but at this point Miss Lawford, who had by no means deserted her colours, interrupted his easy progress. "It remains to be proved who is right and who wrong, Mr. Marchmont," she said. "Mr. Arundel is the brother of my friend. I cannot easily believe him to have done wrong." Paul looked at her with a smile that brought hot blushes to her face. But she returned his look without flinching. The brave girl looked full into the narrow grey eyes sheltered under pale auburn lashes, and her steadfast gaze did not waver. "Ah, Miss Lawford," said the artist, still smiling, "when a young man is handsome, chivalrous, and generous hearted, it is very difficult to convince a woman that he can do wrong. Edward Arundel has done wrong. His ultra quixotism has made him blind to the folly of his own acts. I can afford to forgive him; but I repeat that I regret his infatuation about this poor lost girl far more upon his account than on my own; for I know, at least I venture to think, that a way lies open to him of a happier and a better life than he could ever have known with my poor childish cousin, Mary Marchmont. I have reason to know that he has formed another attachment, and that it is only a chivalrous delusion about that poor girl, whom he was never really in love with, and whom he only married because of some romantic notion inspired by my cousin John, that withholds him from that other and brighter prospect." He was silent for a few moments, and then he said hastily, "Pardon me, Miss Lawford. I have been betrayed into saying much that I had better have left unsaid, more especially to you. He hesitated a little, as if embarrassed, and then rose and looked into the next room, where the duet had been followed by a solo. One of the rector's daughters came towards the inner drawing-room, followed by a callow ensign. "We want Belinda to sing," exclaimed Miss Davenant. "We want you to sing, you tiresome Belinda, instead of hiding yourself in that dark room all the evening." Belinda came out of the darkness, with her cheeks flushed and her eyelids drooping. Her heart was beating so fast as to make it quite impossible to speak just yet, or to sing either. But she sat down before the piano, and with hands that trembled in spite of herself, began to play one of her pet sonatas. Unhappily, Beethoven requires precision of touch in the pianist who is bold enough to seek to interpret him; and upon this occasion I am compelled to admit that Miss Lawford's fingering was eccentric, not to say ridiculous. In common parlance, she made a mess of it; and just as she was going to break down, friendly Clara Davenant cried out, "That won't do, Belinda. We want you to sing, not to play. You are trying to cheat us. We would rather have one of Moore's melodies than all Beethoven's sonatas." So Miss Lawford, still blushing, played Sir John Stevenson's Simple Symphony, and in a fresh swelling voice that filled the room with melody began, "Oh, the days are gone when beauty bright My heart's chain wove, when my dream of life from morn till night was love, still love." And Paul Marchmont, sitting at the other end of the room turning over Miss Davenant's scrap-book, looked up through his auburn lashes, and smiled at the beaming face of the singer. He felt that he had improved the occasion. "I am not afraid of Miss Lawford now," he thought to himself. This candid, fervent girl was only another piece in the schemer's game of chess; and he saw a way of making her useful in the attainment of that great end which, in the strange simplicity of cunning, he believed to be the one purpose of every man's life, self-aggrandizement. It never for a moment entered into his mind that Edward Arundel was any more real than he was himself. There can be no perfect comprehension where there is no sympathy. Paul believed that Edward had tried to become master of Mary Marchmont's heritage, and had failed, and was angry because of his failure. He believed this passionate young man to be a schemer like himself, only a little more impetuous and blundering in his manner of going to work. End of Chapter 4, Volume 3. Volume 3, Chapter 5 of John Marchmont's Legacy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. John Marchmont's Legacy, by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 5. The Return of the Wanderer. The March winds were blowing amongst the oaks in Dangerfield Park, when Edward Arundel went back to the house which had never been his home since his boyhood. He went back because he had grown weary of lonely wanderings in that strange Breton country. He had grown weary of himself and of his own thoughts. He was worn out by the eager desire that devoured him by day and by night, the passionate yearning to be far away, beyond that low eastern horizon line, away amid the carnage and riot of an Indian battlefield. So he went back at last to his mother, who had written to him again and again, imploring him to return to her, and to rest, and to be happy in the familiar household where he was beloved. He left his luggage at the little inn where the coach that had brought him from Exeter stopped, and then he walked quietly homewards in the gloaming. The early spring evening was bleak and chill. The blacksmith's fire roared at him as he went by the smithy. All the lights in the queer latticed windows twinkled and blinked at him, as if in friendly welcome to the wanderer. He remembered them all, the quaint misshapen lopsided roofs, the tumble-down chimneys, the low doorways that had sunk down below the level of the village street, until all the front parlours became cellars, and strange pedestrians butted their heads against the flower-pots in the bedroom windows. The withered iron frame and pitiful oil lamp hung out at the corner of the street, and making a faint spot of feeble light upon the rugged pavement. Mysterious little shops in diamond-paned parlour windows, where Dutch dolls and stationery, stale gingerbread and pickled cabbage, were mixed up with wooden peg-tops, squares of yellow soap, rickety paper kites, green apples, and string. They were all familiar to him. It had been a fine thing once to come into this village with Letitia, and buy stale gingerbread and rickety kites of a snuffy old pensioner of his mother's. The kites had always stuck in the upper branches of the oaks, and the gingerbread had invariably choked him. But with the memory of the kites and gingerbread came back all the freshness of his youth, and he looked with a pensive tenderness at the homely little shops, the merchandise flickering in the red firelight, that filled each quaint interior with a genial glow of warmth and colour. He passed unquestioned by a wicket at the side of the great gates. The firelight was rosy in the windows of the lodge, and he heard a woman's voice singing a monotonous song to a sleepy child. Everywhere in this pleasant England there seemed to be the glow of cottage fires, and friendliness, and love, and home. The young man sighed as he remembered that great stone mansion far away in dismal Lincolnshire, and thought how happy he might have been in this bleak spring twilight, if he could have sat by Mary Marchmont's side in the western drawing-room, watching the firelight and the shadows trembling on her fair young face. It never had been, and it never was to be. The happiness of a home, the sweet sense of ownership, the delight of dispensing pleasure to others, all the simple domestic joys which make life beautiful, had never been known to John Marchmont's daughter since that early time in which she shared her father's lodging in Oakley Street, and went out in the cold December morning to buy rolls for Edward Arundel's breakfast. From the bay window of his mother's favourite sitting-room, the same red light that he had seen in every lattice in the village streamed out upon the growing darkness of the lawn. There was a half-glass door leading into a little lobby near this sitting-room. Edward Arundel opened it and went in, very quietly. He expected to find his mother and his sister in the room with the bay window. The door of this familiar apartment was ajar. He pushed it open and went in. It was a very pretty room, and all the womanly litter of open books and music, needlework and drawing materials, made it homelike. The firelight flickered upon everything, on the pictures and picture frames, the black oak panelling, the open piano, a cluster of snowdrops in a tall glass on the table, the scattered worsteds by the embroidery frame, the sleepy dogs upon the hearth rug. A young lady stood in the bay window with her back to the fire. Edward Arundel crept softly up to her, and put his arm round her waist. "Letty!" It was not Letitia, but a young lady with very blue eyes, who blushed scarlet, and turned upon the young man rather fiercely, and then, recognising him, dropped into the nearest chair and began to tremble and grow pale. "I am sorry I startled you, Miss Lawford. Edward said gently. "I really thought you were my sister. I did not even know that you were here." "No, of course not. You didn't startle me much, Mr. Arundel, only you were not expected home. I thought you were far away in Brittany. I had no idea that there was any chance of your returning. I thought you meant to be away all the summer. Mrs. Arundel told me so." Belinda Lawford said all this in that fresh girlish voice which was familiar to Mr. Arundel. But she was still very pale, and she still trembled a little; and there was something almost apologetic in the way in which she assured Edward that she had believed he would be abroad throughout the summer. It seemed almost as if she had said, "I did not come here because I thought I should see you. I had no thought or hope of meeting you." But Edward Arundel was not a coxcomb, and he was very slow to understand any such signs as these. He saw that he had startled the young lady, and that she had turned pale and trembled as she recognised him; and he looked at her with a half wondering, half pensive expression in his face. She blushed as he looked at her. She went to the table and began to gather together the silks and worsteds, as if the arrangement of her work basket were a matter of vital importance, to be achieved at any sacrifice of politeness. Then, suddenly remembering that she ought to say something to Mr. Arundel, she gave evidence of the originality of her intellect by the following remark: "How surprised Mrs. Arundel and Letitia will be to see you!" Even as she said this, her eyes were still bent upon the skeins of worsted in her hand. "Yes, I think they will be surprised. I did not mean to come home until the autumn, but I got so tired of wandering about a strange country alone. Where are they, my mother and Letitia?" "They have gone down to the village to the school. They will be back to tea. Your brother is away, and we dine at 3 o'clock and drink tea at 8. It is so much pleasanter than dining late." This was quite an effort of genius, and Miss Lawford went on sorting the skeins of worsted in the firelight. Edward Arundel had been standing all this time with his hat in his hand, almost as if he had been a visitor making a late morning call upon Belinda; but he put his hat down now, and seated himself near the table by which the young lady stood, busy with the arrangement of her work basket. Her heart was beating very fast, and she was straining her arithmetical powers to the utmost, in the endeavour to make a very abstruse calculation as to the time in which Mrs. Arundel and Letitia could walk to the village schoolhouse and back to Dangerfield, and the delay that might arise by reason of sundry interruptions from obsequious gaffers and respectful goodies, eager for a word of friendly salutation from their patroness. The arrangement of the work basket could not last for ever. It had become the most pitiful pretence by the time Miss Lawford shut down the wicker lid, and seated herself primly in a low chair by the fireplace. She sat looking down at the fire, and twisting a slender gold chain in and out between her smooth white fingers. She looked very pretty in that fitful firelight, with her waving brown hair pushed off her forehead, and her white eyelids hiding the tender blue eyes. She sat twisting the chain in her fingers, and dared not lift her eyes to Mr. Arundel's face; and if there had been a whole flock of geese in the room, she could not have said boo to one of them. And yet she was not a stupid girl. Her father could have indignantly refuted any such slander as that against the azure-eyed Hebe who made his home pleasant to him. To the Major's mind, Belinda was all that man could desire in the woman of his choice, whether as daughter or wife. She was the bright genius of the old man's home, and he loved her with that chivalrous devotion which is common to brave soldiers, who are the simplest and gentlest of men when you chain them to their firesides, and keep them away from the din of the camp and the confusion of the transport ship. Belinda Lawford was clever, but only just clever enough to be charming. I don't think she could have got through Paradise Lost, or Gibbon's Decline and Fall, or a volume by Adam Smith or McCulloch, though you had promised her a diamond necklace when she came conscientiously to Finis. But she could read Shakespeare for the hour together, and did read him aloud to her father in a fresh clear voice, that was like music on the water. And she read Macaulay's History of England with eyes that kindled with indignation against cowardly, obstinate James, or melted with pity for poor, weak, foolish Monmouth, as the case may be. She could play Mendelssohn and Beethoven, plaintive sonatas, tender songs that had no need of words to expound the mystic meaning of the music. She could sing old ballads and Irish melodies that thrilled the souls of those who heard her, and made hard men pitiful to brazen Hibernian beggars in the London streets for the memory of that pensive music. She could read the leaders in the Times, with no false quantities in the Latin quotations, and knew what she was reading about, and had her favourites at St. Stephen's, and adored Lord Palmerston, and was liberal to the core of her tender young heart. She was as brave as a true Englishwoman should be, and would have gone to the wars with her old father, and served him as his page, or would have followed him into captivity, and tended him in prison, if she had lived in the days when there was such work for a high-spirited girl to do. But she sat opposite Mr. Edward Arundel, and twisted her chain round her fingers, and listened for the footsteps of the returning mistress of the house. She was like a bashful schoolgirl who has danced with an officer at her first ball. And yet, amidst her shy confusion, her fears that she should seem agitated and embarrassed, her struggles to appear at her ease, there was a sort of pleasure in being seated there by the low fire with Edward Arundel opposite to her. There was a strange pleasure, an almost painful pleasure, mingled with her feelings in those quiet moments. She was acutely conscious of every sound that broke the stillness: the sighing of the wind in the wide chimney, the falling of the cinders on the hearth, the occasional snort of one of the sleeping dogs, and the beating of her own restless heart. And though she dared not lift her eyelids to the young soldier's face, that handsome, earnest countenance, with the chestnut hair lit up with gleams of gold, the firm lips shaded by a brown moustache, the pensive smile, the broad white forehead, the dark blue handkerchief tied loosely under a white collar, the careless grey travelling dress, even the attitude of the hand and arm, the bent head drooping a little over the fire, were as present to her inner sight as if her eyes had kept watch all this time, and had never wavered in their steady gaze. There is a second sight that is not recognised by grave professors of magic, a second sight which common people call love. But by and by Edward began to talk, and then Miss Lawford found courage, and took heart to question him about his wanderings in Brittany. She had only been a few weeks in Devonshire, she said. Her thoughts went back to the dreary autumn in Lincolnshire as she spoke, and she remembered the dull October day upon which her father had come into the girls' morning room at the Grange with Edward's farewell letter in his hand. She remembered this, and all the talk that there had been about the horsewhipping of Mr. Paul Marchmont upon his own threshold. She remembered all the warm discussions, the speculations, the ignorant conjectures, the praise, the blame; and how it had been her business to sit by and listen and hold her peace, except upon that one never to be forgotten night at the Rectory, when Paul Marchmont had hinted at something, whose perfect meaning she had never dared to imagine, but which had somehow or other mingled vaguely with all her daydreams ever since. Was there any truth in that which Paul Marchmont had said to her? Was it true that Edward Arundel had never really loved his young bride? Letitia had said as much, not once, but 20 times. "It's quite ridiculous to suppose that he could ever have been in love with the poor dear sickly thing," Miss Arundel had exclaimed. "It was only the absurd romance of the business that captivated him; for Edward is really ridiculously romantic, and her father having been a supernumer it's no use, I don't think anybody ever did know how many syllables there are in that word; and having lived in Oakley Street, and having written a pitiful letter to Edward, about this motherless daughter and all that sort of thing, just like one of those tiresome old novels with a baby left at a cottage door, and all the S's looking like F's, and the last word of one page repeated at the top of the next page, and printed upon thick yellow-looking ribbed paper, you know. That was why my brother married Miss Marchmont, you may depend upon it, Linda; and all I hope is, that he'll be sensible enough to marry again, soon, and to have a Christian-like wedding, with carriages, and a breakfast, and 2 clergymen, and I should wear white glacé silk, with tulle puffings, and a tulle bonnet I suppose I must wear a bonnet, being only a bridesmaid all showered over with clematis, as if I'd stood under a clematis bush when the wind was blowing, you know, Linda." With such discourse as this Miss Arundel had frequently entertained her friend, and she had indulged in numerous innuendos of an embarrassing nature, as to the propriety of old friends and schoolfellows being united by the endearing tie of sister-in-lawhood, and other observations to the like effect. Belinda knew that if Edward ever came to love her, whenever she did venture to speculate upon such a chance, she never dared to come at all near it, but thought of it as a thing that might come to pass in half a century or so. If he should choose her for his second wife, she knew that she would be gladly and tenderly welcomed at Dangerfield. Mrs. Arundel had hinted as much as this. Belinda knew how anxiously that loving mother hoped that her son might, by and by, form new ties, and cease to lead a purposeless life, wasting his brightest years in lamentations for his lost bride. She knew all this, and sitting opposite to the young man in the firelight, there was a dull pain at her heart; for there was something in the soldier's sombre face that told her he had not yet ceased to lament that irrevocable past. But Mrs. Arundel and Letitia came in presently, and gave utterance to loud rejoicings, and preparations were made for the physical comfort of the wanderer. Bells were rung, lighted wax candles and a glittering tea service were brought in, a cloth was laid, and cold meats and other comestibles spread forth, with that profusion which has made the West Country as proverbial as the North for its hospitality. I think Miss Lawford would have sat opposite the traveller for a week without asking any such commonplace question as to whether Mr. Arundel required refreshment. She had read in her Hort's Pantheon that the gods sometimes ate and drank like ordinary mortals; yet it had never entered into her mind that Edward could be hungry. But she now had the satisfaction of seeing Mr. Arundel eat a very good dinner, while she herself poured out the tea, to oblige Letitia, who was in the middle of the 3rd volume of a new novel, and went on reading it as coolly as if there had been no such person as that handsome young soldier in the world. "The books must go back to the club to morrow morning, you know, mamma dear, or I wouldn't read at tea time," the young lady remarked apologetically. "I want to know whether he'll marry Theodora, or that nasty Miss St. Ledger. Linda thinks he'll marry Miss St. Ledger, and be miserable, and Theodora will die. I think Linda likes love stories to end unhappily. I don't. I hope if he does marry Miss St. Ledger, and he'll be a wicked wretch if he does, after the things he has said to Theodora, I hope if he does she'll die, catch cold at a déjeuner at Twickenham, or something of that kind, you know; and then he'll marry Theodora afterwards, and all will end happily. Do you know, Linda, I always fancy that you're like Theodora, and that Edward's like him." After which speech Miss Arundel went back to her book, and Edward helped himself to a slice of tongue rather awkwardly, and Belinda Lawford, who had her hand upon the urn, suffered the teapot to overflow amongst the cups and saucers. Chapter 5, Volume 3. Volume 3, Chapter 6 of John Marchmont's Legacy. This recording is in the public domain. John Marchmont's Legacy, by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 6. A Widower's Proposal. For some time after his return, Edward Arundel was very restless and gloomy, roaming about the country by himself, under the influence of a pretended passion for pedestrianism, reading hard for the first time in his life, shutting himself in his dead father's library, and sitting hour after hour in a great easy-chair, reading the histories of all the wars that have ever ravaged this earth, from the days in which the elephants of a Carthaginian ruler trampled upon the soldiery of Rome, to the era of that Corsican barrister's wonderful son, who came out of his simple island home to conquer the civilized half of a world. Edward Arundel showed himself a very indifferent brother, for do what she would, Letitia could not induce him to join in any of her pursuits. She caused a butt to be set up upon the lawn, but all she could say about Belinda's best gold could not bring the young man out upon the grass to watch the two girls shooting. He looked at them by stealth sometimes through the window of the library, and sighed as he thought of the blight upon his manhood, and of all the things that might have been. Might not these things even yet come to pass? Had he not done his duty to the dead, and was he not free now to begin a fresh life? His mother was perpetually hinting at some bright prospect that lay smiling before him, if he chose to take the blossom-bestrewn path that led to that fair country. His sister told him still more plainly of a prize that was within his reach, if he were but brave enough to stretch out his hand and claim the precious treasure for his own. But when he thought of all this, when he pondered whether it would not be wise to drop the dense curtain of forgetfulness over that sad picture of the past, whether it would not be well to let the dead bury their dead, and to accept that other blessing which the same Providence that had blighted his first hope seemed to offer to him now, the shadowy phantom of John Marchmont arose out of the mystic realms of the dead, and a ghostly voice cried to him, "I charged you with my daughter's safe keeping. I trusted you with her innocent love. I gave you the custody of her helplessness. What have you done to show yourself worthy of my faith in you?" These thoughts tormented the young widower perpetually, and deprived him of all pleasure in the congenial society of his sister and Belinda Lawford, or infused so sharp a flavour of remorse into his cup of enjoyment that pleasure was akin to pain. So I don't know how it was that, in the dusky twilight of a bright day in early May, nearly 2 months after his return to Dangerfield, Edward Arundel, coming by chance upon Miss Lawford as she sat alone in the deep bay window where he had found her on his first coming, confessed to her the terrible struggle of feeling that had made the great trouble of his life, and asked her if she was willing to accept a love which, in its warmest fervour, was not quite unclouded by the shadows of the sorrowful past. "I love you dearly, Linda," he said. "I love, I esteem, I admire you, and I know that it is in your power to give me the happiest future that ever a man imagined in his youngest, brightest dreams. But if you do accept my love, dear, you must take my memory with it. I cannot forget, Linda. I have tried to forget. I have prayed that God, in his mercy, might give me forgetfulness of that irrevocable past. But the prayer has never been granted. The boon has never been bestowed. I think that love for the living and remorse for the dead must for ever reign side by side in my heart. It is no falsehood to you that makes me remember her. It is no forgetfulness of her that makes me love you. I offer my brighter and happier self to you, Belinda. I consecrate my sorrow and my tears to her. I love you with all my heart, Belinda, but even for the sake of your love I will not pretend that I can forget her. If John Marchmont's daughter had died with her head upon my breast, and a prayer on her lips, I might have regretted her as other men regret their wives; and I might have learned by and by to look back upon my grief with only a tender and natural regret, that would have left my future life unclouded. But it can never be so. The poison of remorse is blended with that sorrowful memory. If I had done otherwise, if I had been wiser and more thoughtful, my darling need never have suffered. My darling need never have sinned. It is the thought that her death may have been a sinful one that is most cruel to me, Belinda. I have seen her pray, with her pale earnest face uplifted, and the light of faith shining in her gentle eyes. I have seen the inspiration of God upon her face, and I cannot bear to think that, in the darkness that came down upon her young life, that holy light was quenched. I cannot bear to think that Heaven was ever deaf to the pitiful cry of my innocent lamb." And here Mr. Arundel paused, and sat silently, looking out at the long shadows of the trees upon the darkening lawn; and I fear that, for the time being, he forgot that he had just made Miss Lawford an offer of his hand, and so much of his heart as a widower may be supposed to have at his disposal. Ah me! We can only live and die once. There are some things, and those the most beautiful of all things, that can never be renewed. The bloom on a butterfly's wing, the morning dew upon a newly blown rose, our first view of the ocean, our first pantomime, when all the fairies were fairies for ever, and when the imprudent consumption of the contents of a pewter quart measure in sight of the stage box could not disenchant us with that elfin creature, Harlequin the graceful, faithful betrothed of Columbine the fair. The firstlings of life are most precious. When the black wing of the angel of death swept over agonized Egypt, and the children were smitten, offended Heaven, eager for a sacrifice, took the firstborn. The young mothers would have other children, perhaps; but between those others and the mother's love there would be the pale shadow of that lost darling whose tiny hands first drew undreamed of melodies from the sleeping chords, first evoked the slumbering spirit of maternal love. Among the later lines, the most passionate, the most sorrowful, that George Gordon Noel Byron wrote, are some brief verses that breathed a lament for the lost freshness, the never to be recovered youth. "Oh, could I feel as I have felt, or be what I have been, or weep as I could have once wept," cried the poet, when he complained of that mortal coldness of the soul, which is like death itself. It is a pity, certainly, that so great a man should die in the prime of life; but if Byron had survived to old age after writing these lines, he would have been a living anticlimax. When a man writes that sort of poetry, he pledges himself to die young. Edward Arundel had grown to love Belinda Lawford unconsciously, and in spite of himself; but the first love of his heart, the first fruit of his youth, had perished. He could not feel quite the same devotion, the same boyish chivalry, that he had felt for the innocent bride who had wandered beside him in the sheltered meadows near Winchester. He might begin a new life, but he could not live the old life over again. He must wear his rue with a difference this time; but he loved Belinda very dearly, nevertheless, and he told her so, and by and by won from her a tearful avowal of affection. Alas, she had no power to question the manner of his wooing. He loved her, he had said as much; and all the good she had desired in this universe became hers from the moment of Edward Arundel's utterance of those words. He loved her, that was enough. That he should cherish a remorseful sorrow for that lost wife made him only the truer, nobler, and dearer in Belinda's sight. She was not vain, or exacting, or selfish. It was not in her nature to begrudge poor dead Mary the tender thoughts of her husband. She was generous, impulsive, believing; and she had no more inclination to doubt Edward's love for her after he had once avowed such a sentiment, than to disbelieve in the light of heaven when she saw the sun shining. Unquestioning and unutterably happy, she received her lover's betrothal kiss, and went with him to his mother, blushing and trembling, to receive that lady's blessing. "Ah, if you knew how I have prayed for this, Linda!" Mrs. Arundel exclaimed, as she folded the girl's slight figure in her arms. "And I shall wear white glacé with pink flounces, instead of tulle puffings, you sly Linda," cried Letitia. "And I'll give Ted the home farm, and the white house to live in, if he likes to try his hand at the new system of farming," said Reginald Arundel, who had come home from the Continent, and had amused himself for the last week by strolling about his estate and staring at his timber, and almost wishing that there was a necessity for cutting down all the oaks in the avenue, so that he might have something to occupy him until the 12th of August. Never was promised bride more welcome to a household than bright Belinda Lawford; and as for the young lady herself, I must confess that she was almost childishly happy, and that it was all that she could do to prevent her light step from falling into a dance, as she floated hither and thither through the house at Dangerfield, a fresh young Hebe in crisp muslin robes, a gentle goddess, with smiles upon her face and happiness in her heart. "I loved you from the first, Edward," she whispered one day to her lover. "I knew that you were good, and brave, and noble, and I loved you because of that." And a little for the golden glimmer in his clustering curls, and a little for his handsome profile, his flashing eyes, and that distinguished air peculiar to the defenders of their country, more especially peculiar, perhaps, to those who ride on horseback when they sally forth to defend her. Once a soldier, for ever a soldier, I think. You may rob the noble warrior of his uniform if you will, but the je ne sais quoi, the nameless air of the long sword, saddle, bridle, will hang round him still. Mrs. Arundel and Letitia took matters quite out of the hands of the two lovers. The elderly lady fixed the wedding day, by agreement with Major Lawford, and sketched out the route for the wedding tour. The younger lady chose the fabrics for the dresses of the bride and her attendants; and all was done before Edward and Belinda well knew what their friends were about. I think that Mrs. Arundel feared her son might change his mind if matters were not brought swiftly to a climax, and that she hurried on the irrevocable day in order that he might have no breathing time until the vows had been spoken and Belinda Lawford was his wedded wife. It had been arranged that Edward should escort Belinda back to Lincolnshire, and that his mother and Letitia, who was to be chief bridesmaid, should go with them. The marriage was to be solemnized at Hillingsworth Church, which was within 1.5 miles of the Grange. The 1st of July was the day appointed by agreement between Major and Mrs. Lawford and Mrs. Arundel; and on the 18th of June Edward was to accompany his mother, Letitia, and Belinda to London. They were to break the journey by stopping in town for a few days, in order to make a great many purchases necessary for Miss Lawford's wedding paraphernalia, for which the Major had sent a bouncing cheque to his favourite daughter. And all this time the only person at all unsettled, the only person whose mind was ill at ease, was Edward Arundel, the young widower who was about to take to himself a second wife. His mother, who watched him with a maternal comprehension of every change in his face, saw this, and trembled for her son's happiness. "And yet he cannot be otherwise than happy with Belinda Lawford," Mrs. Arundel thought to herself. But upon the eve of that journey to London, Edward sat alone with his mother in the drawing-room at Dangerfield, after the two younger ladies had retired for the night. They slept in adjoining apartments, these two young ladies, and I regret to say that a great deal of their conversation was about Valenciennes lace, and flounces cut upon the cross, moiré antique, mull muslin, glacé silk, and the last "sweet thing" in bonnets. It was only when loquacious Letitia was shut out that Miss Lawford knelt alone in the still moonlight, and prayed that she might be a good wife to the man who had chosen her. I don't think she ever prayed that she might be faithful and true and pure, for it never entered into her mind that any creature bearing the sacred name of wife could be otherwise. She only prayed for the mysterious power to preserve her husband's affection, and make his life happy. Mrs. Arundel, sitting tête-à-tête with her younger son in the lamp-lit drawing-room, was startled by hearing the young man breathe a deep sigh. She looked up from her work to see a sadder expression in his face than perhaps ever clouded the countenance of an expectant bridegroom. "Edward!" she exclaimed. "What, mother?" "How heavily you sighed just now!" "Did I?" said Mr. Arundel abstractedly. Then, after a brief pause, he said, in a different tone, "It is no use trying to hide these things from you, mother. The truth is, I am not happy." "Not happy, Edward!" cried Mrs. Arundel. "But surely you—" "I know what you are going to say, mother. Yes, mother, I love this dear girl Linda with all my heart. I love her most sincerely, and I could look forward to a life of unalloyed happiness with her if there was not some inexplicable dread, some vague and most miserable feeling, always coming between me and my hopes. I have tried to look forward to the future, mother. I have tried to think of what my life may be with Belinda. But I cannot. I cannot look forward. All is dark to me. I try to build up a bright palace, and an unknown hand shatters it. I try to turn away from the memory of my old sorrows, but the same hand plucks me back and chains me to the past. If I could retract what I have done, if I could, with any show of honour, draw back, even now, and not go upon this journey to Lincolnshire; if I could break my faith to this poor girl who loves me, and whom I love, as God knows, with all truth and earnestness, I would do so. I would do so." "Edward!" "Yes, mother, I would do it. It is not in me to forget. My dead wife haunts me by night and day. I hear her voice crying to me, 'False, false, false! Cruel and false, heartless and forgetful!' There is never a night that I do not dream of that dark, sluggish river down in Lincolnshire. There is never a dream that I have, however purposeless, however inconsistent in all its other details, in which I do not see her dead face looking up at me through the murky waters. Even when I am talking to Linda, when words of love for her are on my lips, my mind wanders away, back, always back, to the sunset by the boat-house, when my little wife gave me her hand, to the trout stream in the meadow, where we sat side by side and talked about the future." For a few minutes Mrs. Arundel was quite silent. She abandoned herself for that brief interval to complete despair. It was all over. The bridegroom would cry off. Insulted Major Lawford would come post haste to Dangerfield to annihilate this dismal widower, who did not know his own mind. All the shimmering fabrics, the gauzes and laces and silks and velvets that were in course of preparation in the upper chambers would become so much useless finery, to be hidden in out-of-the-way cupboards, and devoured by misanthropical moths, insect iconoclasts, who take a delight in destroying the decorations of the human temple. Poor Mrs. Arundel took a mental photograph of all the complicated horrors of the situation. An offended father, a gentle, loving girl crushed like some broken lily, gossip, slander, misery of all kinds. And then the lady plucked up courage, and gave her recreant son a sound lecture, to the effect that this conduct was atrociously wicked, and that if this trusting young bride, this fair young second wife, were to be taken away from him as the first had been, such a calamity would only be a fitting judgment upon him for his folly. But Edward told his mother very quietly that he had no intention of being false to his newly plighted troth. "I love Belinda," he said, "and I will be true to her, mother; but I cannot forget the past. It hangs about me like a bad dream." End of Chapter 6, Volume 3. Volume 3, Chapter 7 of John Marchmont's Legacy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. John Marchmont's Legacy, by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 7. How the tidings were received in Lincolnshire. The young widower made no further lamentation, but did his duty to his betrothed bride with a cheerful visage. Ah, what a pleasant journey it was to Belinda, that progress through London on the way to Lincolnshire! It was like that triumphant journey of last March, when the royal bridegroom led his northern bride through a surging sea of eager, smiling faces, to the musical jangling of 1,000 bells. If there were neither populace nor joy bells on this occasion, I scarcely think Miss Lawford knew that those elements of a triumphal progress were missing. To her ears all the universe was musical with the sound of mystic joy bells; all the earth was glad with the brightness of happy faces. The railway carriage, the commonplace vehicle, fruzy with the odour of wool and morocco, was a fairy chariot, more wonderful than Queen Mab's. The white chalk cutting in the hill was a shining cleft in a mountain of silver. The wandering streams were melted diamonds, the stations were enchanted castles. The pale sherry, carried in a pocket flask, and sipped out of a little silver tumbler (there is apt to be a warm flatness about sherry taken out of pocket flasks that is scarcely agreeable to the connoisseur), was like nectar newly brewed for the gods. Even the anchovies in the sandwiches were like the enchanted fish in the Arabian story. A magical philtre had been infused into the atmosphere. The flavour of first love was in every sight and sound. Was ever bridegroom more indulgent, more devoted than Edward Arundel? He sat at the counters of silk mercers for the hour together, while Mrs. Arundel and the two girls deliberated over crisp fabrics unfolded for their inspection. He was always ready to be consulted, and gave his opinion upon the conflicting merits of peach colour and pink, apple green and maize, with unwearying attention. But sometimes, even while Belinda was smiling at him, with the rippling silken stuff held up in her white hands, and making a lustrous cascade upon the counter, the mystic hand plucked him back, and his mind wandered away to that childish bride who had chosen no splendid garments for her wedding, but had gone with him to the altar as trustfully as a baby goes in its mother's arms to the cradle. If he had been left alone with Belinda, with tender, sympathetic Belinda, who loved him well enough to understand him, and was always ready to take her cue from his face, and to be joyous or thoughtful according to his mood, it might have been better for him. But his mother and Letitia reigned paramount during this ante-nuptial week, and Mr. Arundel was scarcely suffered to take breath. He was hustled hither and thither in the hot summer noontide. He was taken to choose a dressing-case for his bride, and he was made to look at glittering objects until his eyes ached. He was taken to a great emporium in Bond Street to select perfumery, and made to sniff at divers essences until his nostrils were unnaturally distended, and his olfactory nerves afflicted with temporary paralysis. There was jewellery of his mother and of Belinda's mother to be reset, and the hymeneal victim was compelled to sit for an hour or so, blinking at fiery-crested serpents that were destined to coil up his wife's arms, and emerald padlocks that were to lie upon her breast. And then, when his soul was weary of glaring splendours and glittering confusions, they took him round the park, in a whirlpool of diaphanous bonnets, and smiling faces, and brazen harness, and emblazoned hammercloths, on the margin of a river whose waters were like molten gold under the blazing sun. And then they gave him a seat in an opera box, and the crash of a monster orchestra, blended with the hum of 1,000 voices, to soothe his nerves withal. But the more wearied this young man became with glitter and dazzle and sunshine and silk mercer's wear, the more surely his mind wandered back to the still meadows, and the limpid trout stream, the sheltering hills, the solemn shadows of the cathedral, the distant voices of the rooks high up in the waving elms. The bustle of preparation was over at last, and the bridal party went down to Lincolnshire. Pleasant chambers had been prepared at the Grange for Mr. Arundel and his mother and sister, and the bridegroom was received with enthusiasm by Belinda's blue-eyed younger sisters, who were enchanted to find that there was going to be a wedding and that they were to have new frocks. So Edward would have been a churl indeed had he seemed otherwise than happy, had he been anything but devoted to the bright-eyed girl who loved him. Tidings of the coming wedding flew like wildfire through Lincolnshire. Edward Arundel's romantic story had elevated him into a hero. All manner of reports had been circulated about his devotion to his lost young wife. He had sworn never to mingle in society again, people said. He had sworn never to have a new suit of clothes, or to have his hair cut, or to shave, or to eat a hot dinner. And Lincolnshire by no means approved of the defection implied by his approaching union with Belinda. He was only a commonplace widower after all, it seemed, ready to be consoled as soon as the ceremonious interval of decent grief was over. People had expected something better of him. They had expected to see him in a year or two with long grey hair, dressed in shabby raiment, and with his beard upon his chest, prowling about the village of Kemberling, baited by little children. Lincolnshire was very much disappointed by the turn that affairs had taken. Shakespearean aphorisms were current among the gossips at comfortable tea-tables, and people talked about funeral baked meats, and the propriety of building churches if you have any ambitious desire that your memory should outlast your life, and indulged in other bitter observations familiar to all admirers of the great dramatist. But there were some people in Lincolnshire to whom the news of Edward Arundel's intended marriage was more welcome than the early Mayflowers to rustic children eager for a festival. Paul Marchmont heard the report, and rubbed his hands stealthily, and smiled to himself as he sat reading in the sunny western drawing-room. The good seed that he had sown that night at the rectory had borne this welcome fruit. Edward Arundel with a young wife would be very much less formidable than Edward Arundel single and discontented, prowling about the neighbourhood of Marchmont Towers, and perpetually threatening vengeance upon Mary's cousin. It was busy little Lavinia Weston who first brought her brother the tidings. He took both her hands in his, and kissed them in his enthusiasm. "My best of sisters," he said, "you shall have a pair of diamond earrings for this." "For only bringing you the news, Paul?" "For only bringing me the news. When a messenger carries the tidings of a great victory to his king, the king makes him a knight upon the spot. This marriage is a victory to me, Lavinia. From to-day I shall breathe freely." "But they are not married yet. Something may happen, perhaps, to prevent—" "What should happen?" asked Paul, rather sharply. "By the by, it will be as well to keep this from Mrs. John," he added thoughtfully; "though really now I fancy it matters very little what she hears." He tapped his forehead lightly with his two slim fingers, and there was a horrible significance in the action. "She is not likely to hear anything," Mrs. Weston said. "She sees no one but Barbara Simmons." "Then I should be glad if you would give Simmons a hint to hold her tongue. This news about the wedding would disturb her mistress." "Yes, I'll tell her so. Barbara is a very excellent person. I can always manage Barbara. But, oh, Paul, I don't know what I'm to do with that poor weak-witted husband of mine." "How do you mean?" "Oh, Paul, I have had such a scene with him to-day, such a scene! You remember the way he went on that day down in the boat-house, when Edward Arundel came in upon us unexpectedly? Well, he's been going on as badly as that to-day, Paul, or worse, I really think." Mr. Marchmont frowned, and flung aside his newspaper, with a gesture expressive of considerable vexation. "Now really, Lavinia, this is too bad," he said. "If your husband is a fool, I am not going to be bored about his folly. You have managed him for 15 years. Surely you can go on managing him now without annoying me about him. If Mr. George Weston doesn't know when he's well off, he's an ungrateful cur, and you may tell him so with my compliments." He picked up his newspaper again, and began to read. But Lavinia Weston, looking anxiously at her brother's face, saw that his pale auburn brows were contracted in a thoughtful frown, and that, if he read at all, the words upon which his eyes rested could convey very little meaning to his brain. She was right, for presently he spoke to her, still looking at the page before him, and with an attempt at carelessness. "Do you think that fellow would go to Australia, Lavinia?" "Alone?" asked his sister. "Yes, alone, of course," said Mr. Marchmont, putting down his paper and looking at Mrs. Weston rather dubiously. "I don't want you to go to the Antipodes, but if the fellow refused to go without you, I'd make it well worth your while to go out there, Lavinia. You shouldn't have any reason to regret obliging me, my dear girl." The dear girl looked rather sharply at her affectionate brother. "It's like your selfishness, Paul, to propose such a thing," she said, "after all I've done." "I have not been illiberal to you, Lavinia." "No, you've been generous enough to me, I know, in the matter of gifts. But you're rich, Paul, and you can afford to give. I don't like the idea that you're so willing to pack me out of the way, now that I can be no longer useful to you." Mr. Marchmont shrugged his shoulders. "For heaven's sake, Lavinia, don't be sentimental. If there's one thing I despise more than another, it is this kind of mawkish sentimentality. You've been a very good sister to me, and I've been a very decent brother to you. If you have served me, I have made it answer your purpose to do so. I don't want you to go away. You may bring all your goods and chattels to this house to-morrow, if you like, and live at free quarters here for the rest of your existence. But if George Weston is a pig-headed brute, who can't understand upon which side his bread is buttered, he must be got out of the way somehow. I don't care what it costs me, but he must be got out of the way. I'm not going to live the life of a modern Damocles, with a blundering sword always dangling over my head, in the person of Mr. George Weston. And if the man objects to leave the country without you, why, I think your going with him would be only a sisterly act towards me. I hate selfishness, Lavinia, almost as much as I detest sentimentality." Mrs. Weston was silent for some minutes, absorbed in reflection. Paul got up, kicked aside a footstool, and walked up and down the room with his hands in his pockets. "Perhaps I might get George to leave England, if I promised to join him as soon as he was comfortably settled in the colonies," Mrs. Weston said at last. "Yes," cried Paul, "nothing could be more easy. I'll act very liberally towards him, Lavinia. I'll treat him well, but he shall not stay in England. No, Lavinia, after what you have told me to-day, I feel that he must be got out of the country." Mr. Marchmont went to the door and looked out, to see if by chance any one had been listening to him. The coast was quite clear. The stone-paved hall looked as desolate as some undiscovered chamber in an Egyptian temple. The artist went back to Lavinia, and seated himself by her side. For some time the brother and sister talked together earnestly. They settled everything for poor henpecked George Weston. He was to sail for Sydney immediately. Nothing could be more easy than for Lavinia to declare that her brother had accidentally heard of some grand opening for a medical practitioner in the metropolis of the Antipodes. The surgeon was to have a very handsome sum given him, and Lavinia would of course join him as soon as he was settled. Paul Marchmont even looked through the Shipping Gazette in search of an Australian vessel which should speedily convey his brother-in-law to a distant shore. Lavinia Weston went home armed with all necessary credentials. She was to promise almost anything to her husband, provided that he gave his consent to an early departure. End of Chapter 7, Volume 3. Volume 3, Chapter 8 of John Marchmont's Legacy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. John Marchmont's Legacy, by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 8. Mr. Weston refuses to be trampled upon. Upon the 31st of June, the eve of Edward Arundel's wedding day, Olivia Marchmont sat in her own room, the room that she had chiefly occupied ever since her husband's death, the study looking out into the quadrangle. She sat alone in that dismal chamber, dimly lighted by a pair of wax candles, in tall tarnished silver candlesticks. There could be no greater contrast than that between this desolate woman and the master of the house. All about him was bright and fresh, and glittering and splendid. Around her there was only ruin and decay, thickening dust and gathering cobwebs, outward evidences of an inner wreck. John Marchmont's widow was of no importance in that household. The servants did not care to trouble themselves about her whims or wishes, nor to put her rooms in order. They no longer curtsied to her when they met her, wandering, with a purposeless step and listless feet that dragged along the ground, up and down the corridor, or out in the dreary quadrangle. What was to be gained by any show of respect to her, whose brain was too weak to hold the memory of their conduct for 5 minutes together? Barbara Simmons only was faithful to her mistress with an unvarying fidelity. She made no boast of her devotion. She expected neither fee nor reward for her self-abnegation. That rigid religion of discipline which had not been strong enough to preserve Olivia's stormy soul from danger and ruin was at least all sufficient for this lower type of woman. Barbara Simmons had been taught to do her duty, and she did it without question or complaint. As she went through rain, snow, hail, or sunshine twice every Sunday to Kemberling Church, as she sat upon a cushionless seat in an uncomfortable angle of the servants' pew, with the sharp edges of the woodwork cutting her thin shoulders, to listen patiently to dull rambling sermons upon the hardest texts of St. Paul, so she attended upon her mistress, submitting to every caprice, putting up with every hardship, because it was her duty so to do. The only relief she allowed herself was an hour's gossip now and then in the housekeeper's room; but she never alluded to her mistress's infirmities, nor would it have been safe for any other servant to have spoken lightly of Mrs. John Marchmont in stern Barbara's presence. Upon this summer evening, when happy people were still lingering amongst the wildflowers in shady lanes, or in the dusky pathways by the quiet river, Olivia sat alone, staring at the candles. Was there anything in her mind, or was she only a human automaton, slowly decaying into dust? There was no speculation in those large lustreless eyes fixed upon the dim light of the candles. But for all that, the mind was not a blank. The pictures of the past, for ever changing like the scenes in some magic panorama, revolved before her. She had no memory of that which had happened a quarter of an hour ago; but she could remember every word that Edward Arundel had said to her in the Rectory garden at Swampington, every intonation of the voice in which those words had been spoken. There was a tea service on the table, an attenuated little silver teapot, a lopsided cream jug, with two worn edges and one dumpy little foot missing, and an antique dragon china cup and saucer with the gilding washed off. That meal, which is generally called social, has but a dismal aspect when it is only prepared for one. The solitary teacup, half filled with cold stagnant tea, with a leaf or two floating upon the top, like weeds on the surface of a tideless pond, the teaspoon thrown askew across a little pool of spilt milk in the tea-tray, looked as dreary as the ruins of a deserted city. In the western drawing-room Paul was strolling backwards and forwards, talking to his mother and sisters, and admiring his pictures. He had spent a great deal of money upon art since taking possession of the Towers, and the western drawing-room was quite a different place to what it had been in John Marchmont's lifetime. Etty's divinities smiled through hazy draperies, more transparent than the summer vapours that float before the moon. Pearly-complexioned nymphs, with faces archly peeping round the corner of soft rosy shoulders, frolicked amidst the silver spray of classic fountains. Turner's Grecian temples glimmered through sultry summer mists, while glimpses of ocean sparkled here and there, and were as beautiful as if the artist's brush had been dipped in melted opals. Stanfield's breezy beaches made cool spots of freshness on the wall, and sturdy sailor boys, with their hands up to their mouths and their loose hair blowing in the wind, shouted to their comrades upon the decks of brown-sailed fishing smacks. Panting deer upon dizzy crags, amid the misty highlands, testified to the hand of Landseer. Low down, in the corners of the room, there lurked quaint cottage scenes by Fayed and Nichol. Ward's patched and powdered beaux and beauties, a Rochester in a light periwig, a Nell Gwynn showing her white teeth across a basket of oranges, a group of incroyables with bunches of ribbons hanging from their low top-boots, and two sets of dangling seals at their waists, made a blaze of colour upon the walls; and amongst all these glories of to-day there were prim Madonnas and stiff-necked angels by Raphael and Tintoretto, a brown-faced grinning boy by Murillo (no collection ever was complete without that inevitable brown-faced boy), an obese Venus by the great Peter Paul, and a pale Charles I, with martyrdom foreshadowed in his pensive face, by Van Dyck. Paul Marchmont contemplated his treasures complacently, as he strolled about the room with his coffee-cup in his hand, while his mother watched him admiringly from her comfortable cushion nested at one end of a luxurious sofa. "Well, mother," Mr. Marchmont said presently, "let people say what they may of me, they can never say that I have used my money badly. When I am dead and gone, these pictures will remain to speak for me. Posterity will say, 'At any rate, the fellow was a man of taste.' Now what, in heaven's name, could that miserable little Mary have done with 11,000 a year if she had lived to enjoy it?" The minute hand of the little clock in Mrs. John Marchmont's study was creeping slowly towards the quarter before 11, when Olivia was aroused suddenly from that long reverie, in which the images of the past had shone upon her across the dull stagnation of the present like the domes and minarets in a phantasm city gleaming athwart the barren desert sands. She was aroused by a cautious tap upon the outside of her window. She got up, opened the window, and looked out. The night was dark and starless, and there was a faint whisper of wind among the trees. "Don't be frightened," whispered a timid voice. "It's only me, George Weston. I want to talk to you, Mrs. John. I've got something particular to tell you, awful particular. But they mustn't hear it. They mustn't know I'm here. I came round this way on purpose. You can let me in at the little door in the lobby, can't you, Mrs. John?" I must tell you what I've got to tell you," cried Mr. Weston, indifferent to tautology in his excitement. "Do let me in, there's a dear good soul. The little door in the lobby, you know. It's locked, you know, but I daresay the key's there." "The door in the lobby?" repeated Olivia in a dreamy voice. "Yes, you know. Do let me in now, that's a good creature. It's awful particular, I tell you. It's about Edward Arundel." Edward Arundel! The sound of that name seemed to act upon the woman's shattered nerves like a stroke of electricity. The drooping head reared itself erect. The eyes, so lustreless before, flashed fire from their sombre depths. Comprehension, animation, energy returned, as suddenly as if the wand of an enchanter had summoned the dead back to life. "Edward Arundel!" she cried in a clear voice, which was utterly unlike the dull deadness of her usual tones. "Hush!" whispered Mr. Weston. "Don't speak loud, for goodness gracious sake. I daresay there's all manner of spies about. Let me in, and I'll tell you everything." "Yes, yes, I'll let you in. The door by the lobby. I understand. Come, come." Olivia disappeared from the window. The lobby of which the surgeon had spoken was close to her own apartment. She found the key in the lock of the door. The place was dark. She opened the door almost noiselessly, and Mr. Weston crept in on tiptoe. He followed Olivia into the study, closed the door behind him, and drew a long breath. "I've got in," he said, "and now I am in, wild horses shouldn't hold me from speaking my mind, much less Paul Marchmont." He turned the key in the door as he spoke, and even as he did so glanced rather suspiciously towards the window. To his mind, the very atmosphere of that house was pervaded by the presence of his brother-in-law. "Oh, Mrs. John," exclaimed the surgeon, in piteous accents, "the way that I've been trampled upon! You've been trampled upon, Mrs. John, but you don't seem to mind it; and perhaps it's better to bring oneself to that, if one can. But I can't. I've tried to bring myself to it. I've even taken to drinking, Mrs. John, much as it goes against me; and I've tried to drown my feelings as a man in rum and water. But the more spirits I consume, Mrs. John, the more of a man I feel." Mr. Weston struck the top of his hat with his clenched fist, and stared fiercely at Olivia, breathing very hard, and breathing rum and water with a faint odour of lemon peel. "Edward Arundel! What about Edward Arundel?" said Olivia in a low, eager voice. "I'm coming to that, Mrs. John, in due course," returned Mr. Weston, with an air of dignity that was superior even to hiccough. "What I say, Mrs. John," he added, in a confidential and argumentative tone, "is this: I won't be trampled upon." Here his voice sank to an awful whisper. "Of course it's pleasant enough to have one's rent provided for, and not to be kept awake by poor's rates, Mrs. John; but, good gracious me, I'd rather have the Queen's taxes and the poor rates following me up day and night, and a man in possession to provide for at every meal, and you don't know how contemptuous a man in possession can look at you if you offer him salt butter, or your table in a general way don't meet his views, than the conscience I've had since Paul Marchmont came into Lincolnshire. I feel, Mrs. John, as if I'd committed oceans of murders. It's a miracle to me that my hair hasn't turned white before this; and it would have done, Mrs. J., if it wasn't of that stubborn nature which is too wiry to give expression to a man's sufferings. Oh, Mrs. John, when I think how my pangs of conscience have been made game of, when I remember the insulting names I have been called, because my heart didn't happen to be made of adamant, my blood boils. It boils, Mrs. John, to that degree that I feel the time has come for action. I have been put upon until the spirit of manliness within me blazes up like a fiery furnace. I have been trodden upon, Mrs. John, but I'm not the worm they took me for. To-day they've put the finisher upon it." The surgeon paused to take breath. His mild and rather sheep-like countenance was flushed. His fluffy eyebrows twitched convulsively in his endeavours to give expression to the violence of his feelings. "To-day they've put the finisher upon it," he repeated. "I'm to go to Australia, am I? Ha, ha! We'll see about that. There's a nice opening in the medical line, is there? And dear Paul will provide the funds to start me. Ha, ha! Two can play at that game. It's all brotherly kindness, of course, and friendly interest in my welfare. That's what it's called, Mrs. J. Shall I tell you what it is? I'm to be got rid of at any price, for fear my conscience should get the better of me, and I should speak. I've been made a tool of, and I've been trampled upon; but they've been obliged to trust me. I've got a conscience, and I don't suit their views. If I hadn't got a conscience, I might stop here and have my rent and taxes provided for, and riot in rum and water to the end of my days. But I've a conscience that all the pineapple rum in Jamaica wouldn't drown, and they're frightened of me." Olivia listened to all this with an impatient frown upon her face. I doubt if she knew the meaning of Mr. Weston's complaints. She had been listening only for the one name that had power to transform her from a breathing automaton into a living, thinking, reasoning woman. She grasped the surgeon's wrist fiercely. "You told me you came here to speak about Edward Arundel," she said. "Have you been only trying to make a fool of me?" "No, Mrs. John, I have come to speak about him, and I come to you because I think you're not so bad as Paul Marchmont. I think that you've been a tool like myself, and they've led you on, step by step, from bad to worse, pretty much as they have led me. You're Edward Arundel's blood relation, and it's your business to look to any wrong that's done him, more than it is mine. But if you don't speak, Mrs. John, I will. Edward Arundel is going to be married." "Going to be married!" The words burst from Olivia's lips in a kind of shriek, and she stood glaring hideously at the surgeon, with her lips apart and her eyes dilated. Mr. Weston was fascinated by the horror of that gaze, and stared at her in silence for some moments. "You are a madman!" she exclaimed, after a pause. "You are a madman! Why do you come here with your idiotic fancies? Surely my life is miserable enough without this." "I ain't mad, Mrs. John, any more than—" Mr. Weston was going to say, "than you are," but it struck him that, under existing circumstances, the comparison might be ill-advised. "I ain't any madder than other people," he said, presently. "Edward Arundel is going to be married. I have seen the young lady in Kemberling with her pa, and she's a very sweet young woman to look at, and her name is Belinda Lawford, and the wedding is to be at 11 o'clock to morrow morning at Hillingsworth Church." Olivia slowly lifted her hands to her head, and swept the loose hair away from her brow. All the mists that had obscured her brain melted slowly away, and showed her the past as it had really been in all its naked horror. Yes, step by step the cruel hand had urged her on from bad to worse, until it had driven her here. It was for this that she had sold her soul to the powers of hell. It was for this that she had helped to torture that innocent girl, whom a dying father had given into her pitiless hand. For this! To find at last that all her iniquity had been wasted, and that Edward Arundel had chosen another bride, fairer perhaps than the first. The mad, unholy jealousy of her nature awoke from the obscurity of mental decay a fierce, ungovernable spirit. But another spirit arose in the next moment. Conscience, which so long had slumbered, awoke and cried to her, in an awful voice, "Sinner, whose sin has been wasted, repent, restore, it is not yet too late." The stern precepts of her religion came back to her. She had rebelled against those rigid laws, she had cast off those iron fetters, only to fall into a worse bondage, only to submit to a stronger tyranny. She had been a servant of the god of sacrifice, and had rebelled when an offering was demanded of her. She had cast off the yoke of her master, and had yielded herself up the slave of sin. And now, when she discovered whither her chains had dragged her, she was seized with a sudden panic, and wanted to go back to her old master. She stood for some minutes with her open palms pressed upon her forehead, and her chest heaving as if a stormy sea had raged in her bosom. "This marriage must not take place," she cried at last. "Of course it mustn't," answered Mr. Weston. "Didn't I say so just now? And if you don't speak to Paul and prevent it, I will. I'd rather you spoke to him, though," added the surgeon thoughtfully, "because, you see, it would come better from you, wouldn't it now?" Olivia Marchmont did not answer. Her hands had dropped from her head, and she was standing looking at the floor. "There shall be no marriage," she muttered, with a wild laugh. "There's another heart to be broken, that's all. Stand aside, man," she cried. "Stand aside, and let me go to him. Let me go to him." She pushed the terrified surgeon out of her pathway, and locked the door, hurried along the passage and across the hall. She opened the door of the western drawing-room, and went in. Mr. Weston stood in the corridor looking after her. He waited for a few minutes, listening for any sound that might come from the western drawing-room. But the wide stone hall was between him and that apartment, and however loudly the voices might have been uplifted, no breath of them could have reached the surgeon's ear. He waited for about 5 minutes, and then crept into the lobby and let himself out into the quadrangle. "At any rate, nobody can say that I'm a coward," he thought complacently, as he went under a stone archway that led into the park. "But what a whirlwind that woman is! Oh, my gracious, what a perfect whirlwind she is!" End of Chapter 8, Volume 3. Volume 3, Chapter 9 of John Marchmont's Legacy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. John Marchmont's Legacy, by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 9. Going to be Married. Paul Marchmont was still strolling hither and thither about the room, admiring his pictures, and smiling to himself at the recollection of the easy manner in which he had obtained George Weston's consent to the Australian arrangement. For in his sober moments the surgeon was ready to submit to anything his wife and brother-in-law imposed upon him. It was only under the influence of pineapple rum that his manhood asserted itself. Paul was still contemplating his pictures when Olivia burst into the room. But Mrs. Marchmont and her invalid daughter had retired for the night, and the artist was alone with his own thoughts, which were rather of a triumphal and agreeable character just now; for Edward's marriage and Mr. Weston's departure were equally pleasant to him. He was startled a little by Olivia's abrupt entrance, for it was not her habit to intrude upon him or any member of that household. On the contrary, she had shown an obstinate determination to shut herself up in her own room, and to avoid every living creature except her servant Barbara Simmons. Paul turned and confronted her very deliberately, and with the smile that was almost habitual to him upon his thin pale lips. Her sudden appearance had blanched his face a little, but beyond this he betrayed no sign of agitation. "My dear Mrs. Marchmont, you quite startle me. It is so very unusual to see you here, and at this hour especially." It did not seem as if she had heard his voice. She went sternly up to him, with her thin listless arms hanging at her side, and her haggard eyes fixed upon his face. "Is this true?" she asked. He started a little in spite of himself, for he understood in a moment what she meant. Some one, it scarcely mattered who, had told her of the coming marriage. "Is what true, my dear Mrs. John?" he said carelessly. "Is this true that George Weston tells me?" she cried, laying her thin hand upon his shoulder. Her wasted fingers closed involuntarily upon the collar of his coat, her lips contracted into a ghastly smile, and a sudden fire kindled in her eyes. A strange sensation awoke in the tips of those tightening fingers, and thrilled through every vein of the woman's body, such a horrible thrill as vibrates along the nerves of a monomaniac, when the sight of a dreadful terror in his victim's face first arouses the murderous impulse in his breast. Paul's face whitened as he felt the thin finger points tightening upon his neck. He was afraid of Olivia. "My dear Mrs. John, what is it you want of me?" he said hastily. "Pray do not be violent." "I am not violent." She dropped her hand from his breast. It was true, she was not violent. Her voice was low, her hand fell loosely by her side. But Paul was frightened of her nevertheless, for he saw that if she was not violent, she was something worse. She was dangerous. "Did George Weston tell me the truth just now?" she said. Paul bit his nether lip savagely. George Weston had tricked him then, after all, and had communicated with this woman. But what of that? She would scarcely be likely to trouble herself about this business of Edward Arundel's marriage. She must be past any such folly as that. She would not dare to interfere in the matter. She could not. "Is it true?" she said. "Is it? Is it true that Edward Arundel is going to be married to-morrow?" She waited, looking with fixed, widely opened eyes at Paul's face. "My dear Mrs. John, you take me so completely by surprise that you have not got a lying answer ready for me," said Olivia, interrupting him. "You need not trouble yourself to invent one. I see that George Weston told me the truth. There was reality in his words. There is nothing but falsehood in yours." Paul stood looking at her, but not listening to her. Let her abuse and upbraid him to her heart's content. It gave him leisure to reflect, and plan his course of action; and perhaps these bitter words might exhaust the fire within her, and leave her malleable to his skilful hands once more. He had time to think of this, and to settle his own line of conduct while Olivia was speaking to him. It was useless to deny the marriage. She had heard of it from George Weston, and she might hear of it from any one else whom she chose to interrogate. It was useless to try to stifle this fact. "Yes, Mrs. John," he said, "it is quite true. Your cousin, Mr. Arundel, is going to marry Belinda Lawford. A very lucky thing for us, believe me, as it will put an end to all questioning, and watching, and suspicion, and place us beyond all danger." Olivia looked at him, with her bosom heaving, her breath growing shorter and louder with every word he spoke. "You mean to let this be, then?" she said, when he had finished speaking. "To let what be?" "This marriage. You will let it take place?" "Most certainly. Why should I prevent it?" "Why should you prevent it?" she cried fiercely; and then, in an altered voice, in tones of anguish that were like a wail of despair, she exclaimed, "Oh, my God! My God, what a dupe I have been! What a miserable tool in this man's hands! Oh, my offended God! Why didst thou so abandon me, when I turned away from thee, and made Edward Arundel the idol of my wicked heart?" Paul sank into the nearest chair, with a faint sigh of relief. "She will wear herself out," he thought, "and then I shall be able to do what I like with her." But Olivia turned to him again while he was thinking this. "Do you imagine that I will let this marriage take place?" she asked. "I do not think that you will be so mad as to prevent it. That little mystery which you and I have arranged between us is not exactly child's play, Mrs. John. We can neither of us afford to betray the other. Let Edward Arundel marry, and work for his wife, and be happy. Nothing could be better for us than his marriage. Indeed, we have every reason to be thankful to Providence for the turn that affairs have taken," Mr. Marchmont concluded piously. "Indeed!" said Olivia. "And Edward Arundel is to have another bride. He is to be happy with another wife; and I am to hear of their happiness, to see him some day, perhaps, sitting by her side and smiling at her, as I have seen him smile at Mary Marchmont. He is to be happy, and I am to know of his happiness. Another baby-faced girl is to glory in the knowledge of his love, and I am to be quiet. I am to be quiet! Is it for this that I have sold my soul to you, Paul Marchmont? Is it for this I have shared your guilty secrets? Is it for this I have heard her feeble wailing sounding in my wretched feverish slumbers, as I have heard it every night since the day she left this house? Do you remember what you said to me? Do you remember how you tempted me? Do you remember how you played upon my misery, and traded on the tortures of my jealous heart? He has despised your love, you said. Will you consent to see him happy with another woman? That was your argument, Paul Marchmont. You allied yourself with the devil that held possession of my breast, and together you were too strong for me. I was set apart to be damned, and you were the chosen instrument of my damnation. You bought my soul, Paul Marchmont. You shall not cheat me of the price for which I sold it. You shall hinder this marriage. You are a madwoman, Mrs. John Marchmont, or you would not propose any such thing. Go, she said, pointing to the door. Go to Edward Arundel, and do something, no matter what, to prevent this marriage. I shall do nothing of the kind. He had heard that a monomaniac was always to be subdued by indomitable resolution, and he looked at Olivia, thinking to tame her by his unfaltering glance. He might as well have tried to look the raging sea into calmness. "I am not a fool, Mrs. John Marchmont," he said, "and I shall do nothing of the kind." He had risen, and stood by the lamp-lit table, trifling rather nervously with its elegant litter of delicately bound books, jewel-handled paper-knives, newly cut periodicals, and pretty fantastical toys collected by the women of the household. The faces of the two were nearly upon a level as they stood opposite to each other, with only the table between them. "Then I will prevent it," Olivia cried, turning towards the door. Paul Marchmont saw the resolution stamped upon her face. She would do what she threatened. He ran to the door, and had his hand upon the lock before she could reach it. "No, Mrs. John," he said, standing at the door, with his back turned to Olivia, and his fingers busy with the bolts and key. In spite of himself, this woman had made him a little nervous, and it was as much as he could do to find the handle of the key. "No, no, my dear Mrs. John, you shall not leave this house, nor this room, in your present state of mind. If you choose to be violent and unmanageable, we will give you the full benefit of your violence, and we will give you a better sphere of action. A padded room will be more suitable to your present temper, my dear madam. If you favour us with this sort of conduct, we will find people more fitted to restrain you." He said all this in a sneering tone that had a trifling tremulousness in it, while he locked the door and assured himself that it was safely secured. Then he turned, prepared to fight out the battle somehow or other. At the very moment of his turning, there was a sudden crash, a shiver of broken glass, and the cold night wind blew into the room. One of the long French windows was wide open, and Olivia Marchmont was gone. He was out upon the terrace in the next moment; but even then he was too late, for he could not see her, right or left of him, upon the long stone platform. There were 3 separate flights of steps, 3 different paths, widely diverging across the broad grassy flat before Marchmont Towers. How could he tell which of these ways Olivia might have chosen? There was the great porch, and there were all manner of stone abutments along the grim façade of the house. She might have concealed herself behind any one of them. The night was hopelessly dark. A pair of ponderous bronze lamps, which Paul had placed before the principal doorway, only made 2 spots of light in the gloom. He ran along the terrace, looking into every nook and corner which might have served as a hiding-place, but he did not find Olivia. She had left the house with the avowed intention of doing something to prevent the marriage. What would she do? What course would this desperate woman take in her jealous rage? Would she go straight to Edward Arundel and tell him? Yes, this was most likely, for how else could she hope to prevent the marriage? Paul stood quite still upon the terrace for a few minutes, thinking. There was only one course for him. To try and find Olivia would be next to hopeless. There were 6 outlets from the park. There were ever so many different pathways through the woody labyrinth at the back of the Towers. This woman might have taken any one of them. To waste the night in searching for her would be worse than useless. There was only one thing to be done. He must counter-check this desperate creature's movements. He went back to the drawing-room, shut the window, and then rang the bell. There were not many of the old servants who had waited upon John Marchmont at the Towers now. The man who answered the bell was a person whom Paul had brought down from London. "Get the chestnut saddled for me, Peterson," said Mr. Marchmont. "My poor cousin's widow has left the house, and I am going after her. She has given me very great alarm to-night by her conduct. I tell you this in confidence, but you can say as much to Mrs. Simmons, who knows more about her mistress than I do. See that there's no time lost in saddling the chestnut. I want to overtake this unhappy woman if I can. Go and give the order, and then bring me my hat." The man went away to obey his master. Paul walked to the chimney-piece and looked at the clock. "They'll be gone to bed at the Grange," he thought to himself. "Will she go there and knock them up, I wonder? Does she know that Edward's there? I doubt that, and yet Weston may have told her. At any rate, I can be there before her. It would take her a long time to get there on foot. I think I did the right thing in saying what I said to Patterson. I must have the report of her madness spread everywhere. I must face it out. But how? So long as she was quiet I could manage everything, but with her against me, and George Weston. Oh, the cur, the white-hearted villain, after all that I've done for him and Lavinia! But what could a man expect when he's obliged to put his trust in a fool?" He went to the window, and stood there looking out until he saw the groom coming along the gravel roadway below the terrace, leading a horse by the bridle. Then he put on the hat that the servant had brought him, ran down the steps, and got into the saddle. "All right, Jeffreys," he said, "tell them not to expect me back till to-morrow morning. Let Mrs. Simmons sit up for her mistress. Mrs. John may return at any hour in the night." He galloped away along the smooth carriage drive. At the lodge he stopped to inquire if any one had been through that way. No, the woman said; she had opened the gates for no one. Paul had expected no other answer. There was a footpath that led to a little wicket gate opening on the high road, and of course Olivia had chosen that way, which was a good deal shorter than the carriage drive. End of Chapter 9, Volume 3. Volume 3, Chapter 10 of John Marchmont's Legacy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. John Marchmont's Legacy, by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 10. The Turning of the Tide. It was past 2 o'clock in the morning of the day which had been appointed for Edward Arundel's wedding, when Paul Marchmont drew rein before the white gate that divided Major Lawford's garden from the high road. There was no lodge, no pretence of grandeur here. An old-fashioned garden surrounded an old-fashioned red-brick house. There was an apple orchard upon one side of the low white gate, and a flower garden, with a lawn and fish-pond, upon the other. The carriage drive wound sharply round to a shallow flight of steps, and a broad door with a narrow window upon each side of it. Paul got off his horse at the gate, and went in, leading the animal by the bridle. He was a Cockney, heart and soul, and had no sense of any enjoyments that were not of a Cockney nature. So the horse he had selected for himself was anything but a fiery creature. He liked plenty of bone and very little blood in the steed he rode, and was contented to go at a comfortable jog-trot, 7 miles an hour pace, along the wretched country roads. There was a row of old-fashioned wooden posts, with iron chains swinging between them, upon both sides of the doorway. Paul fastened the horse's bridle to one of these, and went up the steps. He rang a bell that went clanging and jangling through the house in the stillness of the summer night. All the way along the road he had looked right and left, expecting to pass Olivia, but he had seen no sign of her. This was nothing, however, for there were byways by which she might come from Marchmont Towers to Lawford Grange. "I must be before her, at any rate," Paul thought to himself, as he waited patiently for an answer to his summons. The time seemed very long to him, of course, but at last he saw a light glimmering through the mansion windows, and heard a shuffling foot in the hall. Then the door was opened very cautiously, and a woman's scared face peered out at Mr. Marchmont through the opening. "What is it?" the woman asked in a frightened voice. "It is I, Mr. Marchmont of Marchmont Towers. Your master knows me. Mr. Arundel is here, is he not?" "Yes, and Mrs. Arundel too, but they're all abed." "Never mind that. I must see Major Lawford immediately." "But they're all abed." "Never mind that, my good woman. I tell you I must see him." "But won't to-morrow morning do? It's near 3 o'clock, and to-morrow's our eldest miss's wedding day, and they're all abed." "I must see your master. For mercy's sake, my good woman, do what I tell you. Go and call up Major Lawford. You can do it quietly, and tell him I must speak to him at once." The woman, with the chain of the door still between her and Mr. Marchmont, took a timid survey of Paul's face. She had heard of him often enough, but had never seen him before, and she was rather doubtful as to his identity. She knew that thieves and robbers resorted to all sorts of tricks in the course of their evil vocation. Mightn't this application for admittance in the dead of the night be only a part of some burglarious plot against the spoons and forks, and that hereditary silver urn with lions' heads holding rings in their mouths for handles, the fame of which had no doubt circulated throughout all Lincolnshire? Mr. Marchmont had neither a black mask nor a dark lantern, and to Martha Philpot's mind these were essential attributes of the legitimate burglar; but he might be burglariously disposed nevertheless, and it would be well to be on the safe side. "I'll go and tell him," the discreet Martha said civilly; "but perhaps you won't mind my leaving the chain up." "It ain't like as if it was winter," she added apologetically. "You may shut the door if you like," answered Paul. "Only be quick and wake your master. You can tell him that I want to see him upon a matter of life and death." Martha hurried away, and Paul stood upon the broad stone steps waiting for her return. Every moment was precious to him, for he wanted to be beforehand with Olivia. He had no thought except that she would come straight to the Grange to see Edward Arundel, unless, indeed, she was by any chance ignorant of his whereabouts. Presently the light appeared again in the narrow windows, and this time a man's foot sounded upon the stone-flagged hall. This time, too, Martha let down the chain, and opened the door wide enough for Mr. Marchmont to enter. She had no fear of burglarious marauders, now that the valiant Major was at her elbow. "Mr. Marchmont!" exclaimed the old soldier, opening a door leading into a little study. "You will excuse me if I seem rather bewildered by your visit. When an old fellow like me is called up in the middle of the night, he can't be expected to have his wits about him just at first. Martha, bring us a light. Sit down, Mr. Marchmont. There's a chair at your elbow. And now may I ask the reason I have disturbed you in this abrupt manner? The occasion that brings me here is a very painful one, but I believe that my coming may save you and yours from much annoyance." "Save us from annoyance! Really, my dear sir, you—" "I mystify you for the moment, no doubt," Paul interposed blandly; "but if you will have a little patience with me, Major Lawford, I think I may make everything very clear, only too painfully clear. You have heard of my relative, Mrs. John Marchmont, my cousin's widow?" "I have," answered the Major gravely. The dark scandals that had been current about wretched Olivia Marchmont came into his mind with the mention of her name, and the memory of those miserable slanders overshadowed his frank face. Paul waited while Martha brought in a smoky lamp, with the half-lighted wick sputtering and struggling in its oily socket. Then he went on, in a calm, dispassionate voice, which seemed the voice of a benevolent Christian, sublimely remote from other people's sorrows, but tenderly pitiful of suffering humanity nevertheless. "You have heard of my unhappy cousin. You have no doubt heard that she is mad." He dropped his voice into so low a whisper that he only seemed to shape this last word with his thin flexible lips. "I have heard some rumour to that effect," the Major answered; "but that is to say, I have heard that Mrs. John Marchmont has lately become eccentric in her habits." "It has been my dismal task to watch the slow decay of a very powerful intellect," continued Paul. "When I first came to Marchmont Towers, about the time of my cousin Mary's unfortunate elopement with Mr. Arundel, that mental decay had already set in. Already the compass of Olivia Marchmont's mind had become reduced to a monotone, and the one dominant thought was doing its ruinous work. It was my fate to find the clue to that sad decay. It was my fate very speedily to discover the nature of that all-absorbing thought which, little by little, had grown into monomania." Major Lawford stared at his visitor's face. He was a plain-spoken man, and could scarcely see his way clearly through all this obscurity of fine words. "You mean to say you found out what had driven your cousin's widow mad?" he said bluntly. "You put the question very plainly, Major Lawford. Yes, I discovered the secret of my unhappy relative's morbid state of mind. That secret lies in the fact that for the last 10 years Olivia Marchmont has cherished a hopeless affection for her cousin, Mr. Edward Arundel." The Major almost bounded off his chair in horrified surprise. "Good gracious!" he exclaimed. "You surprise me, Mr. Marchmont, and rather unpleasantly. I should never have revealed this secret to you, or to any other living creature, Major Lawford, had not circumstances compelled me to do so. As far as Mr. Arundel is concerned, I can set your mind quite at ease. He has chosen to insult me very grossly, but let that pass. I must do him the justice to state that I believe him to have been from first to last utterly ignorant of the state of his cousin's mind." "I hope so, sir. Egad, I hope so!" exclaimed the Major rather fiercely. "If I thought that this young man had trifled with the lady's affection, if I thought—" "You need think nothing to the detriment of Mr. Arundel," answered Paul, with placid politeness, "except that he is hot-headed, obstinate, and foolish. He is a young man of excellent principles, and has never fathomed the secret of his cousin's conduct towards him. I am rather a close observer, something of a student of human nature, and I have watched this unhappy woman. She loves, and has loved, her cousin Edward Arundel, and hers is one of those concentrative natures in which a great passion is nearly akin to a monomania. It was this hopeless, unreturned affection that embittered her character, and made her a harsh stepmother to my poor cousin Mary. For a long time this wretched woman has been very quiet, but her tranquillity has been only a deceitful calm. To-night the storm broke. Olivia Marchmont heard of the marriage that is to take place to-morrow, and for the first time a state of melancholy mania developed into absolute violence. She came to me, and attacked me upon the subject of this intended marriage. She accused me of having plotted to give Edward Arundel another bride; and then, after exhausting herself by a torrent of passionate invective against me, against her cousin Edward, your daughter, every one concerned in to-morrow's event, this wretched woman rushed out of the house in a jealous fury, declaring that she would do something, no matter what, to hinder the celebration of Edward Arundel's second marriage." "Good heavens!" gasped the Major. "And you mean to say—" "I mean to say that there is no knowing what may be attempted by a madwoman, driven mad by a jealousy in itself almost as terrible as madness. Olivia Marchmont has sworn to hinder your daughter's marriage. What has not been done by unhappy creatures in this woman's state of mind? Every day we read of such things in the newspapers, deeds of horror at which the blood grows cold in our veins, and we wonder that Heaven can permit such misery. It is not any frivolous motive that brings me here in the dead of the night, Major Lawford. I come to tell you that a desperate woman has sworn to hinder to-morrow's marriage. Heaven knows what she may do in her jealous frenzy. She may attack your daughter." The father's face grew pale. His Linda, his darling, exposed to the fury of a madwoman! He could conjure up the scene, the fair girl clinging to her lover's breast, and desperate Olivia Marchmont swooping down upon her like an angry tigress. "For mercy's sake, tell me what I am to do, Mr. Marchmont," cried the Major. "God bless you, sir, for bringing me this warning. But what am I to do? What do you advise? Shall we postpone the wedding?" "On no account. All you have to do is to keep this wretched woman at bay. Shut your doors upon her. Do not let her be admitted to this house upon any pretence whatever. Get the wedding over an hour earlier than has been intended, if it is possible for you to do so, and hurry the bride and bridegroom away upon the first stage of their wedding tour. If you wish to escape all the wretchedness of a public scandal, avoid seeing this woman." "I will," answered the bewildered Major. "It is a most awful situation. My poor Belinda, her wedding day, and a madwoman to attempt— Upon my word, Mr. Marchmont, I don't know how to thank you for the trouble you have taken." "Don't speak of that. This woman is my cousin's widow. Any shame of hers is disgrace to me. Avoid seeing her. If by any chance she does contrive to force herself upon you, turn a deaf ear to all she may say. She horrified me to-night by her mad assertions. Be prepared for anything she may declare. She is possessed by all manner of delusions, remember, and may make the most ridiculous assertions. There is no limit to her hallucinations. She may offer to bring Edward Arundel's dead wife from the grave, perhaps, but you will not, on any account, allow her to obtain access to your daughter." No, on no account. My poor Belinda, I am very grateful to you, Mr. Marchmont, for this warning. You'll stop here for the rest of the night. Martha's beds are always aired. You'll accept the shelter of our spare room until to-morrow morning." "You are very good, Major Lawford, but I must hurry away directly. Remember that I am quite ignorant as to where my unhappy relative may be wandering at this hour of the night. She may have returned to the Towers. Her jealous fury may have exhausted itself, and in that case I have exaggerated the danger. But at any rate I thought it best to give you this warning." "Most decidedly, my dear sir. I thank you from the bottom of my heart. But you'll take something, wine, tea, brandy and water, eh?" Paul had put on his hat and made his way into the hall by this time. There was no affectation in his eagerness to be away. He glanced uneasily towards the door every now and then, while the Major was offering hospitable hindrance to his departure. He was very pale, with a haggard, ashen pallor that betrayed his anxiety, in spite of his bland calmness of manner. "You are very kind. No, I will get away at once. I have done my duty here. I must now try and do what I can for this wretched woman. Good night. Remember, shut your doors upon her." He unfastened the bridle of his horse, mounted, and rode away slowly, so long as there was any chance of the horse's tread being heard at the Grange. But when he was a quarter of a mile away from Major Lawford's house, he urged the horse into a gallop. He had no spurs, but he used his whip with a ruthless hand, and went off at a tearing pace along a narrow lane, where the ruts were deep. He rode for 15 miles, and it was grey morning when he drew rein at a dilapidated 5-barred gate leading into the great tenantless yard of an uninhabited farmhouse. The place had been unlet for some years, and the land was in the charge of a hind in Mr. Marchmont's service. The hind lived in a cottage at the other extremity of the farm, and Paul had erected new buildings, with engine houses and complicated machinery for pumping the water off the low-lying lands. Thus it was that the old farmhouse and the old farmyard were suffered to fall into decay. The empty sties, the ruined barns and outhouses, the rotting straw, and pools of rank corruption, made this tenantless farmyard the very abomination of desolation. Paul Marchmont opened the gate and went in. He picked his way very cautiously through the mud and filth, leading his horse by the bridle till he came to an outhouse, where he secured the animal. Then he crossed the yard, lifted the rusty latch of a narrow wooden door set in a plastered wall, and went into a dismal stone court, where one lonely hen was moulting in miserable solitude. Long rank grass grew in the interstices of the flags. The lonely hens set up a roopy cackle, and fluttered into a corner at sight of Paul Marchmont. There were some rabbit hutches, tenantless; a dovecote, empty; a dog kennel and a broken chain rusting slowly in a pool of water, but no dog. The courtyard was at the back of the house, looked down upon by a range of latticed windows, some with closed shutters, others with shutters swinging in the wind, as if they had been fain to beat themselves to death in very desolation of spirit. Mr. Marchmont opened a door and went into the house. There were empty cellars and pantries, dairies and sculleries, right and left of him. The rats and mice scuttled away at sound of the intruder's footfall. The spiders ran upon the damp-stained walls, and the disturbed cobwebs floated slowly down from the cracked ceilings and tickled Mr. Marchmont's face. Farther on in the interior of the gloomy habitation, Paul found a great stone-paved kitchen, at the darkest end of which there was a rusty grate, in which a minimum of flame struggled feebly with a maximum of smoke. An open oven-door revealed a dreary black cavern, and the very manner of the rusty door and loose, half-broken handle was an advertisement of incapacity for any homely hospitable use. Pale, sickly fungi had sprung up in clusters at the corners of the damp hearthstone. Spiders and rats, damp and cobwebs, every sign by which decay writes its name upon the dwelling man has deserted, had set its separate mark upon this ruined place. Paul Marchmont looked round him with a contemptuous shudder. He called, "Mrs. Brown! Mrs. Brown!" 2 or 3 times, each time waiting for an answer; but none came, and Mr. Marchmont passed on into another room. Here, at least, there was some poor pretence of comfort. The room was in the front of the house, and the low latticed window looked out upon a neglected garden, where some tall foxgloves reared their gaudy heads amongst the weeds. At the end of the garden there was a high brick wall, with pear trees trained against it, and dragon's mouth and wallflower waving in the morning breeze. There was a bed in this room, empty; an easy chair near the window; near that a little table, and a set of Indian chessmen. Upon the bed there were some garments scattered, as if but lately flung there; and on the floor, near the fireplace, there were the fragments of a child's first toys, a tiny trumpet, bought at some village fair, a baby's rattle, and a broken horse. Paul Marchmont looked about him, a little puzzled at first, then with a vague dread in his haggard face. "Mrs. Brown!" he cried in a loud voice, hurrying across the room towards an inner door as he spoke. The inner door was opened before Paul could reach it, and a woman appeared, a tall, gaunt-looking woman, with a hard face and bare, brawny arms. "Where, in heaven's name, have you been hiding yourself, woman?" Paul cried impatiently. "And where's your patient?" "Gone, sir." "Gone! Where?" "With her stepmamma, Mrs. Marchmont, not half an hour ago. As it was your wish I should stop behind to clear up, I've done so, sir; but I did think it would have been better for me to have gone with—" Paul Marchmont clutched the woman by the arm and dragged her towards him. "Are you mad?" he cried, with an oath. "Are you mad, or drunk? Who gave you leave to let that woman go? Who—" He couldn't finish the sentence. His throat grew dry, and he gasped for breath, while all the blood in his body seemed to rush into his swollen forehead. "You sent Mrs. Marchmont to fetch my patient away, sir," exclaimed the woman, looking frightened. "You did, didn't you? She said so." "She is a liar, and you are a fool or a cheat. She paid you, I daresay. Can't you speak, woman? Has the person I left in your care, whom you were paid, and paid well, to take care of, have you let her go? Answer me that." "I have, sir," the woman faltered. She was big and brawny, but there was that in Paul Marchmont's face that frightened her notwithstanding. "Seeing as it was your orders—" "That will do," cried Paul Marchmont, holding up his hand and looking at the woman with a ghastly smile. "That will do. You have ruined me, do you hear? You have undone a work that has cost me—oh, my God! Why do I waste my breath in talking to such a creature as this? All my plots, my difficulties, my struggles and victories, my long sleepless nights, my bad dreams, has it all come to this? Ruin, unutterable ruin, brought upon me by a madwoman." He sat down in the chair by the window, and leaned upon the table, scattering the Indian chessmen with his elbow. He did not weep. That relief, terrible relief though it be for a man's breast, was denied him. He sat there with his face covered, moaning aloud. That helpless moan was scarcely like the complaint of a man. It was rather like the hopeless, dreary utterance of a brute's anguish. It sounded like the miserable howling of a beaten cur. End of Chapter 10, Volume 3. Volume 3, Chapter 11 of John Marchmont's Legacy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. John Marchmont's Legacy, by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 11. Belinda's Wedding Day. The sun shone upon Belinda Lawford's wedding day. The birds were singing in the garden under her window as she opened her lattice and looked out. The word lattice is not a poetical licence in this case, for Miss Lawford's chamber was a roomy, old-fashioned apartment at the back of the house, with deep window-seats and diamond-paned casements. The sun shone, and the roses bloomed in all their summer glory. "'Twas in the time of roses," as gentle-minded Thomas Hood so sweetly sang. Surely the time of all others for a bridal morning. The girl looked out into the sunshine, with her loose hair falling about her shoulders, and lingered a little, looking at the familiar garden, with a half-pensive smile. "Oh, how often," she said, "I have walked up and down by those laburnums, Letty." There were two pretty white-curtained bedsteads in the old-fashioned room, and Miss Arundel had shared her friend's apartment for the last week. "How often mamma and I have sat under the dear old cedar, making our poor children's frocks. People say monotonous lives are not happy. Mine has been the same thing over and over again. And yet how happy, how happy! And to think that we—" She paused a moment, and the rosy colour in her cheeks deepened by just one shade. It was so sweet to use that simple monosyllable "we," when Edward Arundel was the other half of the pronoun. "To think that we shall be in Paris to-morrow!" "Driving in the Bois," exclaimed Miss Arundel, "and dining at the Maison Dorée, or the Café de Paris. Don't dine at Meurice's, Linda. It's dreadfully slow dining at one's hotel. And you'll be a young married woman, and can do anything, you know. If I were a young married woman, I'd ask my husband to take me to the Mabille, just for half an hour, with an old bonnet and a thick veil. I knew a girl whose first cousin married a cornet in the Guards, and they went to the Mabille one night. Come, Belinda, if you mean to have your back hair done at all, you'd better sit down at once and let me commence operations." Miss Arundel had stipulated that, upon this particular morning, she was to dress her friend's hair; and she turned up the frilled sleeves of her white dressing-gown, and set to work in the orthodox manner, spreading a network of shining tresses about Miss Lawford's shoulders, prior to the weaving of elaborate plaits that were to make a crown for the fair young bride. Letitia's tongue went as fast as her fingers, but Belinda was very silent. She was thinking of the bounteous Providence that had given her the man she loved for her husband. She had been on her knees in the early morning, long before Letitia's awakening, breathing out innocent thanksgiving for the happiness that overflowed her fresh young heart. A woman had need to be country bred, and to have been reared in the narrow circle of a happy home, to feel as Belinda Lawford felt. Such love as hers is only given to bright and innocent spirits, untarnished even by the knowledge of sin. Downstairs, Edward Arundel was making a wretched pretence of breakfasting tête-à-tête with his future father-in-law. The Major had held his peace as to the unlooked-for visitant of the past night. He had given particular orders that no stranger should be admitted to the house, and that was all. But being of a naturally frank, not to say loquacious disposition, the weight of this secret was a very terrible burden to the honest half-pay soldier. He ate his dry toast uneasily, looking at the door every now and then, in the perpetual expectation of beholding that barrier burst open by mad Olivia Marchmont. The breakfast was not a very cheerful meal, therefore. I don't suppose any ante-nuptial breakfast ever is very jovial. There was the state banquet, the wedding breakfast, to be eaten by and by, and Mrs. Lawford, attended by all the females of the establishment, was engaged in putting the last touches to the groups of fruit and confectionery, the pyramids of flowers, and that crowning glory, the wedding cake. Remember, the Madeira and still hock are to go round first, and then the sparkling. "And tell Gogram to be particular about the corks, Martha," Mrs. Lawford said to her confidential maid, as she gave a nervous last look at the table. "I was at a breakfast once, where a champagne cork hit the bridegroom on the bridge of his nose at the very moment he rose to return thanks. And being a nervous man, poor fellow, in point of fact he was a curate, and the bride was the rector's daughter, with 200 a year of her own, it quite overcame him, and he didn't get over it all through the breakfast. And now I must run and put on my bonnet." There was nothing but putting on bonnets, and pinning lace shawls, and wild outcries for hairpins, and interchanging of little feminine services, upon the bedroom floor for the next half hour. Major Lawford walked up and down the hall, putting on his white gloves, which were too large for him elderly men's white gloves always are too large for them and watching the door of the citadel. Olivia must pass over a father's body, the old soldier thought, before she should annoy Belinda on her bridal morning. By and by the carriages came round to the door. The girl bridesmaids came crowding down the stairs, hustling each other's crisp garments, and disputing a little in a sisterly fashion. Then Letitia Arundel, with 9 rustling flounces of white silk, ebbing and flowing and surging about her, and with a pleased simper upon her face. And then followed Mrs. Arundel, stately in silver grey moiré, and Mrs. Lawford, in violet silk, until the hall was a show of bonnets and bouquets and muslin. And last of all, Belinda Lawford, robed in cloud-like garments of spotless lace, with bridal flowers trembling round her hair, came slowly down the broad old-fashioned staircase, to see her lover loitering in the hall below. He looked very grave, but he greeted his bride with a tender smile. He loved her, but he could not forget. Even upon this, his wedding day, the haunting shadow of the past was with him, not to be shaken off. He did not wait till Belinda reached the bottom of the staircase. There was a sort of ceremonial law to be observed, and he was not to speak to Miss Lawford upon this special morning until he met her in the vestry at Hillingsworth Church. So Letitia and Mrs. Arundel hustled the young man into one of the carriages, while Major Lawford ran to receive his daughter at the foot of the stairs. The Arundel carriage drove off about 5 minutes before the vehicle that was to convey Major Lawford, Belinda, and as many of the girl bridesmaids as could be squeezed into it without detriment to lace and muslin. The rest went with Mrs. Lawford in the third and last carriage. Hillingsworth Church was about 3/4 of a mile from the Grange. It was a pretty, irregular old place, lying in a little nook under the shadow of a great yew tree. Behind the square Norman tower there was a row of poplars, black against the blue summer sky; and between the low gate of the churchyard and the grey, moss-grown porch there was an avenue of good old elms. The rooks were calling to each other in the topmost branches of the trees as Major Lawford's carriage drew up at the churchyard gate. Belinda was a great favourite amongst the poor of Hillingsworth parish, and the place had put on a gala-day aspect in honour of her wedding. Garlands of honeysuckle and wild clematis were twined about the stout oaken gate-posts. The school-children were gathered in clusters in the churchyard, with their pinafores full of fresh flowers from shadowy lanes and from prim cottage gardens, bright homely blossoms with the morning dew still upon them. The rector and his curate were standing in the porch waiting for the coming of the bride; and there were groups of well-dressed people dotted about here and there in the drowsy sheltered pews near the altar. There were humbler spectators clustered under the low ceiling of the gallery, tradesmen's wives and daughters, radiant with new ribbons, and whispering to one another in delighted anticipation of the show. Everybody round about the Grange loved pretty, genial Belinda Lawford, and there was universal rejoicing because of her happiness. The wedding party came out of the vestry presently in appointed order, the bride with her head drooping, and her face hidden by her veil, the bridesmaids' garments making a fluttering noise as they came up the aisle, like the sound of a field of corn faintly stirred by summer breezes. Then the grave voice of the rector began the service with the brief preliminary exordium; and then, in a tone that grew more solemn with the increasing solemnity of the words, he went on to that awful charge which is addressed especially to the bridegroom and the bride. "I require and charge you both, as you will answer at the dreadful day of judgment, when the secrets of all hearts shall be disclosed, that if either of you know any impediment why ye may not be lawfully joined together in matrimony, ye do now confess it. For be ye well assured—" The rector read no further, for a woman's voice from out the dusky shadows at the further end of the church cried, "Stop!" There was a sudden silence. People stared at each other with scared faces, and then turned in the direction whence the voice had come. The bride lifted her head for the first time since leaving the vestry, and looked round about her, ashy pale and trembling. "Oh, Edward, Edward!" she cried. "What is it?" The rector waited, with his hand still upon the open book. He waited, looking towards the other end of the chancel. He had no need to wait long. A woman, with a black veil thrown back from a white, haggard face, and with dusty garment dragging upon the church floor, came slowly up the aisle. Her 2 hands were clasped upon her breast, and her breath came in gasps, as if she had been running. "Olivia!" cried Edward Arundel. "What in heaven's name—" But Major Lawford stepped forward, and spoke to the rector. "Pray let her be got out of the way," he said in a low voice. "I was warned of this. I was quite prepared for some such disturbance." He sank his voice to a whisper. "She is mad," he said, close in the rector's ear. The whisper was like whispering in general, more distinctly audible than the rest of the speech. Olivia Marchmont heard it. "Mad until to-day," she cried, "but not mad to-day. Oh, Edward Arundel, a hideous wrong has been done by me and through me. Your wife your wife " "My wife? What of her? She is alive," gasped Olivia. "An hour's walk from here. I came on foot. I was tired, and I have been long coming. I thought that I should be in time to stop you before you got to the church; but I am very weak. I ran the last part of the way." She dropped her hands upon the altar rails, and seemed as if she would have fallen. The rector put his arm about her to support her, and she went on. "I thought I should have spared her this," she said, pointing to Belinda; "but I can't help it. She must bear her misery as well as others. It can't be worse for her than it has been for others. She must bear—" "My wife!" said Edward Arundel. "Mary, my poor sorrowful darling, alive?" Belinda turned away, and buried her face upon her mother's shoulder. She could have borne anything better than this. His heart, that supreme treasure, for which she had rendered up thanks to her God, had never been hers after all. A word, a breath, and she was forgotten. His thoughts went back to that other one. There was unutterable joy, there was unspeakable tenderness in his tone, as he spoke of Mary Marchmont, though she stood by his side, in all her foolish bridal finery, with her heart newly broken. "Oh, mother," she cried, take me away before I die." Olivia flung herself upon her knees by the altar rails. Where the pure young bride was to have knelt by her lover's side, this wretched sinner cast herself down, sunk far below all common thoughts in the black depth of her despair. "Oh, my sin, my sin!" she cried, with clasped hands lifted up above her head. "Will God ever forgive my sin? Will God ever have pity upon me? Can he pity? Can he forgive such guilt as mine? Even this work of to-day is no atonement to be reckoned against my wickedness. I was jealous of this other woman. I was jealous. Earthly passion was still predominant in this miserable breast." She rose suddenly, as if this outburst had never been, and laid her hand upon Edward Arundel's arm. "Come," she said, "come." "To her? To Mary? My wife?" They had taken Belinda away by this time; but Major Lawford stood looking on. He tried to draw Edward aside, but Olivia's hand upon the young man's arm held him like a vice. "She is mad," whispered the Major. "Mr. Marchmont came to me last night, and warned me of all this. He told me to be prepared for anything. She has all sorts of delusions. Get her away if you can, while I go and explain matters to Belinda. Edward, if you have a spark of manly feeling, get this woman away." But Olivia held the bridegroom's arm with a tightening grasp. "Come," she said, "come. Are you turned to stone, Edward Arundel? Is your love worth no more than this? I tell you your wife, Mary Marchmont, is alive. Let those who doubt me come and see for themselves." The eager spectators, standing up in the pews or crowding in the narrow aisle, were only too ready to respond to this invitation. Olivia led her cousin out into the churchyard. She led him to the gate where the carriages were waiting. The crowd flocked after them, and the people outside began to cheer as they came out. That cheer was the signal for which the school children had waited; and they set to work scattering flowers upon the narrow pathway, before they looked up to see who was coming to trample upon the rosebuds and jessamine, the woodbine and syringa. But they drew back, scared and wondering, as Olivia came along the pathway, sweeping those tender blossoms after her with her trailing black garments, and leading the pale bridegroom by his arm. She led him to the door of the carriage, beside which Major Lawford's grey-haired groom was waiting, with a big white satin favour pinned upon his breast, and a bunch of roses in his buttonhole. There were favours in the horses' ears, and favours upon the breasts of the Hillingsworth tradespeople who had supplied bread and butcher's meat and grocery to the family at the Grange. The bell-ringers up in the church tower saw the crowd flock out of the porch, and thought the marriage ceremony was over. The jangling bells pealed out upon the hot summer air as Edward stood by the churchyard gate, with Olivia Marchmont by his side. "Lend me your carriage," he said to Major Lawford, "and come with me. I must see the end of this. It may be all a delusion, but I must see the end of it. If there is any truth in instinct, I believe that I shall see my wife alive." He got into the carriage without further ceremony, and Olivia and Major Lawford followed him. "Where is my wife?" the young man asked, letting down the front window as he spoke. "At Kemberling, at Hester Jobson's." "Drive to Kemberling," Edward said to the coachman. "To Kemberling High Street, as fast as you can go." The man drove away from the churchyard gate. The humbler spectators, who were restrained by no niceties of social etiquette, hurried after the vehicle, raising white clouds of dust upon the high road with their eager feet. The higher classes lingered about the churchyard, talking to each other and wondering. Very few people stopped to think of Belinda Lawford. Let the stricken deer go weep. A stricken deer is a very uninteresting object when there are hounds in full cry hard by, and another deer to be hunted. "Since when has my wife been at Kemberling?" Edward Arundel asked Olivia, as the carriage drove along the high road between the two villages. "Since daybreak this morning." "Where was she before then?" "At Stony Stringford Farm." "And before then?" "In the pavilion over the boat house at Marchmont." "My God! And—" The young man did not finish his sentence. He put his head out of the window, looking towards Kemberling, and straining his eyes to catch the earliest sight of the straggling village street. "Faster!" he cried every now and then to the coachman. "Faster!" In little more than half an hour from the time at which it had left the churchyard gate, the carriage stopped before the little carpenter's shop. Mr. Jobson's doorway was adorned by a painted representation of two very doleful-looking mutes standing at a door, for Hester's husband combined the more aristocratic avocation of undertaker with the homely trade of carpenter and joiner. Olivia Marchmont got out of the carriage before either of the two men could alight to assist her. Power was the supreme attribute of this woman's mind. Her purpose never failed. From the moment she had left Marchmont Towers until now, she had known neither rest of body nor wavering of intention. "Come," she said to Edward Arundel, looking back as she stood upon the threshold of Mr. Jobson's door. "And you too," she added, turning to Major Lawford. "Follow us, and see whether I am mad." She passed through the shop, and into that prim, smart parlour in which Edward Arundel had lamented his lost wife. The latticed windows were wide open, and the warm summer sunshine filled the room. A girl, with loose tresses of hazel brown hair falling about her face, was sitting on the floor, looking down at a beautiful fair-haired nursling of a 12-month-old. The girl was John Marchmont's daughter. The child was Edward Arundel's son. It was his childish cry that the young man had heard upon that October night in the pavilion by the water. "Mary Arundel," said Olivia in a hard voice, "I give you back your husband." The young mother got up from the ground with a low cry, tottered forward, and fell into her husband's arms. "They told me you were dead. They made me believe that you were dead," she said, and then fainted on the young man's breast. Edward carried her to a sofa and laid her down, white and senseless, and then knelt down beside her, crying over her, and sobbing out inarticulate thanksgiving to the God who had given his lost wife back to him. "Poor sweet lamb," murmured Hester Jobson. "She's as weak as a baby, and she's gone through so much already this morning." It was some time before Edward Arundel raised his head from the pillow upon which his wife's pale face lay, half hidden amid the tangled hair. But when he did look up, he turned to Major Lawford and stretched out his hand. "Have pity upon me," he said. "I have been the dupe of a villain. Tell your poor child how much I esteem her, how much I regret that we should have loved each other as we have. The instinct of my heart would have kept me true to the past, but it was impossible to know your daughter and not love her. The villain who has brought this sorrow upon us shall pay dearly for his infamy. Go back to your daughter, tell her everything. Tell her what you have seen here. I know her heart, and I know that she will open her arms to this poor ill-used child." The Major went away very downcast. Hester Jobson bustled about bringing restoratives and pillows, stopping every now and then in an outburst of affection by the slippery horsehair couch on which Mary lay. Mrs. Jobson had prepared her best bedroom for her beloved visitor, and Edward carried his young wife up to the clean, airy chamber. He went back to the parlour to fetch the child. He carried the fair-haired little one upstairs in his own arms; but I regret to say that the infant showed an inclination to whimper in his newly found father's embrace. It is only in the British drama that newly discovered fathers are greeted with an outburst of ready-made affection. Edward Arundel went back to the sitting-room presently, and sat down, waiting till Hester should bring him fresh tidings of his wife. Olivia Marchmont stood by the window, with her eyes fixed upon Edward. "Why don't you speak to me?" she said presently. "Can you find no words that are vile enough to express your hatred of me? Is that why you are silent?" "No, Olivia," answered the young man calmly. "I am silent because I have nothing to say to you. Why you have acted as you have acted, why you have chosen to be the tool of a black-hearted villain, is an unfathomable mystery to me. I thank God that your conscience was aroused this day, and that you have at least hindered the misery of an innocent girl. But why you have kept my wife hidden from me, why you have been the accomplice of Paul Marchmont's crime, is more than I can even attempt to guess." "Not yet?" said Olivia, looking at him with a strange smile. "Even yet I am a mystery to you." "You are indeed, Olivia." She turned away from him with a laugh. "Then I had better remain so till the end," she said, looking out into the garden. But after a moment's silence, she turned her head once more towards the young man. "I will speak," she said. "I will speak, Edward Arundel. I hope and believe that I have not long to live, and that all my shame and misery, my obstinate wickedness, my guilty passion, will come to an end, like a long feverish dream. O God, have mercy on my waking, and make it brighter than this dreadful sleep. I loved you, Edward Arundel. Ah, you start. Thank God at least for that. I kept my secret well. You don't know what that word love means, do you? You think you love that childish girl yonder, perhaps. But I can tell you that you don't know what love is. I know what it is. I have loved. For 10 years. For 10 long, dreary, desolate, miserable years. 52 weeks in every year. 52 Sundays, with long idle hours between the 2 church services. I have loved you, Edward. Shall I tell you what it is to love? It is to suffer, to hate, yes, to hate even the object of your love, when that love is hopeless; to hate him for the very attributes that have made you love him; to grudge the gifts and graces that have made him dear. It is to hate every creature on whom his eyes look with greater tenderness than they look on you; to watch one face until its familiar lines become a perpetual torment to you, and you cannot sleep because of its eternal presence staring at you in all your dreams. It is to be like some wretched drunkard, who loathes the fiery spirit that is destroying him body and soul, and yet goes on madly drinking till he dies. Love! How many people upon this great earth know the real meaning of that hideous word? I have learnt it until my soul loathes the lesson. They will tell you that I am mad, Edward, and they will tell you something near the truth, but not quite the truth. My madness has been my love. From long ago, when you were little more than a boy. You remember, don't you, the long days at the rectory? I remember every word you ever spoke to me, every sentiment you ever expressed, every look of your changing face. You were the first bright thing that came across my barren life, and I loved you. I married John Marchmont. Why, do you think? Because I wanted to make a barrier between you and me. I wanted to make my love for you impossible by making it a sin. So long as my husband lived, I shut your image out of my mind as I would have shut out the Prince of Darkness if he had come to me in a palpable shape. But since then, oh, I hope I have been mad since then. I hope that God may forgive my sins because I have been mad. Her thoughts wandered away to that awful question which had been so lately revived in her mind. Could she be forgiven? Was it within the compass of heavenly mercy to forgive such a sin as hers? End of chapter 11, volume 3. Volume 3, Chapter 12 of John Marchmont's Legacy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. John Marchmont's Legacy, by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 12. Mary's Story. One of the minor effects of any great shock, any revolution, natural or political, social or domestic, is a singular unconsciousness, or an exaggerated estimate, of the passage of time. Sometimes we fancy that the common functions of the universe have come to a dead stop during the tempest which has shaken our being to its remotest depths. Sometimes, on the other hand, it seems to us that, because we have endured an age of suffering, or half a lifetime of bewildered joy, the terrestrial globe has spun round in time to the quickened throbbing of our passionate hearts, and that all the clocks upon earth have been standing still. When the sun sank upon the summer's day that was to have been the day of Belinda's bridal, Edward Arundel thought that it was still early in the morning. He wondered at the rosy light all over the western sky, and that great ball of molten gold dropping down below the horizon. He was fain to look at his watch, in order to convince himself that the low light was really the familiar sun, and not some unnatural appearance in the heavens. And yet, although he wondered at the closing of the day, with a strange inconsistency, his mind could scarcely grapple with the idea that only last night he had sat by Belinda Lawford's side, her betrothed husband, and had pondered, Heaven only knows with what sorrowful regret, upon the unknown grave in which his dead wife lay. "I only knew it this morning," he thought. "I only knew this morning that my young wife still lives, and that I have a son." He was sitting by the open window in Hester Jobson's best bedroom. He was sitting in an old-fashioned easy-chair, placed between the head of the bed and the open window, a pure cottage window, with diamond panes of thin greenish glass, and a broad painted ledge, with a great jug of homely garden flowers standing on it. The young man was sitting by the side of the bed upon which his newly found wife and son lay asleep, the child's head nestled on his mother's breast, one flushed cheek peeping out of a tangled confusion of hazel brown and babyish flaxen hair. The white dimity curtains overshadowed the loving sleepers. The pretty fluffy knotted fringe, neat Hester's handiwork, made fantastical tracery upon the sunlit counterpane. Mary slept with one arm folded round her child, and with her face turned to her husband. She had fallen asleep with her hand clasped in his, after a succession of fainting fits that had left her terribly prostrate. Edward Arundel watched that tender picture with a smile of ineffable affection. "I can understand now why Roman Catholics worship the Virgin Mary," he thought. "I can comprehend the inspiration that guided Raphael's hand when he painted the Madonna de la Chaise. In all the world there is no picture so beautiful. From all the universe he could have chosen no subject more sublime. Oh, my darling wife, given back to me out of the grave, restored to me, and not alone restored, my little son, my baby son, whose feeble voice I heard that dark October night. To think that I was so wretched a dupe! To think that my dull ears could hear that sound, and no instinct rise up in my heart to reveal the presence of my child! I was so near them, not once, but several times, so near, and I never knew, I never guessed." He clenched his fists involuntarily at the remembrance of those purposeless visits to the lonely boat-house. His young wife was restored to him, but nothing could wipe away the long interval of agony in which he and she had been the dupe of a villainous trickster and a jealous woman. Nothing could give back the first year of that baby's life, that year which should have been one long holiday of love and rejoicing. Upon what a dreary world those innocent eyes had opened, when they should have looked only upon sunshine and flowers, and the tender light of a loving father's smile. "Oh, my darling," the young husband thought, as he looked at his wife's wan face, upon which the evidence of all that past agony was only too painfully visible. "How bitterly we two have suffered! But how much more terrible must have been your suffering than mine, my poor gentle darling, my broken Lily!" In his rapture at finding the wife he had mourned as dead, the young man had for a time almost forgotten the villainous plotter who had kept her hidden from him. But now, as he sat quietly by the bed upon which Mary and her baby lay, he had leisure to think of Paul Marchmont. What was he to do with that man? What vengeance could he wreak upon the head of that wretch who, for nearly 2 years, had condemned an innocent girl to cruel suffering and shame? To shame! For Edward knew now that one of the most bitter tortures which Paul Marchmont had inflicted upon his cousin had been his pretended disbelief in her marriage. "What can I do to him?" the young man asked himself. "What can I do to him? There is no personal chastisement worse than that which he has endured already at my hands. The scoundrel! The heartless villain! The false, cold-blooded cur! What can I do to him? I can only repeat that shameful degradation, and I will repeat it. This time he shall howl under the lash like some beaten hound. This time I will drag him through the village street, and let every idle gossip in Kemberling see how a scoundrel writhes under an honest man's whip. I will—" Edward Arundel's wife woke while he was thinking what chastisement he should inflict upon her deadly foe; and the baby opened his round innocent blue eyes in the next moment, and sat up staring at his new parent. Mr. Arundel took the child in his arms, and held him very tenderly, though perhaps rather awkwardly. The baby's round eyes opened wider at sight of those golden absurdities dangling at his father's watch-chain, and the little pudgy hands began to play with the big man's lockets and seals. "He comes to me, you see, Mary," Edward said with naïve wonder; and then he turned the baby's face towards him, and tenderly contemplated the bright surprised blue eyes, the tiny dimples, the soft moulded chin. I don't know whether fatherly vanity prompted the fancy, but Edward Arundel certainly did believe that he saw some faint reflection of his own features in that pink and white baby face, a shadowy resemblance, like a tremulous image looking up out of a river. But while Edward was half thinking this, half wondering whether there could be any likeness to him in that infant countenance, Mary settled the question with womanly decision. "Isn't he like you, Edward?" she whispered. "It was only for his sake that I bore my life all through that miserable time; and I don't think I could have lived even for him, if he hadn't been so like you. I used to look at his face sometimes for hours and hours together, crying over him and thinking of you. I don't think I ever cried except when he was in my arms. Then something seemed to soften my heart, and the tears came to my eyes. I was very, very, very ill for a long time before my baby was born, and I didn't know how the time went, or where I was. I used to fancy sometimes I was back in Oakley Street, and that papa was alive again, and that we were quite happy together, except for some heavy hammer that was always beating, beating, beating upon both our heads, and the dreadful sound of the river rushing down the street under our windows. I heard Mr. Weston tell his wife that it was a miracle I lived through that time." Hester Jobson came in presently with a tea-tray, that made itself heard by a jingling of teaspoons and rattling of cups and saucers all the way up the narrow staircase. The friendly carpenter's wife had produced her best china and her silver teapot, an heirloom inherited from a wealthy maiden aunt of her husband's. She had been busy all the afternoon, preparing that elegant little collation of cake and fruit which accompanied the tea-tray, and she spread the lavender-scented tablecloth, and arranged the cups and saucers, the plates and dishes, with mingled pride and delight. But she had to endure a terrible disappointment by and by, for neither of her guests was in a condition to do justice to her hospitality. Mary got up and sat in the roomy easy-chair, propped up with pillows. Her pensive eyes kept a loving watch upon the face of her husband, turned towards her own, and slightly crimsoned by that rosy flush fading out in the western sky. She sat up and sipped a cup of tea, and in that lovely summer twilight, with the scent of the flowers blowing in through the open window, and a stupid moth doing his best to beat out his brains against one of the diamond panes in the lattice, the tortured heart, for the first time since the ruthless close of that brief honeymoon, felt the heavenly delight of repose. "Oh, Edward," murmured the young wife, "how strange it seems to be happy!" He was at her feet, half kneeling, half sitting on a hassock of Hester's handiwork, with both his wife's hands clasped in his, and his head leaning upon the arm of her chair. Hester Jobson had carried off the baby, and these two were quite alone, all in all to each other, with a cruel gap of 2 years to be bridged over by sorrowful memories, by tender words of consolation. They were alone, and they could talk quite freely now, without fear of interruption, for although in purity and beauty an infant is first cousin to the angels, and though I most heartily concur in all that Mr. Bennet and Mr. Buchanan can say or sing about the species, still it must be owned that a baby is rather a hindrance to conversation, and that a man's eloquence does not flow quite so smoothly when he has to stop every now and then to rescue his infant son from the imminent peril of strangulation caused by a futile attempt at swallowing one of his own fists. Mary and Edward were alone. They were together once more, as they had been by the trout stream in the Winchester meadows. A curtain had fallen upon all the wreck and ruin of the past, and they could hear the soft, mysterious music that was to be the prelude of a new act in life's drama. "I shall try to forget all that time," Mary said presently. "I shall try to forget it, Edward. I think the very memory of it would kill me, if it was to come back perpetually in the midst of my joy, as it does now, even now, when I am so happy that I dare not speak of my happiness." She stopped, and her face drooped upon her husband's clustering hair. "You are crying, Mary." "Yes, dear. There is something painful in happiness when it comes after such suffering." The young man lifted his head and looked in his wife's face. How deathly pale it was, even in that shadowy twilight! How worn and haggard and wasted since it had smiled at him in his brief honeymoon! Yes, joy is painful when it comes after a long continuance of suffering. It is painful because we have become sceptical by reason of the endurance of such anguish. We have lost the power to believe in happiness. It comes, the bright stranger, but we shrink appalled from its beauty, lest after all it should be nothing but a phantom. Heaven knows how anxiously Edward Arundel looked at his wife's altered face. Her eyes shone upon him with the holy light of love. She smiled at him with a tender, reassuring smile; but it seemed to him that there was something almost supernal in the brightness of that white, wasted face, something that reminded him of the countenance of a martyr who has ceased to suffer the anguish of death in a foretaste of the joys of heaven. "Mary," he said presently, "tell me every cruelty that Paul Marchmont or his tools inflicted upon you. Tell me everything, and I will never speak of our miserable separation again. I will only punish the cause of it," he added in an undertone. "Tell me, dear. It will be painful for you to speak of it, but it will be only once. There are some things I must know. Remember, darling, that you are in my arms now, and that nothing but death can ever again part us." The young man had his arms round his wife. He felt, rather than heard, a low plaintive sigh as he spoke those last words. "Nothing but death, Edward, nothing but death," Mary said, in a solemn whisper. "Death would not come to me when I was very miserable. I used to pray that I might die, and the baby too, for I could not have borne to leave him behind. I thought that we might both be buried with you, Edward. I have dreamt sometimes that I was lying by your side in a tomb, and I have stretched out my dead hand to clasp yours. I used to beg and entreat them to let me be buried with you when I died; for I believed that you were dead, Edward. I believed it most firmly. I had not even one lingering hope that you were alive. If I had felt such a hope, no power upon earth would have kept me prisoner." "The wretches!" muttered Edward between his set teeth. "The dastardly wretches! The foul liars!" "Don't, Edward, don't, darling. There is a pain in my heart when I hear you speak like that. I know how wicked they have been, how cruel, how cruel. I look back at all my suffering as if it were some one else who suffered; for now that you are with me, I cannot believe that miserable, lonely, despairing creature was really me, the same creature whose head now rests upon your shoulder, whose breath is mixed with yours. I look back and see all my past misery, and I cannot forgive them, Edward. I am very wicked, for I cannot forgive my cousin Paul and his sister yet. But I don't want you to speak of them. I only want you to love me. I only want you to smile at me, and tell me again and again and again that nothing can part us now but death." She paused for a few moments, exhausted by having spoken so long. Her head lay upon her husband's shoulder, and she clung a little closer to him, with a slight shiver. "What is the matter, darling?" "I feel as if it couldn't be real." "What, dear?" "The present, all this joy. Edward, is it real? Is it? Is it? Or am I only dreaming? Shall I wake presently and feel the cold air blowing in at the window, and see the moonlight on the wainscot at Stony Stringford? Is it all real?" "It is, my precious one; as real as the mercy of God, who will give you compensation for all you have suffered; as real as God's vengeance, which will fall most heavily upon your persecutors. And now, darling, tell me all. I must know the story of these 2 miserable years during which I have mourned for my lost love." Mr. Arundel forgot to mention that during those 2 miserable years he had engaged himself to become the husband of another woman. But perhaps, even when he is best and truest, a man is always just a shade behind a woman in the matter of constancy. "When you left me in Hampshire, Edward, I was very, very miserable," Mary began in a low voice; "but I knew that it was selfish and wicked of me to think only of myself. I tried to think of your poor father, who was ill and suffering, and I prayed for him, and hoped that he would recover, and that you would come back to me very soon. The people at the inn were very kind to me. I sat at the window from morning till night upon the day after you left me, and upon the day after that; for I was so foolish as to fancy, every time I heard the sound of horses' hoofs or carriage wheels upon the high road, that you were coming back to me, and that all my grief was over. I sat at the window and watched the road till I knew the shape of every tree and housetop, every ragged branch of the hawthorn bushes in the hedge. At last, it was the 3rd day after you went away, I heard carriage wheels, that slackened as they came to the inn. A fly stopped at the door, and, oh, Edward, I did not wait to see who was in it. I never imagined the possibility of its bringing anybody but you. I ran downstairs, with my heart beating so that I could hardly breathe, and I scarcely felt the stairs under my feet. But when I got to the door, oh, my love, my love! I cannot bear to think of it. I cannot endure the recollection of it." She stopped, gasping for breath, and clinging to her husband, and then with an effort went on again. "Yes, I will tell you, dear. I must tell you. My cousin Paul and my stepmother were standing in the little hall at the foot of the stairs. I think I fainted in my stepmother's arms; and when my consciousness came back, I was in our sitting room, the pretty rustic room, Edward, in which you and I had been so happy together. I must not stop to tell you everything. It would take me so long to speak of all that happened in that miserable time. I knew that something must be wrong, from my cousin Paul's manner; but neither he nor my stepmother would tell me what it was. I asked them if you were dead, but they said no, you were not dead. Still, I could see that something dreadful had happened. But by and by accident, I saw your name in a newspaper that was lying on the table with Paul's hat and gloves. I saw the description of an accident on the railway, by which I knew you had travelled. My heart sank at once, and I think I guessed all that had happened.
I read your name amongst those of the people who had been dangerously hurt. Paul shook his head when I asked him if there was any hope. They brought me back here. I scarcely know how I came, how I endured all that misery. I implored them to let me come to you again and again, on my knees at their feet, but neither of them would listen to me. It was impossible, Paul said. He always seemed very, very kind to me, always spoke softly, always told me that he pitied me and was sorry for me. But though my stepmother looked sternly at me, and spoke, as she always used to speak, in a harsh, cold voice, I sometimes think she might have given way at last and let me come to you, but for him, but for my cousin Paul. He could look at me with a smile upon his face when I was almost mad with my misery, and he never wavered, he never hesitated. So they took me back to the Towers. I let them take me, for I scarcely felt my sorrow any longer. I only felt tired, oh, so dreadfully tired, and I wanted to lie down upon the ground in some quiet place where no one could come near me. I thought that I was dying. I believe I was very ill when we got back to the Towers. My stepmother and Barbara Simmons watched by my bedside, day after day, night after night. Sometimes I knew them, sometimes I had all sorts of fancies, and often, how often, darling, I thought that you were with me. My cousin Paul came every day and stood by my bedside. I can't tell you how hateful it was to me to have him there. He used to come into the room as silently as if he had been walking upon snow. But however noiselessly he came, however fast asleep I was when he entered the room, I always knew that he was there, standing by my bedside, smiling at me. I always woke with a shuddering horror thrilling through my veins, as if a rat had run across my face. By and by, when the delirium was quite gone, I felt ashamed of myself for this. It seemed so wicked to feel this unreasonable antipathy to my dear father's cousin. But he had brought me bad news of you, Edward, and it was scarcely strange that I should hate him. One day he sat down by my bedside when I was getting better, and was strong enough to talk. There was no one besides ourselves in the room, except my stepmother, and she was standing at the window, with her head turned away from us, looking out. My cousin Paul sat down by the bedside, and began to talk to me in that gentle, compassionate way that used to torture me and irritate me in spite of myself. He asked me what had happened to me after my leaving the Towers on the day after the ball. I told him everything, Edward, about your coming to me in Oakley Street, about our marriage. But, oh, my darling, my husband, he wouldn't believe me. He wouldn't believe. Nothing that I could say would make him believe me, though I swore to him again and again, by my dead father in heaven, as I hoped for the mercy of my God, that I had spoken the truth, and the truth only. He wouldn't believe me. He wouldn't believe. He shook his head, and said he scarcely wondered I should try to deceive him, that it was a very sad story, a very miserable and shameful story, and my attempted falsehood was little more than natural. And then he spoke against you, Edward, against you. He talked of my childish ignorance, my confiding love, and your villainy. Oh, Edward, he said such shameful things, such shameful, horrible things. You had plotted to become master of my fortune, to get me into your power, because of my money, and you had not married me. You had not married me. He persisted in saying that. I was delirious again after this, almost mad, I think. All through the delirium I kept telling my cousin Paul of our marriage. Though he was very seldom in the room, I constantly thought that he was there, and told him the same thing, till my brain was on fire. I don't know how long it lasted. I know that once in the middle of the night I saw my stepmother lying upon the ground, sobbing aloud and crying out about her wickedness, crying out that God would never forgive her sin. I got better at last, and then I went downstairs, and I used to sit sometimes in poor papa's study. The blind was always down, and none of the servants, except Barbara Simmons, ever came into the room. My cousin Paul did not live at the Towers, but he came there every day, and often stayed there all day. He seemed the master of the house. My stepmother obeyed him in everything, and consulted him about everything. Sometimes Mrs. Weston came. She was like her brother. She always smiled at me with a grave, compassionate smile, just like his, and she always seemed to pity me, but she wouldn't believe in my marriage. She spoke cruelly about you, Edward, cruelly, but in soft words, that seemed only spoken out of compassion for me. No one would believe in my marriage. No stranger was allowed to see me. I was never suffered to go out. They treated me as if I was some shameful creature who must be hidden away from the sight of the world. One day I entreated my cousin Paul to go to London and see Mrs. Pimpernel. She would be able to tell him of our marriage. I had forgotten the name of the clergyman who married us, and the church at which we were married, and I could not tell Paul those, but I gave him Mrs. Pimpernel's address, and I wrote to her, begging her to tell my cousin all about my marriage, and I gave him the note unsealed. He went to London about a week afterwards, and when he came back he brought me my note. He had been to Oakley Street, he said, but Mrs. Pimpernel had left the neighbourhood, and no one knew where she was gone. "A lie, a villainous lie," muttered Edward Arundel. "Oh, the scoundrel! The infernal scoundrel!" No words would ever tell the misery of that time, the bitter anguish, the unendurable suspense. When I asked them about you, they would tell me nothing. Sometimes I thought that you had forgotten me, that you had only married me out of pity for my loneliness, and that you were glad to be freed from me. Oh, forgive me, Edward, for that wicked thought; but I was so very miserable, so utterly desolate. At other times I fancied that you were very ill, helpless, and unable to come to me. I dared not think that you were dead. I put away that thought from me with all my might. But it haunted me day and night. It was with me always like a ghost. I tried to shut it away from my sight, but I knew that it was there. The days were all alike, long, dreary, and desolate. So I scarcely know how the time went. My stepmother brought me religious books, and told me to read them, but they were hard, difficult books, and I couldn't find one word of comfort in them. They must have been written to frighten very obstinate and wicked people, I think. The only book that ever gave me any comfort was that dear book I used to read to papa on a Sunday evening in Oakley Street. I read that, Edward, in those miserable days. I read the story of the widow's only son, who was raised up from the dead because his mother was so wretched without him. I read that sweet, tender story again and again, until I used to see the funeral train, the pale, still face upon the bier, the white, uplifted hand, and that sublime and lovely countenance, whose image always comes to us when we are most miserable, the tremulous light upon the golden hair, and in the distance the glimmering columns of white temples, the palm trees standing out against the purple eastern sky. I thought that he who raised up a miserable woman's son, chiefly because he was her only son, and she was desolate without him, would have more pity upon me than the God in Olivia's books; and I prayed to him, Edward, night and day, imploring him to bring you back to me. I don't know what day it was, except that it was autumn, and the dead leaves were blowing about in the quadrangle, when my stepmother sent for me one afternoon to my room, where I was sitting, not reading, not even thinking, only sitting with my head upon my hands, staring stupidly out at the drifting leaves and the grey cold sky. My stepmother was in papa's study, and I was to go to her there. I went, and found her standing there, with a letter crumpled up in her clenched hand, and a slip of newspaper lying on the table before her. She was as white as death, and she was trembling violently from head to foot. "See," she said, pointing to the paper, "your lover is dead. But for you he would have received the letter that told him of his father's illness upon an earlier day. He would have gone to Devonshire by a different train. It was by your doing that he travelled when he did. If this is true, and he is dead, his blood be upon your head. His blood be upon your head." I think her cruel words were almost exactly those. I did not hope for a minute that those horrible lines in the newspaper were false. I thought they must be true, and I was mad, Edward, I was mad. For utter despair came to me with the knowledge of your death. I went to my own room, and put on my bonnet and shawl, and then I went out of the house, down into that dreary wood, and along the narrow pathway by the river side. I wanted to drown myself, but the sight of the black water filled me with a shuddering horror. I was frightened, Edward, and I went on by the river, scarcely knowing where I was going, until it was quite dark; and I was tired, and sat down upon the damp ground by the brink of the river, all amongst the broad green flags and the wet rushes. I sat there for hours, and I saw the stars shining feebly in a dark sky. I think I was delirious, for sometimes I knew that I was there by the waterside, and then the next minute I thought that I was in my bedroom at the Towers. Sometimes I fancied that I was with you in the meadows near Winchester, and the sun was shining, and you were sitting by my side, and I could see your float dancing up and down in the sunlit water. At last, after I had been there a very, very long time, 2 people came with a lantern, a man and a woman, and I heard a startled voice say, 'Here she is, here, lying on the ground.' And then another voice, a woman's voice, very low and frightened, said, 'Alive!' And then 2 people lifted me up. The man carried me in his arms, and the woman took the lantern. I couldn't speak to them, but I knew that they were my cousin Paul and his sister, Mrs. Weston. I remember being carried some distance in Paul's arms, and then I think I must have fainted away, for I can recollect nothing more until I woke up one day and found myself lying in a bed in the pavilion over the boathouse, with Mr. Weston watching by my bedside. I don't know how the time passed. I only know that it seemed endless. I think my illness was rheumatic fever, caught by lying on the damp ground nearly all that night when I ran away from the Towers. A long time went by. There was frost and snow. I saw the river once out of the window when I was lifted out of bed for an hour or 2, and it was frozen. And once at midnight I heard the Kemberling church bells ringing in the New Year. I was very ill, but I had no doctor, and all that time I saw no one but my cousin Paul and Lavinia Weston and a servant named Betsy, a rough country girl who took care of me when my cousins were away. They were kind to me, and took great care of me." "You did not see Olivia, then, all this time?" Edward asked eagerly. "No, I did not see my stepmother till some time after the New Year began. She came in suddenly one evening, when Mrs. Weston was with me, and at first she seemed frightened at seeing me. She spoke to me kindly afterwards, but in a strange terror-stricken voice; and she laid her head down upon the counterpane of the bed, and sobbed aloud; and then Paul took her away, and spoke to her cruelly, very cruelly, taunting her with her love for you. I never understood till then why she hated me, but I pitied her after that. Yes, Edward, miserable as I was, I pitied her, because you had never loved her. In all my wretchedness I was happier than her, for you had loved me, Edward. You had loved me." Mary lifted her face to her husband's lip, and those dear lips were pressed tenderly upon her pale forehead. "Oh, my love, my love!" the young man murmured. "My poor suffering angel! Can God ever forgive these people for their cruelty to you? But, my darling, why did you make no effort to escape?" "I was too ill to move. I believed that I was dying." "But afterwards, darling, when you were better, stronger, did you make no effort then to escape from your persecutors?" Mary shook her head mournfully. "Why should I try to escape from them?" she said. "What was there for me beyond that place? It was as well for me to be there as anywhere else. I thought you were dead, Edward. I thought you were dead, and life held nothing more for me. I could do nothing but wait till He who raised the widow's son should have pity upon me, and take me to the heaven where I thought you and papa had gone before me. I didn't want to go away from those dreary rooms over the boat house. What did it matter to me whether I was there or at Marchmont Towers? I thought you were dead, and all the glories and grandeurs of the world were nothing to me. Nobody ill-treated me. I was let alone. Mrs. Weston told me that it was for my own sake they kept me hidden from everybody about the Towers. I was a poor disgraced girl, she told me, and it was best for me to stop quietly in the pavilion till people had got tired of talking of me, and then my cousin Paul would take me away to the Continent, where no one would know who I was. She told me that the honour of my father's name, and of my father altogether, would be saved by this means. I replied that I had brought no dishonour on my dear father's name, but she only shook her head mournfully, and I was too weak to dispute with her. What did it matter? I thought you were dead, and that the world was finished for me. I sat day after day by the window, not looking out, for there was a Venetian blind that my cousin Paul had nailed down to the window sill, and I could only see glimpses of the water through the long narrow openings between the laths. I used to sit there listening to the moaning of the wind amongst the trees, or the sounds of the horses' feet upon the towing path, or the rain dripping into the river upon wet days. I think that even in my deepest misery God was good to me, for my mind sank into a dull apathy, and I seemed to lose even the capacity of suffering. One day in March, when the wind was howling, and the smoke blew down the narrow chimney and filled the room, Mrs. Weston brought her husband, and he talked to me a little, and then talked to his wife in whispers. He seemed terribly frightened, and he trembled all the time, and kept saying, "Poor thing, poor young woman," but his wife was cross to him, and wouldn't let him stop long in the room. After that Mr. Weston came very often, always with Lavinia, who seemed cleverer than he was, even as a doctor, for she dictated to him, and ordered him about in everything. Then, by and by, when the birds were singing, and the warm sunshine came into the room, my baby was born, Edward. My baby was born. I thought that God, who raised the widow's son, had heard my prayer, and had raised you up from the dead, for the baby's eyes were like yours, and I used to think sometimes that your soul was looking out of them and comforting me. Do you remember that poor foolish German woman who believed that the spirit of a dead king came to her in the shape of a blackbird? She was not a good woman, I know, dear, but she must have loved the king very truly, or she never could have believed anything so foolish. I don't believe in people's love when they love wisely, Edward. The truest love is that which loves too well. From the time of my baby's birth everything was changed. I was more miserable, perhaps, because that dull, dead apathy cleared away, and my memory came back, and I thought of you, dear, and cried over my little angel's face as he slept. But I wasn't alone any longer. The world seemed narrowed into the little circle round my darling's cradle. I don't think he is like other babies, Edward. I think he has known of my sorrow from the very first, and has tried in his mute way to comfort me. The God who worked so many miracles, all separate tokens of his love and tenderness and pity for the sorrows of mankind, could easily make my baby different from other children for a wretched mother's consolation. In the autumn after my darling's birth, Paul and his sister came for me one night, and took me away from the pavilion by the water to a deserted farmhouse, where there was a woman to wait upon me and take care of me. She was not unkind to me, but she was rather neglectful of me. I did not mind that, for I wanted nothing except to be alone with my precious boy. Your son, Edward, your son. The woman let me walk in the garden sometimes. It was a neglected garden, but there were bright flowers growing wild, and when the spring came again, my pet used to lie on the grass and play with the buttercups and daisies that I threw into his lap, and I think we were both of us happier and better than we had been in those 2 close rooms over the boat-house. I have told you all now, Edward, all except what happened this morning, when my stepmother and Hester Jobson came into my room in the early daybreak, and told me that I had been deceived and that you were alive. My stepmother threw herself upon her knees at my feet, and asked me to forgive her, for she was a miserable sinner, she said, who had been abandoned by God. And I forgave her, Edward, and kissed her, and you must forgive her too, dear, for I know that she has been very, very wretched. And she took the baby in her arms and kissed him, oh, so passionately, and cried over him. And then they brought me here in Mr. Jobson's cart, for Mr. Jobson was with them, and Hester held me in her arms all the time. And then, darling, then after a long time, you came to me." Edward put his arms round his wife and kissed her once more. "We will never speak of this again, darling," he said. "I know all now. I understand it all. I will never again distress you by speaking of your cruel wrongs." "And you will forgive Olivia, dear?" "Yes, my pet, I will forgive Olivia." He said no more, for there was a footstep on the stair, and a glimmer of light shone through the crevices of the door. Hester Jobson came into the room with a pair of lighted wax candles, in white crockery-ware candlesticks. But Hester was not alone. Close behind her came a lady in a rustling silk gown, a tall matronly lady, who cried out, "Where is she, Edward? Where is she? Let me see this poor ill-used child." It was Mrs. Arundel, who had come to Kemberling to see her newly found daughter-in-law. "Oh, my dear mother," cried the young man, "how good of you to come! Now, Mary, you need never again know what it is to want a protector, a tender womanly protector, who will shelter you from every harm." Mary got up and went to Mrs. Arundel, who opened her arms to receive her son's young wife. But before she folded Mary to her friendly breast, she took the girl's 2 hands in hers, and looked earnestly at her pale, wasted face. She gave a long sigh as she contemplated those wan features, the shining light in the eyes, that looked unnaturally large by reason of the girl's hollow cheeks. "Oh, my dear," cried Mrs. Arundel, "my poor long-suffering child, how cruelly they have treated you!" Edward looked at his mother, frightened by the earnestness of her manner, but she smiled at him with a bright, reassuring look. "I shall take you home to Dangerfield with me, my poor love," she said to Mary, "and I shall nurse you, and make you as plump as a partridge, my poor wasted pet. And I'll be a mother to you, my motherless child. Oh, to think that there should be any wretch vile enough to... But I won't agitate you, my dear. I'll take you away from this bleak, horrid county by the first train to-morrow morning, and you shall sleep to-morrow night in the blue bedroom at Dangerfield, with the roses and myrtles waving against your window. And Edward shall go with us, and you shan't come back here till you are well and strong. And you'll try and love me, won't you, dear? And oh, Edward, I've seen the boy, and he's a superb creature, the very image of what you were at a 12-month-old. And he came to me and smiled at me, almost as if he knew I was his grandmother. And he has got 5 teeth, but I'm sorry to tell you he's cutting them crossways, the top first instead of the bottom, Hester says." "And Belinda, mother dear?" Edward said presently, in a grave undertone. "Belinda is an angel," Mrs. Arundel answered, quite as gravely. "She has been in her own room all day, and no one has seen her but her mother. But she came down to the hall as I was leaving the house this evening, and said to me, 'Dear Mrs. Arundel, tell him that he must not think I am so selfish as to be sorry for what has happened. Tell him that I am very glad to think his young wife has been saved.' She put her hand up to my lips to stop my speaking, and then went back again to her room. And if that isn't acting like an angel, I don't know what is." End of Chapter 12, Volume 3.
Volume 3, Chapter 13 of John Marchmont's Legacy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. John Marchmont's Legacy, by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 13. All within is dark as night. Paul Marchmont did not leave Stony Stringford farmhouse till dusk upon that bright summer's day, and the friendly twilight is slow to come in the early days of July, however a man may loathe the sunshine. Paul Marchmont stopped at the deserted farmhouse, wandering in and out of the empty rooms, strolling listlessly about the neglected garden, or coming to a dead stop sometimes, and standing stock still for 10 minutes at a time, staring at the wall before him, and counting the slimy traces of the snails upon the branches of a plum tree, or the flies in a spider's web. Paul Marchmont was afraid to leave that lonely farmhouse. He was afraid as yet. He scarcely knew what he feared, for a kind of stupor had succeeded the violent emotions of the past few hours, and the time slipped by him, and his brain grew bewildered when he tried to realize his position. It was very difficult for him to do this. The calamity that had come upon him was a calamity that he had never anticipated. He was a clever man, and he had put his trust in his own cleverness. He had never expected to be found out. Until this hour everything had been in his favour. His dupes and victims had played into his hands. Mary's grief, which had rendered her a passive creature, utterly indifferent to her own fate, her peculiar education, which had taught her everything except knowledge of the world in which she was to live, had enabled Paul Marchmont to carry out a scheme so infamous and daring that it was beyond the suspicion of honest men, almost too base for the comprehension of ordinary villains. He had never expected to be found out. All his plans had been deliberately and carefully prepared. Immediately after Edward's marriage and safe departure for the Continent, Paul had intended to convey Mary and the child, with the grim attendant whom he had engaged for them, far away, to one of the remotest villages in Wales. Alone he would have done this, travelling by night and trusting no one, for the hired attendant knew nothing of Mary's real position. She had been told that the girl was a poor relation of Paul's, and that her story was a very sorrowful one. If the poor creature had strange fancies and delusions, it was no more than might be expected, for she had suffered enough to turn a stronger brain than her own. Everything had been arranged, and so cleverly arranged, that Mary and the child would disappear after dusk one summer's evening, and not even Lavinia Weston would be told whither they had gone. Paul had never expected to be found out, but he had least of all expected betrayal from the quarter whence it had come. He had made Olivia his tool, but he had acted cautiously even with her. He had confided nothing to her, and although she had suspected some foul play in the matter of Mary's disappearance, she had been certain of nothing. She had uttered no falsehood when she swore to Edward Arundel that she did not know where his wife was. But for her accidental discovery of the secret of the pavilion, she would never have known of Mary's existence after that October afternoon on which the girl left Marchmont Towers. But here Paul had been betrayed by the carelessness of the hired girl who acted as Mary Arundel's gaoler and attendant. It was Olivia's habit to wander often in that dreary wood by the water during the winter in which Mary was kept prisoner in the pavilion over the boat-house. Lavinia Weston and Paul Marchmont spent each of them a great deal of their time in the pavilion, but they could not be always on guard there. There was the world to be hoodwinked, and the surgeon's wife had to perform all her duties as a matron before the face of Kemberling, and had to give some plausible account of her frequent visits to the boat-house. Paul liked the place for his painting, Mrs. Weston informed her friends, and he was so enthusiastic in his love of art, that it was really a pleasure to participate in his enthusiasm. So she liked to sit with him, and talk to him or read to him while he painted. This explanation was quite enough for Kemberling, and Mrs. Weston went to the pavilion at Marchmont Towers 3 or 4 times a week without causing any scandal thereby. But however well you may manage things yourself, it is not always easy to secure the careful co-operation of the people you employ. Betsy Murrell was a stupid, narrow-minded young person, who was very safe so far as regarded the possibility of any sympathy with or compassion for Mary Arundel arising in her stolid nature; but the stupid stolidity which made her safe in one way rendered her dangerous in another. One day, while Mrs. Weston was with the hapless young prisoner, Miss Murrell went out upon the water-side to converse with a good-looking young bargeman, who was a connection of her family, and perhaps an admirer of the young lady herself; and the door of the painting-room being left wide open, Olivia Marchmont wandered listlessly into the pavilion. There was a dismal fascination for her in that spot, on which she had heard Edward Arundel declare his love for John Marchmont's daughter, and heard Mary's voice in the chamber at the top of the stone steps. This was how Olivia had surprised Paul's secret, and from that hour it had been the artist's business to rule this woman by the only weapon which he possessed against her: her own secret, her own weak folly, her mad love of Edward Arundel, and jealous hatred of the woman whom he had loved. This weapon was a very powerful one, and Paul used it unsparingly.
When the woman who, for 27 years of her life, had lived without sin, who from the hour in which she had been old enough to know right from wrong, until Edward Arundel's second return from India, had sternly done her duty; when this woman, who little by little had slipped away from her high standing point and sunk down into a morass of sin, when this woman remonstrated with Mr. Marchmont, he turned upon her, and lashed her with the scourge of her own folly. "You come and upbraid me," he said, "and you call me villain and arch traitor, and say that you cannot abide this, your sin, and that your guilt, in keeping our secret, cries to you in the dead hours of the night, and you call upon me to undo what I have done, and to restore Mary Marchmont to her rights. Do you remember what her highest right is? Do you remember that which I must restore to her when I give her back this house and the income that goes along with it? If I restore Marchmont Towers, I must restore to her Edward Arundel's love. You have forgotten that, perhaps. If she ever re-enters this house, she will come back to it leaning on his arm. You will see them together. You will hear of their happiness. And do you think that he will ever forgive you for your part of the conspiracy? Yes, it is a conspiracy, if you like. If you are not afraid to call it by a hard name, why should I fear to do so? Will he ever forgive you, do you think, when he knows that his young wife has been the victim of a senseless, vicious love? Yes, Olivia Marchmont. Any love is vicious which is given unsought, and is so strong a passion, so blind and unreasoning a folly, that honour, mercy, truth, and Christianity are trampled down before it. How will you endure Edward Arundel's contempt for you? How will you tolerate his love for Mary, multiplied 20-fold by all this romantic business of separation and persecution? You talk to me of my sin. Who was it who first sinned? Who was it who drove Mary Marchmont from this house, not once only, but twice, by her cruelty? Who was it who persecuted her and tortured her day by day and hour by hour, not openly, not with an uplifted hand, or blows that could be warded off, but by cruel hints and innuendos, by unwomanly sneers and hellish taunts? Look into your heart, Olivia Marchmont, and when you make atonement for your sin, I will make restitution for mine. In the meantime, if this business is painful to you, the way lies open before you. Go and take Edward Arundel to the pavilion yonder, and give him back his wife. Give the lie to all your past life, and restore these devoted young lovers to each other's arms." This weapon never failed in its effect. Olivia Marchmont might loathe herself, and her sin, and her life, which was made hideous to her because of her sin; but she could not bring herself to restore Mary to her lover husband. She could not tolerate the idea of their happiness. Every night she grovelled on her knees, and swore to her offended God that she would do this thing, she would render this sacrifice of atonement. But every morning, when her weary eyes opened on the hateful sunlight, she cried, "Not to-day, not to-day." Again and again, during Edward Arundel's residence at Kemberling Retreat, she had set out from Marchmont Towers with the intention of revealing to him the place where his young wife was hidden; but again and again she had turned back and left her work undone. She could not. She could not. In the dead of the night, under pouring rain, with the bleak winds of winter blowing in her face, she had set out upon that unfinished journey, only to stop midway and cry out, "No, no, no, not to-night. I cannot endure it yet." It was only when another and a fiercer jealousy was awakened in this woman's breast, that she arose all at once, strong, resolute, and undaunted, to do the work she had so miserably deferred. As one poison is said to neutralize the evil power of another, so Olivia Marchmont's jealousy of Belinda seemed to blot out and extinguish her hatred of Mary. Better anything than that Edward Arundel should have a new, and perhaps a fairer bride. The jealous woman had always looked upon Mary Marchmont as a despicable rival. Better that Edward should be tied to this girl than that he should rejoice in the smiles of a lovelier woman, worthier of his affection. This was the feeling paramount in Olivia's breast, although she was herself half unconscious how entirely this was the motive power which had given her new strength and resolution. She tried to think that it was the awakening of her conscience that had made her strong enough to do this one good work. But in the semi-darkness of her own mind there was still a feeble glimmer of the light of truth, and it was this that had prompted her to cry out on her knees before the altar in Hillingsworth Church, and declare the sinfulness of her nature. Paul Marchmont stopped several times before the ragged, untrimmed fruit trees in his purposeless wanderings in the neglected garden at Stony Stringford, before the vaporous confusion cleared away from his brain, and he was able to understand what had happened to him. His first reasonable action was to take out his watch; but even then he stood for some moments staring at the dial before he remembered why he had taken the watch from his pocket, or what it was that he wanted to know. By Mr. Marchmont's chronometer it was 10 minutes past 7 o'clock; but the watch had been unwound upon the previous night, and had run down. Paul put it back in his waistcoat pocket, and then walked slowly along the weedy pathway to that low latticed window in which he had often seen Mary Arundel standing with her child in her arms. He went to this window and looked in, with his face against the glass. The room was neat and orderly now, for the woman whom Mr. Marchmont had hired had gone about her work as usual, and was in the act of filling a little brown earthenware teapot from a kettle on the hob, when Paul stared in at her. She looked up as Mr. Marchmont's figure came between her and the light, and nearly dropped the little brown teapot in her terror of her offended employer. But Paul pulled open the window, and spoke to her very quietly. "Stop where you are," he said. "I want to speak to you. I'll come in." He went into the house by a door that had once been the front and principal entrance, which opened into a low wainscoted hall. From this room he went into the parlour, which had been Mary Arundel's apartment, and in which the hired nurse was now preparing her breakfast. "I thought I might as well get a cup of tea, sir, whiles I waited for your orders," the woman murmured apologetically; "for being knocked up so early this morning, you see, sir, has made my head that bad I could scarcely bear myself. And—" Paul lifted his hand to stop the woman's talk, as he had done before. He had no consciousness of what she was saying, but the sound of her voice pained him. His eyebrows contracted with a spasmodic action, as if something had hurt his head. There was a Dutch clock in the corner of the room, with a long pendulum swinging against the wall. By this clock it was 8:30. "Is your clock right?" Paul asked. "Yes, sir. Leastways, it may be 5 minutes too slow, but not more." Mr. Marchmont took out his watch, wound it up, and regulated it by the Dutch clock. "Now," he said, "perhaps you can tell me clearly what happened. I want no excuses, remember. I only want to know what occurred, and what was said, word for word, remember." He sat down, but got up again directly, and walked to the window. Then he paced up and down the room 2 or 3 times, and then went back to the fireplace and sat down again. He was like a man who, in the racking torture of some physical pain, finds a miserable relief in his own restlessness. "Come," he said, "I am waiting." "Yes, sir, which, begging your pardon, if you wouldn't mind sitting still like, while I'm a-telling of you, which it do remind me of the wild beasts in the Zoological, sir, to that degree that the boil, to which I am subject, sir, and have been from a child, might prevent me being as truthful as I should wish. Mrs. Marchmont, sir, she come before it was light, in a cart, sir, which it was a shay cart, and made comfortable with cushions and straw and such like, or I should not have let the young lady go away in it; and she bring with her a respectable, homely looking young person, which she call Hester Jobling, or Gobson, or something of that sound like, which my memory is treacherous, and I don't wish to tell a story on no account. And Mrs. Marchmont, she goes straight up to my young lady, and she shakes her by the shoulder, and then the young woman called Hester, she wakes up my young lady, quite gentle like, and kisses her and cries over her. And a man as drove the cart, which looked a small tradesman well to do, brings his trap round to the front door. You may see the tracks of the wheels upon the gravel now, sir, if you disbelieve me. And Mrs. Marchmont and the young woman called Hester, between 'em they gets my young lady up, and dresses her and dresses the child, and does it all so quick, and overrides me to such a degree, that I hadn't no power to prevent 'em. But I say to Mrs. Marchmont, I say, 'Is it Mr. Marchmont's orders as his cousin should be took away this morning?' And she stare at me hard, and say, 'Yes,' and she have allus an abrumped way, but was abrumpter than ordinary this morning. And, oh, sir, being a poor lone woman, what was I to do?" "Have you nothing more to tell me?" "Nothing, sir. Leastways, except as they lifted my young lady into the cart, and the man got in after 'em, and drove away as fast as his horse would go; and they had been gone 2 minutes when I began to feel all in a tremble like, for fear as I might have done wrong in letting of 'em go." "You have done wrong," Paul answered sternly; "but no matter. If these officious friends of my poor weak-witted cousin choose to take her away, so much the better for me, who have been burdened with her long enough. Since your charge has gone, your services are no longer wanted. I shan't act illiberally to you, though I am very much annoyed by your folly and stupidity. Is there anything due to you?" Mrs. Brown hesitated for a moment, and then replied in a very insinuating tone, "Not wages, sir. There ain't no wages due to me, which you paid me a quarter in advance last Saturday was a week, and took a receipt, sir, for the amount. But I have done my duty, sir, and had but little sleep and rest, which my 'ealth ain't what it was when I answered your advertisement, requiring a respectable motherly person to take charge of a invalid lady, not objecting to the country, which I freely tell you, sir, if I'd known that the country was a rheumatic old place like this, with rats enough to scare away a regiment of soldiers, I would not have undertook the situation. So any present as you might think suitable, considering all things, and—" "That will do," said Paul Marchmont, taking a handful of loose money from his waistcoat pocket. "I suppose a £10 note would satisfy you?" "Indeed it would, sir, and very liberal of you too." "Very well. I've got a £5 note here, and 5 sovereigns. The best thing you can do is to get back to London at once. There's a train leaves Milsom station at 11 o'clock. Milsom's not more than a mile and a half from here. You can get your things together. There's a boy about the place who will carry them for you, I suppose?" "Yes, sir. There's a boy by the name of William." "He can go with you, then; and if you look sharp, you can catch the 11 o'clock train." "Yes, sir, and thank you kindly, sir." "I don't want any thanks. See that you don't miss the train, that's all you have to take care of." Mr. Marchmont went out into the garden again. He had done something, at any rate. He had arranged for getting this woman out of the way. If by any remote chance there might be yet a possibility of keeping the secret of Mary's existence, here was one witness already got rid of. But was there any chance? Mr. Marchmont sat down on a rickety old garden seat and tried to think, tried to take a deliberate survey of his position. No, there was no hope for him. Look which way he could, there was not one ray of light. With George Weston and Olivia, Betsy Murrell the servant girl, and Hester Jobson to bear witness against him, what could he hope? The surgeon would be able to declare that the child was Mary's son, her legitimate son, sole heir to that estate of which Paul had taken possession. There was no hope. There was no possibility that Olivia should waver in her purpose; for had she not brought with her 2 witnesses, Hester Jobson and her husband? From that moment the case was taken out of her hands. The honest carpenter and his wife would see that Mary had her rights. It will be a glorious speculation for them, thought Paul Marchmont, who naturally measured other people's characters by a standard derived from an accurate knowledge of his own. Yes, his ruin was complete. Destruction had come upon him, swift and sudden as the caprice of a madwoman, or the thunderbolt of an offended Providence. What should he do? Run away, sneak away by back lanes and narrow footpaths to the nearest railway station, hide himself in a third-class carriage going Londonwards, and from London get away to Liverpool, to creep on board some emigrant vessel bound for New York? He could not even do this, for he was without the means of getting so much as the railway ticket that should carry him on the first stage of his flight. After having given £10 to Mrs. Brown, he had only a few shillings in his waistcoat pocket. He had only one article of any great value about him, and that was his watch, which had cost £50. But the Marchmont arms were emblazoned on the outside of the case, and Paul's name in full, and the address of Marchmont Towers, were ostentatiously engraved inside, so that any attempt to dispose of the watch must inevitably lead to the identification of the owner. Paul Marchmont had made no provision for this evil day. Supreme in the consciousness of his own talents, he had never imagined discovery and destruction. His plans had been so well arranged. On the very day after Edward's second marriage, Mary and her child would have been conveyed away to the remotest district in Wales; and the artist would have laughed at the idea of danger. The shallowest schemer might have been able to manage this poor broken-hearted girl, whose many sorrows had brought her to look upon life as a thing which was never meant to be joyful, and which was only to be endured patiently, like some slow disease that would be surely cured in the grave. It had been so easy to deal with his ignorant and gentle victim that Paul had grown bold and confident, and had ignored the possibility of such ruin as had now come down upon him. What was he to do? What was the nature of his crime, and what penalty had he incurred? He tried to answer these questions, but as his offence was of no common kind, he knew of no common law which could apply to it. Was it a felony, this appropriation of another person's property, this concealment of another person's existence? Or was it only a conspiracy, amenable to no criminal law, and would he be called upon merely to make restitution of that which he had spent and wasted? What did it matter? Either way, there was nothing for him but ruin, irretrievable ruin. There are some men who can survive discovery and defeat, and begin a new life in a new world, and succeed in a new career. But Paul Marchmont was not one of these. He could not stick a hunting knife and a brace of revolvers in his leathern belt, sling a game bag across his shoulders, take up his breech loading rifle, and go out into the backwoods of an uncivilized country to turn sheep breeder and hold his own against a race of agricultural savages. He was a Cockney, and for him there was only one world, a world in which men wore varnished boots and enamelled shirt studs, with portraits of La Montespan or La Dubarry, and lived in chambers in the Albany, and treated each other to little dinners at Greenwich and Richmond, or cut a grand figure at a country house, and collected a gallery of art and a museum of bric-a-brac. This was the world upon the outer edge of which Paul Marchmont had lived so long, looking in at the brilliant inhabitants with hungry, yearning eyes through all the days of his poverty and obscurity. This was the world into which he had pushed himself at last by means of a crime. He was 40 years of age, and in all his life he had never had but one ambition, and that was to be master of Marchmont Towers. The remote chance of that inheritance had hung before him ever since his boyhood, a glittering prize, far away in the distance, but so brilliant as to blind him to the brightness of all nearer chances. Why should he slave at his easel, and toil to become a great painter? When would art earn him 11,000 a year? The greatest painter of Mr. Marchmont's time lived in a miserable lodging at Chelsea. It was before the days of the railway station, or the Derby day. Or perhaps Paul might have made an effort to become that which Heaven never meant him to be, a great painter. No, art was only a means of living with this man. He painted, and sold his pictures to his few patrons, who beat him down unmercifully, giving him a small profit upon his canvas and colours, for the encouragement of native art, but he only painted to live. He was waiting. From the time when he could scarcely speak plain, Marchmont Towers had been a familiar word in his ears and on his lips. He knew the number of lives that stood between his father and the estate, and had learned to say, naively enough then, "Oh, Pa, don't you wish that Uncle Philip and Uncle Marmaduke and Cousin John would die soon?" He was 22 years of age when his father died, and he felt a faint thrill of satisfaction, even in the midst of his sorrow, at the thought that there was one life the less between him and the end of his hopes. But other lives had sprung up in the interim. There was young Arthur and little Mary, and Marchmont Towers was like a caravanserai in the desert, which seems to be farther and farther away as the weary traveller strives to reach it. Still Paul hoped, and watched, and waited. He had all the instincts of a sybarite, and he fancied, therefore, that he was destined to be a rich man. He watched, and waited, and hoped, and cheered his mother and sister when they were downcast with the hope of better days. When the chance came, he seized upon it, and plotted, and succeeded, and revelled in his brief success. But now ruin had come to him, what was he to do? He tried to make some plan for his own conduct, but he could not. His brain reeled with the effort which he made to realise his own position. He walked up and down one of the pathways in the garden until 9:45. Then he went into the house, and waited till Mrs. Brown had departed from Stony Stringford Farm, attended by the boy, who carried 2 bundles, a bandbox and a carpet-bag. "Come back here when you have taken those things to the station," Paul said. "I shall want you." He watched the dilapidated 5-barred gate swing to after the departure of Mrs. Brown and her attendant, and then went to look at his horse. The patient animal had been standing in a shed all this time, and had had neither food nor water. Paul searched amongst the empty barns and outhouses, and found a few handfuls of fodder. He took this to the animal, and then went back again to the garden, to that quiet garden, where the bees were buzzing about in the sunshine with a drowsy, booming sound, and where a great tabby cat was sleeping stretched flat upon its side on one of the flower beds. Paul Marchmont waited here very impatiently till the boy came back. "I must see Lavinia," he thought. "I dare not leave this place till I have seen Lavinia. I don't know what may be happening at Hillingsworth or Kemberling. These things are taken up sometimes by the populace. They may make a party against me. They may—" He stood still, gnawing the edges of his nails, and staring down at the gravel walk. He was thinking of things that he had read in the newspapers, cases in which some cruel mother who had ill-used her child, or some suspected assassin who, in all human probability, had poisoned his wife, had been well nigh torn piecemeal by an infuriated mob, and had been glad to cling for protection to the officers of justice, or to beg leave to stay in prison after acquittal, for safe shelter from honest men and women's indignation. He remembered one special case in which the populace, unable to get at a man's person, tore down his house, and vented their fury upon unsentient bricks and mortar. Mr. Marchmont took out a little memorandum book, and scrawled a few lines in pencil. "I am here at Stony Stringford farmhouse," he wrote. "For God's sake come to me, Lavinia, and at once. You can drive here yourself. I want to know what has happened at Kemberling and at Hillingsworth. Find out everything for me, and come. P.M." It was nearly 12 o'clock when the boy returned. Paul gave him this letter, and told the lad to get on his own horse, and ride to Kemberling as fast as he could go. He was to leave the horse at Kemberling, in Mr. Weston's stable, and was to come back to Stony Stringford with Mrs. Weston. This order Paul particularly impressed upon the boy, lest he should stop in Kemberling, and reveal the secret of Paul's hiding place. Mr. Paul Marchmont was afraid. A terrible sickening dread had taken possession of him, and what little manliness there had ever been in his nature seemed to have deserted him to-day. Oh, the long dreary hours of that miserable day! The hideous sunshine that scorched Mr. Marchmont's bare head as he loitered about the garden. He had left his hat in the house, but he did not even know that he was bareheaded. Oh, the misery of that long day of suspense and anguish! The sick consciousness of utter defeat; the thought of the things that he might have done, the purse that he might have made with the money that he had lavished on pictures, and decorations, and improvements, and the profligate extravagance of splendid entertainments. This is what he thought of, and these were the thoughts that tortured him. But in all that miserable day he never felt one pang of remorse for the agonies that he had inflicted upon his innocent victim. On the contrary, he hated her because of this discovery, and gnashed his teeth as he thought how she and her young husband would enjoy all the grandeur of Marchmont Towers, all that noble revenue which he had hoped to hold till his dying day. It was growing dusk when Mr. Marchmont heard the sound of wheels in the dusty lane outside the garden wall. He went through the house, and into the farmyard, in time to receive his sister Lavinia at the gate. It was the wheels of her pony carriage he had heard. She drove a pair of ponies, which Paul had given her. He was angry with himself as he remembered that this was another piece of extravagance, another sum of money recklessly squandered, when it might have gone towards the making of a rich provision for this evil day. Mrs. Weston was very pale, and her brother could see by her face that she brought him no good news. She left her ponies to the care of the boy, and went into the garden with her brother. "Well, Lavinia?" "Well, Paul, it is a dreadful business," Mrs. Weston said in a low voice. "It's all George's doing; it's all the work of that infernal scoundrel," cried Paul passionately. "But he shall pay bitterly for—" "Don't let us talk of him, Paul. No good can come of that. What are you going to do?" "I don't know. I sent for you because I wanted your help and advice. What's the good of your coming if you bring me no help? Don't be cruel, Paul. Heaven knows I'll do my best; but I can't see what's to be done, except for you to get away, Paul. Everything's known. Olivia stopped the marriage publicly in Hillingsworth Church; and all the Hillingsworth people followed Edward Arundel's carriage to Kemberling. The report spread like wildfire; and, oh, Paul, the Kemberling people have taken it up, and our windows have been broken, and there's been a crowd all day upon the terrace before the Towers, and they've tried to get into the house, declaring that they know you're hiding somewhere. Paul, what are we to do? The people hooted after me as I drove away from the High Street, and the boys threw stones at the ponies. Almost all the servants have left the Towers. The constables have been up there trying to get the crowd off the terrace. But what are we to do, Paul? What are we to do?" "Kill ourselves," answered the artist savagely. "What else should we do? What have we to live for? You have a little money, I suppose. I have none. Do you think I can go back to the old life? Do you think I can go back, and live in that shabby house in Charlotte Street, and paint the same rocks and boulders, the same long stretch of sea, the same low lurid streaks of light, all the old subjects over again, for the same starvation prices? Do you think I can ever tolerate shabby clothes again, or miserable makeshift dinners, hashed mutton, with ill-cut hunks of lukewarm meat floating about in greasy slop called gravy, and washed down with flat porter fetched half an hour too soon from a public-house? Do you think I can go back to that? No. I have tasted the wine of life. I have lived, and I'll never go back to the living death called poverty. Do you think I can stand in that passage in Charlotte Street again, Lavinia, to be bullied by an illiterate tax-gatherer, or insulted by an infuriated baker? No, Lavinia. I have made my venture, and I have failed." "But what will you do, Paul?" "I don't know," he answered moodily. This was a lie. He knew well enough what he meant to do. He would kill himself. That resolution inspired him with a desperate kind of courage. He would escape from the mob. He would get away somewhere or other quietly, and there kill himself. He didn't know how as yet. But he would deliberate upon that point at his leisure, and choose the death that was supposed to be least painful. "Where are my mother and Clarissa?" he asked presently. "They are at our house. They came to me directly they heard the rumour of what had happened. I don't know how they heard it, but every one heard of it simultaneously, as it seemed. My mother is in a dreadful state. I dared not tell her that I had known it all along." "Oh, of course not," answered Paul, with a sneer. "Let me bear the burden of my guilt alone." "What did my mother say?" "She kept saying again and again, 'I can't believe it. I can't believe that he could do anything cruel. He has been such a good son.'" "I was not cruel," Paul cried vehemently. "The girl had every comfort. I never grudged money for her comfort. She was a miserable, apathetic creature, to whom fortune was almost a burden rather than an advantage. If I separated her from her husband, bah! Was that such a cruelty? She was no worse off than if Edward Arundel had been killed in that railway accident, and it might have been so." He didn't waste much time by reasoning on this point. He thought of his mother and sisters. From first to last he had been a good son and a good brother. "What money have you, Lavinia?" "A good deal. You have been very generous to me, Paul; and you shall have it all back again, if you want it. I have got upwards of £2,000 altogether, for I have been very careful of the money you have given me." "You have been wise. Now listen to me, Lavinia. I have been a good son, and I have borne my burdens uncomplainingly. It is your turn now to bear yours. I must get back to Marchmont Towers, if I can, and gather together whatever personal property I have there. It isn't much, only a few trinkets and such like. You must send me some one you can trust to fetch those to night; for I shall not stay an hour in the place. I may not even be admitted into it, for Edward Arundel may have already taken possession in his wife's name. Then you will have to decide where you are to go. You can't stay in this part of the country. Weston must be liable to some penalty or other for his share in the business, unless he's bought over as a witness to testify to the identity of Mary's child. I haven't time to think of all this. I want you to promise me that you will take care of your mother and your invalid sister." "I will, Paul, I will indeed. But tell me what you are going to do yourself, and where you are going." "I don't know," Paul Marchmont answered, in the same tone as before. "But whatever I do, I want you to give me your solemn promise that you will be good to my mother and sister." "I will, Paul. I promise you to do as you have done." "You had better leave Kemberling by the first train to morrow morning. Take my mother and Clarissa with you. Take everything that is worth taking, and leave Weston behind you to bear the brunt of this business. You can get a lodging in the old neighbourhood, and no one will molest you when you once get away from this place. But remember one thing, Lavinia. If Mary Arundel's child should die, and Mary herself should die childless, Clarissa will inherit Marchmont Towers. Don't forget that. There's a chance yet for you. It's far away, and unlikely enough, but it is a chance." "But you are more likely to outlive Mary and her child than Clarissa is," Mrs. Weston answered, with a feeble attempt at hopefulness. "Try and think of that, Paul, and let the hope cheer you." "Hope!" cried Mr. Marchmont, with a discordant laugh. "Yes, I'm 40 years old, and for 35 of those years I've hoped and waited for Marchmont Towers. I can't hope any longer, or wait any longer. I give it up. I've fought hard, but I'm beaten." It was nearly dark by this time, the shadowy darkness of a midsummer's evening, and there were stars shining faintly out of the sky. "You can drive me back to the Towers," Paul Marchmont said. "I don't want to lose any time in getting there. I may be locked out by Mr. Edward Arundel if I don't take care." Mrs. Weston and her brother went back to the farmyard. It was 16 miles from Kemberling to Stony Stringford, and the ponies were steaming, for Lavinia had come at a good rate. But it was no time for the consideration of horseflesh. Paul took a rug from the empty seat, and wrapped himself in it. He would not be likely to be recognised in the darkness, sitting back in the low seat, and made bulky by the ponderous covering in which he had enveloped himself. Mrs. Weston took the whip from the boy, gathered up the reins, and drove off. Paul had left no orders about the custody of the old farmhouse. The boy went home to his master, at the other end of the farm, and the night winds wandered wherever they listed through the deserted habitation. End of Chapter 13, Volume 3. Volume 3, Chapter 14 of John Marchmont's Legacy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. John Marchmont's Legacy, by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 14. There is confusion worse than death. The brother and sister exchanged very few words during the drive between Stony Stringford and Marchmont Towers.
It was arranged between them that Mrs. Weston should drive by a back way leading to a lane that skirted the edge of the river, and that Paul should get out at a gate opening into the wood, and by that means make his way, unobserved, to the house which had so lately been to all intents and purposes his own. He dared not attempt to enter the Towers by any other way, for the indignant populace might still be lurking about the front of the house, eager to inflict summary vengeance upon the persecutor of a helpless girl. It was between 9 and 10 o'clock when Mr. Marchmont got out at the little gate. All here was very still, and Paul heard the croaking of the frogs upon the margin of a little pool in the wood, and the sound of horses' hoofs a mile away upon the loose gravel by the waterside. "Good night, Lavinia," he said. "Send for the things as soon as you go back, and be sure you send a safe person for them." "Oh, yes, dear. But hadn't you better take anything of value yourself?" Mrs. Weston asked anxiously. "You say you have no money. Perhaps it would be best for you to send me the jewellery, though, and I can send you what money you want by my messenger." "I shan't want any money. At least I have enough for what I want. What have you done with your savings?" "They are in a London bank. But I have plenty of ready money in the house. You must want money, Paul." "I tell you no. I have as much as I want." "But tell me your plans, Paul. I must know your plans before I leave Lincolnshire myself. Are you going away?" "Yes." "Immediately?" "Immediately." "Shall you go to London?" "Perhaps. I don't know yet." "But when shall we see you again, Paul? Or how shall we hear of you?" "I'll write to you." "Where?" "At the post office in Rathbone Place. Don't bother me with a lot of questions to night, Lavinia. I'm not in the humour to answer them." Paul Marchmont turned away from his sister impatiently, and opened the gate. But before she had driven off, he went back to her. "Shake hands, Lavinia," he said. "Shake hands, my dear. It may be a long time before you and I meet again." He bent down and kissed his sister. "Drive home as fast as you can, and send the messenger directly. He had better come to the door of the lobby, near Olivia's room. Where is Olivia, by the by? Is she still with the stepdaughter she loves so dearly?" "No; she went to Swampington early in the afternoon. A fly was ordered from the Black Bull, and she went away in it." "So much the better," answered Mr. Marchmont. "Good night, Lavinia. Don't let my mother think ill of me. I tried to do the best I could to make her happy. Good bye." "Good bye, dear Paul. God bless you." The blessing was invoked with as much sincerity as if Lavinia Weston had been a good woman, and her brother a good man. Perhaps neither of those two was able to realise the extent of the crime which they had assisted each other to commit. Mrs. Weston drove away, and Paul went up to the back of the Towers, and under an archway leading into the quadrangle. All about the house was as quiet as if the Sleeping Beauty and her court had been its only occupants. The inhabitants of Kemberling and the neighbourhood were an orderly people, who burnt few candles between May and September, and however much they might have desired to avenge Mary Arundel's wrongs by tearing Paul Marchmont to pieces, their patience had been exhausted by nightfall, and they had been glad to return to their respective abodes, to discuss Paul's iniquities comfortably over the 9 o'clock beer. Paul stood still in the quadrangle for a few moments, and listened. He could hear no human breath or whisper. He only heard the sound of the corncrake in the fields to the right of the Towers, and the distant rumbling of waggon wheels on the high road. There was a glimmer of light in one of the windows belonging to the servants' offices, only one dim glimmer, where there had usually been a row of brilliantly lighted casements. Lavinia was right, then. Almost all the servants had left the Towers. Paul tried to open the half-glass door leading into the lobby, but it was locked. He rang a bell, and after about 3 minutes' delay, a buxom country girl appeared in the lobby carrying a candle. She was some kitchen maid or dairy maid or scullery maid, whom Paul could not remember to have ever seen until now. She opened the door, and admitted him, dropping a curtsy as he passed her. There was some relief even in this. Mr. Marchmont had scarcely expected to get into the house at all; still less to be received with common civility by any of the servants, who had so lately obeyed him and fawned upon him. "Where are all the rest of the servants?" he asked. "They're all gone, sir, except him as you brought down from London, Mr. Peterson, and me and mother. Mother's in the laundry, sir, and I'm scullery maid." "Why did the other servants leave the place?" "Mostly because they was afraid of the mob upon the terrace, I think, sir; for there's been people all the afternoon throwing stones, and breaking the windows, and I don't think as there's a whole pane of glass in the front of the house, sir. And Mr. Gormby, sir, he come about 4 o'clock, and he got the people to go away, sir, by telling 'em as it weren't your property, sir, but the young lady's, Miss Mary Marchmont, leastways Mrs. Arundel, as they was destroying of.
but most of the servants had gone before that, sir, except Mr. Peterson. And Mr. Gormby gave orders as me and mother was to lock all the doors, and let no one in upon no account whatever. And he's coming to morrow mornin' to take possession, he says. And please, sir, you can't come in, for his special orders to me and mother was no one, and you in particular." "Nonsense, girl!" exclaimed Mr. Marchmont decisively. "Who is Mr. Gormby, that he should give orders as to who comes in or stops out? I'm only coming in for half an hour, to pack my portmanteau. Where's Peterson?" "In the dinin' room, sir. But please, sir, you mustn't—" The girl made a feeble attempt to intercept Mr. Marchmont, in accordance with the steward's special orders, which were, that Paul should, upon no pretence whatever, be suffered to enter the house. But the artist snatched the candlestick from her hand, and went towards the dining room, leaving her to stare after him in amazement. Paul found his valet, Peterson, taking what he called a snack in the dining room. A cloth was spread upon the corner of the table, and there was a forequarter of cold roast lamb, a bottle of French brandy, and a decanter half full of Madeira before the valet. He started as his master entered the room, and looked up, not very respectfully, but with no unfriendly glance. "Give me half a tumbler of that brandy, Peterson," said Mr. Marchmont. The man obeyed, and Paul drained the fiery spirit as if it had been so much water. It was 24 hours since meat or drink had crossed his dry white lips. "Why didn't you go away with the rest?" he asked, as he set down the empty glass. "It's only rats, sir, that run away from a falling house. I stopped, thinking you'd be going away somewhere, and that you'd want me." The solid and unvarnished truth of the matter was, that Peterson had taken it for granted that his master had made an excellent purse against this evil day, and would be ready to start for the Continent or America, there to lead a pleasant life upon the proceeds of his iniquity. The valet never imagined his master guilty of such besotted folly as to be unprepared for this catastrophe. "I thought you might still want me, sir," he said, "and wherever you're going, I'm quite ready to go too. You've been a good master to me, sir, and I don't want to leave a good master because things go against him." Paul Marchmont shook his head, and held out the empty tumbler for his servant to pour more brandy into it. "I am going away," he said, "but I want no servant where I'm going. But I'm grateful to you for your offer, Peterson. Will you come upstairs with me? I want to pack a few things." "They're all packed, sir. I knew you'd be leaving, and I've packed everything." "My dressing case?" "Yes, sir. You've got the key of that." "Yes, I know." Paul Marchmont was silent for a few minutes, thinking. Everything that he had in the way of personal property of any value was in the dressing case of which he had spoken. There was £500 or £600 worth of jewellery in Mr. Marchmont's dressing case; for the first instinct of the nouveau riche exhibits itself in diamond shirt studs, cameo rings, malachite death's heads with emerald eyes, grotesque and pleasing charms in the form of coffins, coal scuttles, and hobnailed boots, fantastical lockets of ruby and enamel, wonderful bands of massive yellow gold studded with diamonds wherein to insert the two ends of flimsy lace cravats. Mr. Marchmont reflected upon the amount of his possessions, and their security in the jewel drawer of his dressing case. The dressing case was furnished with a Chubb's lock, the key of which he carried in his waistcoat pocket. Yes, it was all safe. "Look here, Peterson," said Paul Marchmont, "I think I shall sleep at Mrs. Weston's to night. I should like you to take my dressing case down there at once." "And how about the other luggage, sir, the portmanteaus and hat boxes?" "Never mind those. I want you to put the dressing case safe in my sister's hands. I can send here for the rest to morrow morning. You needn't wait for me now. I'll follow you in half an hour." "Yes, sir. You want the dressing case carried to Mrs. Weston's house, and I'm to wait for you there?" "Yes, you can wait for me." "But is there nothing else I can do, sir?" "Nothing whatever. I've only got to collect a few papers, and then I shall follow you." "Yes, sir." The discreet Peterson bowed, and retired to fetch the dressing case. He put his own construction upon Mr. Marchmont's evident desire to get rid of him, and to be left alone at the Towers. Paul had, of course, made a purse, and had doubtless put his money away in some very artful hiding place, whence he now wanted to take it at his leisure. He had stuffed one of his pillows with bank notes, perhaps, or had hidden a cash box behind the tapestry in his bedchamber, or had buried a bag of gold in the flower garden below the terrace. Mr. Peterson went upstairs to Paul's dressing room, put his hand through the strap of the dressing case, which was very heavy, went downstairs again, met his master in the hall, and went out at the lobby door. Paul locked the door upon his valet, and then went back into the lonely house, where the ticking of the clocks in the tenantless rooms sounded unnaturally loud in the stillness. All the windows had been broken, and though the shutters were shut, the cold night air blew in at many a crack and cranny, and well nigh extinguished Mr. Marchmont's candle as he went from room to room looking about him. He went into the western drawing room, and lighted some of the lamps in the principal chandelier. The shutters were shut, for the windows here, as well as elsewhere, had been broken. Fragments of shivered glass, great jagged stones, and handfuls of gravel lay about upon the rich carpet, the velvet pile which he had chosen with such artistic taste, such careful deliberation. He lit the lamps and walked about the room, looking for the last time at his treasures. Yes, his treasures. It was he who had transformed this chamber from a prim, old-fashioned sitting-room, with quaint japanned cabinets, shabby chintz-cushioned cane-chairs, cracked Indian vases, and a faded carpet, into a saloon that would have been no discredit to Buckingham Palace or Alton Towers. It was he who had made the place what it was. He had squandered the savings of Mary's minority upon pictures that the richest collector in England might have been proud to own, upon porcelain that would have been worthy of a place in the Vienna Museum or the Bernal collection. He had done this, and these things were to pass into the possession of the man he hated, the fiery young soldier who had horsewhipped him before the face of wondering Lincolnshire. He walked about the room, thinking of his life since he had come into possession of this place, and of what it had been before that time, and what it must be again, unless he summoned up a desperate courage and killed himself. His heart beat fast and loud, and he felt an icy chill creeping slowly through his every vein as he thought of this. How was he to kill himself? He had no poison in his possession, no deadly drug that would reduce the agony of death to the space of a lightning flash. There were pistols, rare gems of choicest workmanship, in one of the bull cabinets in that very room. There were both fowling piece and ammunition in Mr. Marchmont's dressing room, but the artist was not expert with the use of firearms, and he might fail in the attempt to blow out his brains, and only maim or disfigure himself hideously. There was the river, the black sluggish river, but then drowning is a slow death, and Heaven only knows how long the agony may seem to the wretch who endures it. Alas, the ghastly truth of the matter is, that Mr. Marchmont was afraid of death. Look at the King of Terrors how he would, he could not discover any pleasing aspect under which he could meet the grim monarch without flinching. He looked at life, but if life was less terrible than death, it was not less dreary. He looked forward with a shudder to see what? Humiliation, disgrace, perhaps punishment, lifelong transportation it may be; for this base conspiracy might be a criminal offence, amenable to criminal law. Or, escaping all this, what was there for him? What was there for this man even then? For 40 years he had been steeped to the lips in poverty, and had endured his life. He looked back now, and wondered how it was that he had been patient. He wondered why he had not made an end of himself and his obscure troubles 20 years before this night. But after looking back a little longer, he saw the star which had illumined the darkness of that miserable and sordid existence, and he understood the reason of his endurance. He had hoped. Day after day he had got up to go through the same troubles, to endure the same humiliations; but every day, when his life had been hardest to him, he had said, "To-morrow I may be master of Marchmont Towers." But he could never hope this any more. He could not go back to watch and wait again, beguiled by the faint hope that Mary Arundel's son might die, and to hear by and by that other children were born to her to widen the great gulf betwixt him and fortune. He looked back, and he saw that he had lived from day to day, from year to year, lured on by this one hope. He looked forward, and he saw that he could not live without it. There had never been but this one road to good fortune open to him. He was a clever man, but his was not the cleverness which can transmute itself into solid cash. He could only paint indifferent pictures, and he had existed long enough by picture painting to realise the utter hopelessness of success in that career. He had borne his life while he was in it, but he could not bear to go back to it. He had been out of it, and had tasted another phase of existence, and he could see it all now plainly, as if he had been a spectator sitting in the boxes and watching a dreary play performed upon a stage before him. The performers in the remotest provincial theatre believe in the play they are acting. The omnipotence of passion creates dewy groves and moonlit atmospheres, ducal robes and beautiful women. But the metropolitan spectator, in whose mind the memory of better things is still fresh, sees that the moonlit trees are poor distemper daubs, pushed on by dirty carpenters, and the moon a green bottle borrowed from a druggist's shop, the ducal robes threadbare cotton velvet and tarnished tinsel, and the heroine of the drama old and ugly. So Paul looked at the life he had endured, and wondered as he saw how horrible it was. He could see the shabby lodging, the faded furniture, the miserable handful of fire struggling with the smoke in a shallow grate, that had been half blocked up with bricks by some former tenant as badly off as himself. He could look back at that dismal room, with the ugly paper on the walls, the scanty curtains flapping in the wind which they pretended to shut out, the figure of his mother sitting near the fireplace, with that pale, anxious face which was a perpetual complaint against hardship and discomfort. He could see his sister standing at the window in the dusky twilight, patching up some worn-out garment, and straining her eyes for the sake of economizing in the matter of half an inch of candle. And the street below the window, the shabby, genteel street, with a dingy shop breaking out here and there, and children playing on the doorsteps, and a muffin bell jingling through the evening fog, and a melancholy Italian grinding "Home, Sweet Home" in the patch of lighted road opposite the pawnbroker's. He saw it all, and it was all alike, sordid, miserable, hopeless. Paul Marchmont had never sunk so low as his cousin John. He had never descended so far in the social scale as to carry a banner at Drury Lane, or to live in one room in Oakley Street, Lambeth. But there had been times when to pay the rent of 3 rooms had been next to kin to an impossibility to the artist, and when the honorarium of £1 a night would have been very acceptable to him. He had drained the cup of poverty to the dregs, and now the cup was filled again, and the bitter draught was pushed once more into his unwilling hand. He must drink that, or another potion, a sleeping draught, which is commonly called death. He must die. But how? His coward heart sank as the awful alternative pressed closer upon him. He must die, to-night, at once, in that house, so that when they came in the morning to eject him, they would have little trouble, they would only have to carry out a corpse. He walked up and down the room, biting his finger-nails to the quick, but coming to no resolution, until he was interrupted by the ringing of the bell at the lobby door. It was the messenger from his sister, no doubt. Paul drew his watch from his waistcoat pocket, unfastened his chain, took a set of gold studs from the breast of his shirt, and a signet ring from his finger. Then he sat down at a writing-table, and packed the watch and chain, the studs and signet ring, and a bunch of keys, in a large envelope. He sealed this packet, and addressed it to his sister. Then he took a candle and went to the lobby. Mrs. Weston had sent a young man who was an assistant and pupil of her husband's, a good-tempered young fellow, who willingly served her in her hour of trouble. Paul gave this messenger the key of his dressing-case and packet. "You will be sure and put that in my sister's hands," he said. "Oh, yes, sir. Mrs. Weston gave me this letter for you, sir. Am I to wait for an answer?" "No, there will be no answer. Good night." "Good night, sir." The young man went away, and Paul Marchmont heard him whistle a popular melody as he walked along the cloistered way and out of the quadrangle by a low archway commonly used by the tradespeople who came to the Towers. The artist stood and listened to the young man's departing footsteps. Then, with a horrible shrill of anguish, he remembered that he had seen his last of humankind, he had heard his last of human voices, for he was to kill himself that night. He stood in the dark lobby, looking out into the quadrangle. He was quite alone in the house, for the girl who had let him in was in the laundry with her mother. He could see the figures of the 2 women moving about in a great gaslit chamber upon the other side of the quadrangle, a building which had no communication with the rest of the house. He was to die that night, and he had not yet even determined how he was to die. He mechanically opened Mrs. Weston's letter. It was only a few lines, telling him that Peterson had arrived with the portmanteau and dressing-case, and that there would be a comfortable room prepared for him. "I am so glad you have changed your mind, and are coming to me, Paul," Mrs. Weston concluded. "Your manner when we parted to-night almost alarmed me." Paul groaned aloud as he crushed the letter in his hand. Then he went back to the western drawing-room. He heard strange noises in the empty rooms as he passed by their open doors, weird creaking noises and melancholy moanings in the wide chimneys. It seemed as if all the ghosts of Marchmont Towers were astir to-night, moved by an awful prescience of some coming horror. Paul Marchmont was an atheist, but atheism, although a very pleasant theme for a critical and argumentative discussion after a lobster supper and unlimited champagne, is but a poor staff to lean upon when the worn-out traveller approaches the mysterious portals of the unknown land. The artist had boasted of his belief in annihilation, and had declared himself perfectly satisfied with a materialistic or pantheistic arrangement of the universe, and very indifferent as to whether he cropped up in future years as a summer cabbage, or a new Raphael, so long as the 10 stone or so of matter of which he was composed was made use of somehow or other, and did its duty in the great scheme of the scientific universe. But oh, how that empty, soulless creed slipped away from him now, when he stood alone in this tenantless house, shuddering at strange spirit noises, and horrified by a host of mystic fears, gigantic, shapeless terrors, that crowded in his empty, godless mind, and filled it with their hideous presence. He had refused to believe in a personal God. He had laughed at the idea that there was any deity to whom an individual can appeal, in his hour of grief or trouble, with the hope of any separate mercy, any special grace. He had rejected the Christian's simple creed, and now that he had floated away from the shores of life, and felt himself borne upon an irresistible current to that mysterious other side, what did he not believe in? Every superstition that has ever disturbed the soul of ignorant man lent some one awful feature to the crowd of hideous images uprising in this man's mind. Awful Chaldean gods and Carthaginian goddesses thirsting for the hot blood of human sacrifices, greedy for hecatombs of children flung shrieking into fiery furnaces, or torn limb from limb by savage beasts, Babylonian abominations, Egyptian Isis and Osiris, classical divinities, with flaming swords and pale impassible faces, rigid as the destiny whose type they were, ghastly Germanic demons and witches, all the dread avengers that man, in the knowledge of his own wickedness, has ever shadowed for himself out of the darkness of his ignorant mind, swelled that ghastly crowd, until the artist's brain reeled, and he was fain to sit with his head in his hands, trying, by a great effort of the will, to exorcise these loathsome phantoms. "I must be going mad," he muttered to himself. "I am going mad." But still the great question was unanswered. How was he to kill himself? "I must settle that," he thought. "I dare not think of anything that may come afterwards. Besides, what should come? I know that there is nothing. Haven't I heard it demonstrated by cleverer men than I am? Haven't I looked at it in every light, and weighed it in every scale, always with the same result? Yes, I know that there is nothing after the one short pang, any more than there is pain in the nerve of the tooth when the tooth is gone. The nerve was the soul of the tooth, I suppose, but wrench away the body, and the soul is dead. Why should I be afraid? One short pain. It will seem long, I dare say, and then I shall lie still for ever and ever, and melt slowly back into the elements out of which I was created. Yes, I shall lie still, and be nothing." Paul Marchmont sat thinking of this for a long time. Was it such a great advantage, after all, this annihilation, the sovereign good of the atheist's barren creed? It seemed to-night to this man as if it would be better to be anything, to suffer any anguish, any penalty for his sins, than to be blotted out for ever and ever from any conscious part in the grand harmony of the universe. If he could have believed in that Roman Catholic doctrine of purgatory, and that after cycles of years of suffering he might rise at last, purified from his sins, worthy to dwell among the angels, how differently would death have appeared to him! He might have gone away to hide himself in some foreign city, to perform patient daily sacrifices, humble acts of self-abnegation, every one of which should be a new figure, however small a one, to be set against the great sum of his sin. But he could not believe. There is a vulgar proverb which says, "You cannot have your loaf and eat it," or if proverbs would only be grammatical, it might be better worded, "You cannot eat your loaf and have it to eat on some future occasion." Neither can you indulge in rationalistic discussions or epigrammatic pleasantry about the great Creator who made you, and then turn and cry aloud to him in the dreadful hour of your despair, "O my God, whom I have insulted and offended, help the miserable wretch who for 20 years has obstinately shut his heart against thee." It may be that God would forgive and hear even at that last supreme moment, as he heard the penitent thief upon the cross. But the penitent thief had been a sinner, not an unbeliever, and he could pray. The hard heart of the atheist freezes in his breast when he would repent and put away his iniquities. When he would fain turn to his offended Maker, the words that he tries to speak die away upon his lips. For the habit of blasphemy is too strong upon him. He can blag upon all the mighty mysteries of heaven and hell, but he cannot pray. Paul Marchmont could not fashion a prayer. Horrible witticisms arose up between him and the words he would have spoken. Ghastly bon mots, that seemed so brilliant at a lamplit dinner-table, spoken to a joyous accompaniment of champagne corks and laughter. Ah me! The world was behind this man now, with all its pleasures. And he looked back upon it, and thought that, even when it seemed gayest and brightest, it was only like a great roaring fair, with flaring lights and noisy showmen clamouring for ever to a struggling crowd. How should he die? Should he go upstairs and cut his throat? He stood before one of his pictures, a pet picture, a girl's face by Millet, looking through the moonlight, fantastically beautiful. He stood before this picture, and he felt one small separate pang amid all his misery as he remembered that Edward and Mary Arundel were now possessors of this particular gem. "They shan't have it," he muttered to himself. "They shan't have this, at any rate." He took a penknife from his pocket, and hacked and ripped the canvas savagely, till it hung in ribbons from the deep gilded frame. Then he smiled to himself, for the first time since he had entered that house, and his eyes flashed with a sudden light. "I have lived like Sardanapalus for the last year," he cried aloud, "and I will die like Sardanapalus." There was a fragile piece of furniture near him, an étagère of marquetry work, loaded with costly bric-à-brac, Oriental porcelain, Sèvres and Dresden, old Chelsea and Crown Derby cups and saucers, and quaint teapots, crawling vermin in Palissy ware, Indian monstrosities, and all manner of expensive absurdities, heaped together in artistic confusion. Paul Marchmont struck the slim leg of the étagère with his foot, and laughed aloud as the fragile toys fell into a ruined heap upon the carpet. He stamped upon the broken china, and the frail cups and saucers crackled like eggshells under his savage feet. "I will die like Sardanapalus," he cried. "The King Arbaces shall never rest in the palace I have beautified. Now order here faggots, pine nuts, and withered leaves, and such things as catch fire with one sole spark. Bring cedar, too, and precious drugs and spices, and mighty planks to nourish a tall pile. Bring frankincense and myrrh, too, for it is for a great sacrifice I build the pyre." I don't think much of your blank verse, George Gordon Noel Byron. Your lines end on lame syllables. Your 10-syllable blank verse lacks the fiery ring of your rhymes. I wonder whether Marchmont Towers is insured? Yes, I remember paying a premium last Christmas. They may have a sharp tussle with the insurance companies, though. Yes, I will die like Sardanapalus. No, not like him, for I have no Myrrha to mount the pile and cling about me to the last. Pshaw! A modern Myrrha would leave Sardanapalus to perish alone, and be off to make herself safe with the new king. Paul snatched up the candle, and went out into the hall. He laughed discordantly, and spoke in loud ringing tones. His manner had that feverish excitement which the French call exaltation. He ran up the broad stairs leading to the long corridor, out of which his own rooms and his mother's and sister's rooms opened. Ah, how pretty they were! How elegant he had made them in his reckless disregard of expense, his artistic delight in the task of beautification. There were no shutters here, and the summer breeze blew in through the broken windows, and stirred the gauzy muslin curtains, the gay chintz draperies, the cloud-like festoons of silk and lace. Paul Marchmont went from room to room with the flaring candle in his hand; and wherever there were curtains or draperies about the windows, the beds, the dressing tables, the low lounging chairs, and cosy little sofas, he set a light to them. He did this with wonderful rapidity, leaving flames behind him as he traversed the long corridor, and coming back thus to the stairs. He went downstairs again, and returned to the western drawing room. Then he blew out his candle, turned out the gas, and waited. "How soon will it come?" he thought. The shutters were shut, and the room was quite dark. Shall I ever have courage to stop till it comes? Paul Marchmont groped his way to the door, double locked it, and then took the key from the lock. He went to one of the windows, clambered upon a chair, opened the top shutter, and flung the key out through the broken window. He heard it strike jingling upon the stone terrace, and then bound away, heaven knows where. "I shan't be able to go out by the door, at any rate," he thought. It was quite dark in the room, but the reflection of the spreading flames was growing crimson in the sky outside. Mr. Marchmont went away from the window, feeling his way amongst the chairs and tables. He could see the red light through the crevices of the shutters, and a lurid patch of sky through that one window, the upper half of which he had left open. He sat down, somewhere near the centre of the room, and waited. "The smoke will kill me," he thought. "I shall know nothing of the fire." He sat quite still. He had trembled violently while he had gone from room to room doing his horrible work; but his nerves seemed steadier now. Steadier! Why, he was transformed to stone. His heart seemed to have stopped beating, and he only knew by a sick anguish, a dull aching pain, that it was still in his breast. He sat waiting and thinking. In that time all the long story of the past was acted before him, and he saw what a wretch she had been. I do not know whether this was penitence, but looking at that enacted story, Paul Marchmont thought that his own part in the play was a mistake, and that it was a foolish thing to be a villain. When a great flock of frightened people, with a fire engine out of order, and drawn by whooping men and boys, came hurrying up to the Towers, they found a blazing edifice, which looked like an enchanted castle, great stone-framed windows vomiting flame, tall chimneys toppling down upon a fiery roof, molten lead like water turned to fire, streaming in flaming cataracts upon the terrace, and all the sky lit up by that vast pile of blazing ruin. Only salamanders, or poor Mr. Braidwood's own chosen band, could have approached Marchmont Towers that night. The Kemberling firemen and the Swampington firemen, who came by and by, were neither salamanders nor Braidwoods. They stood aloof and squirted water at the flames, and recoiled aghast by and by, when the roof came down like an avalanche of blazing timber, leaving only a gaunt, gigantic skeleton of red-hot stone where Marchmont Towers once had been. When it was safe to venture in amongst the ruins, and this was not for many hours after the fire had burnt itself out, people looked for Paul Marchmont; but amidst all that vast chaos of smouldering ashes, there was nothing found that could be identified as the remains of a human being. No one knew where the artist had been at the time of the fire, or indeed whether he had been in the house at all, and the popular opinion was, that Paul had set fire to the mansion, and had fled away before the flames began to spread. But Lavinia Weston knew better than this. She knew now why her brother had sent her every scrap of valuable property belonging to him. She understood now why he had come back to her to bid her good night for the second time, and press his cold lips to hers. Chapter 14, Volume 3. Volume 3, Chapter the Last and the Epilogue of John Marchmont's Legacy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. John Marchmont's Legacy, by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter the Last. Dear is the memory of our wedded lives. Mary and Edward Arundel saw the awful light in the sky, and heard the voices of the people shouting in the street below, and calling to one another that Marchmont Towers was on fire. The young mistress of the burning pile had very little concern for her property. She only kept saying again and again, "Oh, Edward, I hope there is no one in the house. God grant there may be no one in the house." And when the flames were highest, and it seemed by the light in the sky as if all Lincolnshire had been blazing, Edward Arundel's wife flung herself upon her knees, and prayed aloud for any unhappy creature that might be in peril. Oh, if we could dare to think that this innocent girl's prayer was heard before the throne of an awful judge, pleading for the soul of a wicked man! Early the next morning Mrs. Arundel came from Lawford Grange with her confidential maid, and carried off her daughter-in-law and the baby, on the first stage of the journey into Devonshire. Before she left Kemberling, Mary was told that no dead body had been found amongst the ruins of the Towers; and this assertion deluded her into the belief that no unhappy creature had perished. So she went to Dangerfield, happier than she had ever been since the sunny days of her honeymoon, to wait there for the coming of Edward Arundel, who was to stay behind to see Richard Paulette and Mr. Gormby, and to secure the testimony of Mr. Weston and Betsy Murrel, with a view to the identification of Mary's little son, who had been neither registered nor christened. I have no need to dwell upon this process of identification, registration, and christening, through which Master Edward Arundel had to pass in the course of the next month. I had rather skip this dry-as-dust business, and go on to that happy time which Edward and his young wife spent together under the oaks at Dangerfield, that bright second honeymoon season, while they were as yet houseless, for a pretty villa-like mansion was being built on the Marchmont property, far away from the dank wood and the dismal river, in a pretty pastoral little nook, which was a fair oasis amidst the general dreariness of Lincolnshire. I need scarcely say that the grand feature of this happy time was the baby. It will be, of course, easily understood that this child stood alone amongst babies. There never had been another such infant. It was more than probable there would never again be such a one. In every attribute of babyhood he was a 12-month in advance of the rest of his race. Prospective greatness was stamped upon his brow. He would be a Clive or a Wellington, unless indeed he should have a fancy for the bar and the woolsack, in which case he would be a little more erudite than Lyndhurst, a trifle more eloquent than Brougham. All this was palpable to the meanest capacity in the very manner in which this child crowed in his nurse's arms, or choked himself with farinaceous food, or smiled recognition at his young father, or performed the simplest act common to infancy. I think Mr. Sant would have been pleased to paint one of those summer scenes at Dangerfield: the proud soldier father, the pale young wife, the handsome matronly grandmother, and as the mystic centre of that magic circle, the toddling flaxen-haired baby held up by his father's hands, and taking caricature strides in imitation of papa's big steps. To my mind, it is a great pity that children are not children for ever; that the pretty baby boy by Sant, all rosy and flaxen and blue-eyed, should ever grow into a great angular pre-Raphaelite Hobadahoy, horribly big and out of drawing. But neither Edward nor Mary, nor, above all, Mrs. Arundel, were of this opinion. They were as eager for the child to grow up and enter for the great races of this life as some speculative turf magnate who has given a fancy price for a yearling, and is pining to see the animal a far-famed 3-year-old, and winner of the double event. Before the child had cut a double tooth, Mrs. Arundel senior had decided in favour of Eton as opposed to Harrow, and was balancing the conflicting advantages of classical Oxford and mathematical Cambridge, while Edward could not see the baby boy rolling on the grass, with blue ribbons and sashes fluttering in the breeze, without thinking of his son's future appearance in the uniform of his own regiment, gorgeous in the splendid crush of a levee at St. James. How many airy castles were erected in that happy time, with the baby for the foundation stone of all of them. The baby! Why, that definite article alone expresses an infinity of foolish love and admiration. Nobody says the father, the husband, the mother. It is my father, my husband, as the case may be. But every baby, from St. Giles's to Belgravia, from Tyburnia to St. Luke's, is the baby. The infant's reign is short, but his royalty is supreme, and no one presumes to question his despotic rule. Edward Arundel almost worshipped the little child whose feeble cry he had heard in the October twilight, and had not recognised. He was never tired of reproaching himself for this omission. That baby voice ought to have awakened a strange thrill in the young father's breast. That time at Dangerfield was the happiest period of Mary's life. All her sorrows had melted away. They did not tell her of Paul Marchmont's suspected fate. They only told her that her enemy had disappeared, and that no one knew whither he had gone. Mary asked once, and once only, about her stepmother; and she was told that Olivia was at Swampington Rectory, living with her father, and that people said she was mad. George Weston had emigrated to Australia, with his wife, and his wife's mother and sister. There had been no prosecution for conspiracy. The disappearance of the principal criminal had rendered that unnecessary. This was all that Mary ever heard of her persecutors. She did not wish to hear of them. She had forgiven them long ago. I think that in the inner depths of her innocent heart she had forgiven them from the moment she had fallen on her husband's breast in Hester's parlour at Kemberling, and had felt his strong arms clasped about her, sheltering her from all harm for evermore. She was very happy, and her nature, always gentle, seemed sublimated by the sufferings she had endured, and already akin to that of the angels. Alas, this was Edward Arundel's chief sorrow. This young wife, so precious to him in her fading loveliness, was slipping away from him even in the hour when they were happiest together, was separated from him even when they were most united. She was separated from him by that unconquerable sadness in his heart, which was prophetic of a great sorrow to come. Sometimes, when Mary saw her husband looking at her with a mournful tenderness, an almost despairing love in his eyes, she would throw herself into his arms and say to him, "You must remember how happy I have been, Edward. Oh, my darling, promise me always to remember how happy I have been." When the first chill breezes of autumn blew among the Dangerfield oaks, Edward Arundel took his wife southwards, with his mother and the inevitable baby in her train. They went to Nice, and they were very quiet, very happy, in the pretty southern town, with snow-clad mountains behind them, and the purple Mediterranean before. The villa was building all this time in Lincolnshire. Edward's agent sent him plans and sketches for Mrs. Arundel's approval; and every evening there was some fresh talk about the arrangement of the rooms, and the laying out of gardens. Mary was always pleased to see the plans and drawings, and to discuss the progress of the work with her husband. She would talk of the billiard-room, and the cosy little smoking-room, and the nurseries for the baby, which were to have a southern aspect, and every advantage calculated to assist the development of that rare and marvellous blossom. And she would plan the comfortable apartments that were to be specially kept for dear grandmamma, who would of course spend a great deal of her time at the Sycamores, The new place was to be called the Sycamores. But Edward could never get his wife to talk of a certain boudoir opening into a tiny conservatory, which he himself had added on to the original architect's plan. He could never get Mary to speak of this particular chamber; and once, when he asked her some question about the colour of the draperies, she said to him very gently, "I would rather you would not think of that room, darling." "Why, my pet?" "Because it will make you sorry afterwards." "Mary, my darling!" "Oh, Edward, you must know, dearest, that I shall never see that place." But her husband took her in his arms, and declared that this was only a morbid fancy, and that she was getting better and stronger every day, and would live to see her grandchildren playing under the maples that sheltered the northern side of the new villa. Edward told his wife this, and he believed in the truth of what he said. He could not believe that he was to lose this young wife, restored to him after so many trials. Mary did not contradict him just then, but that night, when he was sitting in her room reading by the light of a shaded lamp after she had gone to bed, Mary went to bed very early, by order of the doctors, and indeed lived altogether according to medical regime, she called her husband to her. "I want to speak to you, dear," she said. "There is something that I must say to you." The young man knelt down by his wife's bed. "What is it, darling?" he asked. "You know what we said to day, Edward." "What, darling? We say so many things every day. We are so happy together, and have so much to talk about." "But you remember, Edward, you remember what I said about never seeing the Sycamores?" "Ah, don't stop me, dear love," Mary said reproachfully, for Edward put his lips to hers to stay the current of mournful words. "Don't stop me, dear, for I must speak to you. I want you to know that it must be, Edward darling. I want you to remember how happy I have been, and how willing I am to part with you, dear, since it is God's will that we should be parted. And there is something else that I want to say, Edward. Grandmamma told me something, all about Belinda. I want you to promise me that Belinda shall be happy by and by, for she has suffered so much, poor girl. And you will love her, and she will love the baby; but you won't love her quite the same way that you loved me, will you, dear? Because you never knew her when she was a little child and very poor. She has never been an orphan, and quite lonely, as I have been. You have never been all the world to her." The Sycamores was finished by the following midsummer, but no one took possession of the newly built house. No brisk upholsterers' men came, with 3-foot rules and pencils and memorandum books, to take measurements of windows and floors. No waggons of splendid furniture made havoc of the gravel drive before the principal entrance. The only person who came to the new house was a snuff-taking crone from Stanfield, who brought a turn-up bedstead, a Dutch clock, and a few minor articles of furniture, and encamped in a corner of the best bedroom. Edward Arundel, senior, was away in India, fighting under Napier and Outram; and Edward Arundel, junior, was at Dangerfield, under the charge of his grandmother. Perhaps the most beautiful monument in one of the English cemeteries at Nice is that tall white marble cross and kneeling figure, before which strangers pause to read an inscription to the memory of Mary, the beloved wife of Edward Dangerfield Arundel. End of chapter the last, Volume 3. The Epilogue. 4 years after the completion of that pretty stuccoed villa, which seemed destined never to be inhabited, Belinda Lawford walked alone up and down the sheltered shrubbery walk in the Grange garden in the fading September daylight. Miss Lawford was taller and more womanly looking than she had been on the day of her interrupted wedding. The vivid bloom had left her cheeks, but I think she was all the prettier because of that delicate pallor, which gave a pensive cast to her countenance. She was very grave and gentle and good, but she had never forgotten the shock of that broken bridal ceremonial in Hillingsworth Church. The Major had taken his eldest daughter abroad almost immediately after that July day, and Belinda and her father had travelled together very peacefully, exploring quiet Belgian cities, looking at celebrated altar-pieces in dusky cathedrals, and wandering round battlefields, which the intermingled blood of rival nations had once made one crimson swamp. They had been nearly a 12-month absent, and then Belinda returned to assist at the marriage of a younger sister, and to hear that Edward Arundel's wife had died of a lingering pulmonary complaint at Nice. She was told this, and she was told how Olivia Marchmont still lived with her father at Swampington, and how day by day she went the same round from cottage to cottage, visiting the sick, teaching little children, or sometimes rough-bearded men, to read and write and cipher; reading to old decrepit pensioners, listening to long histories of sickness and trial, and exhibiting an unwearying patience that was akin to sublimity. Passion had burnt itself out in this woman's breast, and there was nothing in her mind now but remorse, and the desire to perform a long penance, by reason of which she might in the end be forgiven. But Mrs. Marchmont never visited any one alone. Wherever she went, Barbara Simmons accompanied her, constant as her shadow. The Swampington people said this was because the rector's daughter was not quite right in her mind, and there were times when she forgot where she was, and would have wandered away in a purposeless manner, heaven knows where, had she not been accompanied by her faithful servant. Clever as the Swampington people and the Kemberling people might be in finding out the business of their neighbours, they never knew that Olivia Marchmont had been consentient to the hiding away of her stepdaughter. They looked upon her, indeed, with considerable respect, as a heroine by whose exertions Paul Marchmont's villainy had been discovered. In the hurry and confusion of the scene at Hillingsworth Church, nobody had taken heed of Olivia's incoherent self-accusations. Hubert Arundel was therefore spared the misery of knowing the extent of his daughter's sin. Belinda Lawford came home in order to be present at her sister's wedding, and the old life began again for her, with all the old duties that had once been so pleasant. She went about them very cheerfully now. She worked for her poor pensioners, and took the chief burden of the housekeeping off her mother's hands. But though she jingled her keys with a cheery music as she went about the house, and though she often sang to herself over her work, the old happy smile rarely lit up her face. She went about her duties rather like some widowed matron who had lived her life, than a girl before whom the future lies, mysterious and unknown. It has been said that happiness comes to the sleeper, the meaning of which proverb I take to be, that joy generally comes to us when we least look for her lovely face. And it was on this September afternoon, when Belinda loitered in the garden after her round of small duties was finished, and she was free to think or dream at her leisure, that happiness came to her, unexpected, unhoped for, supreme. For turning at one end of the sheltered alley, she saw Edward Arundel standing at the other end, with his hat in his hand, and the summer wind blowing amongst his hair. Miss Lawford stopped quite still. The old-fashioned garden reeled before her eyes, and the hard gravelled path seemed to become a quaking bog. She could not move. She stood still, and waited while Edward came towards her. "Letitia has told me about you, Linda," he said. "She has told me how true and noble you have been; and she sent me here to look for a wife, to make new sunshine in my empty home, a young mother to smile upon my motherless boy." Edward and Belinda walked up and down the sheltered alley for a long time, talking a great deal of the sad past, a little of the fair-seeming future. It was growing dusk before they went in at the old-fashioned half-glass door leading into the drawing-room, where Mrs. Lawford and her younger daughters were sitting, and where Lydia, who was next to Belinda, and had been 3 years married to the curate of Hillingsworth, was nursing her second baby. "Has she said yes?" this young matron cried directly, for she had been told of Edward's errand to the Grange. "But of course she has. What else should she say after refusing all manner of people, and giving herself the airs of an old maid? Yes, precious pops, Auntie Liddy's going to be marriedy parody," concluded the curate's wife, addressing her 3-months-old baby in that peculiar patois which is supposed to be intelligible to infants by reason of being unintelligible to everybody else. "I suppose you are not aware that my future brother-in-law is a major," said Belinda's third sister, who had been struggling with a variation of Thalberg, all octaves and accidentals, and who twisted herself round upon her music-stool to address her sister. "I suppose you are not aware that you have been talking to Major Arundel, who has done all manner of splendid things in the Punjab. Papa told us all about it 5 minutes ago." It was as much as Belinda could do to support the clamorous felicitations of her sisters, especially the unmarried damsels, who were eager to exhibit themselves in the capacity of bridesmaids. But by and by, after dinner, the curate's wife drew her sisters away from that shadowy window in which Edward Arundel and Belinda were sitting, and the lovers were left to themselves. That evening was very peaceful, very happy, and there were many other evenings like it before Edward and Belinda completed that ceremonial which they had left unfinished more than 5 years before. The Sycamores was very prettily furnished, under Belinda's superintendence, and as Reginald Arundel had lately married, Edward's mother came to live with her younger son, and brought with her the idolised grandchild, who was now a tall, yellow-haired boy of 6 years old. There was only one room in the Sycamores which was never tenanted by any one of that little household except Edward himself, who kept the key of the little chamber in his writing-desk, and only allowed the servants to go in at stated intervals to keep everything bright and orderly in the apartment. The shut-up chamber was the boudoir which Edward Arundel had planned for his first wife. He had ordered it to be furnished with the very furniture which he had intended for Mary. The rosebuds and butterflies on the walls, the guipure curtains lined with pale blush rose silk, the few chosen books in the little cabinet near the fireplace, the Dresden breakfast service, the statuettes and pictures, were things he had fixed upon long ago in his own mind as the decorations for his wife's apartment. He went into the room now and then, and looked at his first wife's picture, a crayon sketch taken in London before Mary and her husband started for the south of France. He looked a little wistfully at this picture, even when he was happiest in the new ties that bound him to life, and all that is brightest in life. Major Arundel took his eldest son into this room one day, when young Edward was 8 or 9 years old, and showed the boy his mother's portrait. "When you are a man, this place will be yours, Edward," the father said. "You can give your wife this room, although I have never given it to mine. You will tell her that it was built for your mother, and that it was built for her by a husband who, even when most grateful to God for every new blessing he enjoyed, never ceased to be sorry for the loss of his first love. And so I leave my soldier hero to repose upon laurels that have been hardly won, and secure in that modified happiness which is chastened by the memory of sorrow. I leave him with bright children crowding round his knees, a loving wife smiling at him across those fair childish heads. I leave him happy and good and useful, filling his place in the world, and bringing up his children to be wise and virtuous men and women in the days that are to come. I leave him, above all, with the serene lamp of faith for ever burning in his soul, lighting the image of that other world in which there is neither marrying nor giving in marriage, and where his dead wife will smile upon him from amidst the vast throng of angel faces, a child for ever and ever before the throne of God. End of the Epilogue. End of John Marchmont's Legacy, by Mary Elizabeth Braddon.